Isle of Dogs by Patricia Cornwell, read by Lorelei King. Chapter 1. Unique first fit her name like a glove, or at least this was how her mother always put it. Unique came first and was one of a kind. There was no one else like her. And this was a damn good thing, to quote her father, Dr. Ulysses First, who had never understood what genetic malignancy blighted his only child. Unique was a petite 18-year-old with long, shimmering hair that was as black as ebony, and her skin was translucent, like milk glass, her lips full and pink. She believed that her pale blue eyes could mesmerize whoever looked into them, and that by casting as little as a glance at someone, she could bend that person's mind to fit her purpose. Unique could haunt someone for weeks, building up unbearable anticipation, until the final act, which was a necessary and frenzied release, usually followed by a blackout.
"Hey, wake up. My car's broke down."
She knocked on the window of the Peterbilt 18-wheeler that was parked all by itself at the farmer's market on the fringes of downtown Richmond.
"I'm wondering if you got a phone."
It was 4 a.m., pitch dark, and the parking lot was poorly lit. Although Moses Custer knew very well that it wasn't safe to be out here alone at this hour, he had ignored his usual good judgment after fighting with his wife and storming off in his truck, where he intended to spend the night, alone and missing in action, out by the vegetable stands. That would sure show her, he always thought when their marital routine turned ugly. He opened the door of his cab as the knocking on the glass continued.
"Lordy, what's a sweet little thing like you doing out here at this hour?"
Moses asked, confused and drunk, as he stared at the creamy, delicate face smiling at him like an angel.
"You're about to have a unique experience."
Unique said the same thing she always did, right before she moved in for her purpose.
"What you mean?" Moses puzzled. "What unique experience?"
The answer came in a legion of demons that kicked and pounded Moses and ripped at his hair and clothes. Explosions and obscenities erupted from hell, and fire seared his muscles and bones as savage forces beat and tore him to shreds and left him dead and drove off in his truck. Moses hovered above his dead self for a while, watching his mauled, lifeless body on the tarmac. Blood streamed out from under his head as rain smacked down, and one of his boots was off, and his left arm was at an angle that wasn't natural. As Moses gazed down on himself, a part of him was worn out and ready for eternity, while another part of him regretted his life and grieved.
"My head's ruined,"
he moaned, and began to sob as everything went black.
"Oh, my head's ruined. Lord, I ain't ready. It ain't my time yet."
Complete darkness dissolved to a floating airspace from which Moses watched pulsing emergency lights and urgent firemen, paramedics, and police in yellow rain slickers with reflective tape that glared like white fire. Flares hissed on wet pavement as a heavy cold rain fell, and voices were excited and loud and made no sense. It seemed people were yelling at him, and it frightened Moses and made him feel small and ashamed. He tried to open his eyes, but it was as if they had been sewn shut.
"What happened to the angel?"
he kept muttering.
"She said her car broke down."
Unique's car was fine, and she drove around downtown for a couple of hours listening to radio news breaks about the mugging and hijacking at the farmer's market and the speculation that it had been committed by the same gang of highway pirates that had been terrorizing Virginia for months. But this time Unique enjoyed the afterglow a little less than usual. She could have sworn that old black truck driver was dead, and she was irritated that her accomplices had been in such a hurry to run off that they had robbed her of a complete release. Had it been up to her, she would have finished what she started and made sure the truck driver never talked again. But she wasn't worried about cops paying her any mind as she cruised around in her white Miata at this strange hour. Part of being unique was not looking like what she was. Part of being unique was not looking at all like what she did. She was so certain of her invincibility that she pulled off at Fred's Mini-Mart, where a police car was parked. Unique could spot an unmarked car from a block away, and she slipped inside the store as she eyed the handsome young blonde man who was paying for a quart of milk at the counter. He was wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, and she searched for any sign of a gun and detected a bulge at the small of his back.
"Thanks, Fred,"
the blonde plainclothes cop said to the man at the cash register.
"You bet, Andy. I've missed seeing you. This whole last year it's like you dropped off the damn planet."
"Well, I'm back," Andy said, pocketing his change.
"You be careful. There's a really bad gang out there. We just had another truck driver hit."
"Yeah, no shit. Heard it on the radio. How bad did they mess him up? I guess you worked the scene."
"Nope. Off duty. I heard about it the same way you did,"
Andy replied with a trace of disappointment.
"Well, I agree with what the newspaper's saying about it being a hate crime thing," Fred said. "From what I hear, the leader's a white dude, and all the victims so far are black, except for that female trucker a couple months back. But then I think she was a minority too, if you know what I'm saying. Not that I'm a big fan of dykes, but that was pretty horrible. Seems like I read somewhere she had a stick shoved up her and was cut. Oh!"
Fred exclaimed, startled, as Unique appeared out of nowhere and set a 6-pack of Michelob on the counter.
"You slipped in so quiet, sugar, I didn't know there was nobody else in the store."
Unique smiled sweetly.
"I'd like a pack of Marlboros, please,"
she said in a small, soft voice. She was very pretty and dressed neatly all in black, but her boots were scuffed, and they sure were dirty, and she looked as if she had been caught in the rain. Andy noticed a white Miata in the parking lot when he got back in his unmarked Caprice, and he had scarcely driven off when the delicately lovely girl with the strange eyes climbed into the Miata. She followed him through downtown, all the way to the Fan District, and just as he slowed down to see if he could make out her license plate, she turned off on Strawberry Street. Andy had an odd feeling that he couldn't place, and as he returned to his small row house and fixed a bowl of cereal, he had the eerie sensation that he was being watched. Unique knew how to stalk anybody, including a cop, and she stood across the street in the deep shadows of trees and watched Andy's shadow move from room to room, eating something out of a bowl. Several times he parted the curtains and looked out at the vacant, still street. She cast her gaze in his direction and imagined the power she was having over his mind. He was feeling uneasy and sensed something, she believed, because Unique had been around for a very long time and could trace her most recent possession back to Dachau, Germany, where she had been taken over by a male Nazi. Long before that, she had divined from tarot cards, she had been the adversary and had eyes all over her body. Andy parted the curtains again, and by now was unsettled enough to carry his pistol everywhere he went inside his house. Maybe he was out of sorts because it really bothered him when a bad case went down, like Moses Custer, and Andy wasn't part of the investigation. It depressed and frustrated him to hear on the news that the trucker was kicked, stomped and beaten and left for dead, and Andy hadn't been anywhere around to see things for himself and make a difference. Or maybe he was in a dark mood simply because he had been up all night and was excited and scared about what lay ahead. Andy Brazil had been waiting for this day for an entire year. After endless hours of bone-aching work, he was at last launching his first installment of a special series of essays that in several hours would be posted on an internet website he called Trooper Truth. The project was both ambitious and unlikely, but he had been quite determined when he first approached his boss about it inside her formidable office at Virginia State Police Headquarters.
"Just hear me out before you say no,"
Andy had said, shutting her door.
"And you've got to swear you'll never tell anybody what I'm about to propose."
Superintendent Judy Hammer had gotten up from her desk and been silent for a moment, looking like a publicity portrait of power as she stood in front of the Virginia and United States flags, her hands in her pockets. She was 55 years old, a striking woman with keen eyes that could penetrate body armor or empower a crowd, and her smart business suits could not hide a figure that Andy had to resist openly staring at. "All right." Hammer had begun her characteristic pace around her office as she considered what Andy intended to do. "My first reaction is, absolutely not. I think it would be a big mistake to interrupt your law enforcement career so soon. And I'll remind you, Andy, you were a cop in Charlotte for only a year, then a cop here in Richmond for only a year, and you've been a state trooper for barely 6 months. And during that time, I've written hundreds of crime columns for area papers," he'd reminded her. "That's my most important accomplishment, isn't it? Hasn't your major agenda been to use me to inform the public about what's going on and what the police are doing about it, or in some instances, not doing about it? The whole point has always been to enlighten people, and now I want to do that in a bigger way and to a bigger audience." Andy's was an unusual career, and always had been. He'd gone into journalism right after college, and had gotten involved in law enforcement as a volunteer, riding with police and writing eyewitness pieces for the city newspaper. This had been in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Hammer had been chief at the time, and she had eventually hired him as a sworn officer who enforced the law while continuing to write crime columns and editorials. Hammer had allowed him this unprecedented opportunity because she was in an unusual position too, having been given a grant by the National Institute of Justice that allowed her to take over troubled police departments and straighten them out. She had always seen beyond boundaries and had become Andy's mentor, faithfully bringing him with her as she moved on in her career. But as he sat in her office and watched her pace, he sensed that his plan struck her as ungrateful. "I appreciate everything you've done for me," he had said to her. "I'm not turning my back on you and disappearing." "This isn't about my worrying that you're going to disappear," she had replied in a way that made him feel that if he vanished for months, she wouldn't miss him in the least. "I'll make it worth your while, Superintendent Hammer," he promised her. "It's time I have more to say than just who robbed who or how many speeders were caught or what's the latest crime wave. I want to put criminal behavior into the context of human nature and history, and I believe it's important because people are only getting worse. Can you help me get a grant or something so I can pay my bills while I do the research and write and take flying lessons?" "Who said anything about flying lessons?" she had interrupted him. "The aviation unit's got instructors, and I think I could be much more useful to you if I had my helicopter pilot's license," he'd explained. Hammer let him have his way, perhaps because she realized he was going to leave her anyway. He could launch a website as a special classified project while he continued to work for her, she said, but the condition was that he had to remain anonymous because Governor Bedford Crim IV, who was an aristocratic, autocratic, impossible old man, did not allow Hammer to disseminate information to the public without his approval. Clearly, whatever Andy wrote could not be directly connected to the Virginia State Police, but at the same time had to reflect favorably on it and encourage the public to support it. She had added that Andy had to be available for emergencies, and if he wanted to learn to fly, he could work that out on his own schedule. He pushed his luck by asking, "Will I have a travel budget?" "For what?" Hammer asked. "Where are you going?" "I'll need funding for archaeological and historical research." "I thought you were writing about human nature and crime." Hammer had begun to resist him again. "Now what? You're flying helicopters and globe-trotting?" "If I discuss what's wrong with America today, I need to show what was wrong with it when it got started," he'd explained. "And you need more pilots. You've already had 2 quit on you in the past 3 months." Andy sat at a table in the dining room, which had become his hopelessly cluttered office, and typed his password into his computer and opened a file. After 12 months of arduous research and writing, and flying lessons in ground school, he was desperate to get out and chase lawbreakers and investigate violent crimes from both the ground and the air. He was eager for people to read what he had to say, and often he fantasized about riding or flying with other troopers or working a scene and overhearing people talk about what they had read on the Trooper Truth website that day. No one would have a clue that Trooper Truth was in their midst gathering even more information from their comments. Only Hammer knew the truth about Trooper Truth, and she and Andy had been meticulously careful to protect his identity. When, for example, he had done archaeological research and traveled as far away as England and Argentina gathering facts, he never let on that he was a journalist cop doing research. He was simply a 28-year-old man who was doing graduate work in history, criminology, and anthropology. It was the first undercover job Andy had ever had, and it still amazed him that no one bothered to check on whether he was actually enrolled in a university graduate program or was even who he said he was. Although Andy was not the sort to stare into the mirror and see himself the way others did, he was aware that he had many gifts in his favor. He was tall, with a sculpted build, and his features were so perfectly proportioned and refined that as a boy he had been teased for being pretty. His hair was light blonde, and his blue eyes changed with his thoughts and moods, very much like the sky reflecting shifting clouds and light. He could look stormy or peaceful or extremely intense. His intelligence was quick and facile, and his words could shine like silver and be just as hard when necessary. It had never been difficult for Andy to get what he wanted, because people as a rule were drawn to him, or at least mindful that he was a presence they could not dismiss. He also worked hard to compensate for the emptiness of his early years. His father had been murdered when Andy was a child, leaving no one but an alcoholic mother who never acknowledged that her son was special or decent, but rather exiled him to a lonely realm of relentless preoccupations and fantasies. Had he not grown up that way, he could not have endured the isolation that was necessary for him to explore and write what the world was about to read. But now that the moment had come, he felt as disturbed and gloomy as the morning beyond his windows. Heavy clouds hung over the city. As a vein of lightning pierced the dark dawn, it occurred to him that it would be a terrible omen if the power went out and his computer crashed. He was startled out of his preoccupations when the telephone rang. "At least you're awake," Judy Hammer said without so much as a good morning. I thought you were going to call me out in emergencies," he interrupted her. "I wish you'd let me know about the truck driver at the farmer's market." "You weren't needed," she said. "Same M.O.? Was he cut on?" "I'm afraid so. Several cuts to his neck with what looks like a razor, but none of them lethal," she replied. "Apparently the assailants left in a hurry, and he came to long enough to call 911. The reason I called is, I'm waiting, Trooper Truth," Hammer let him know. "I thought you said your website was going up at 6:30. "That was 5 minutes ago." It was her way of telling him, good luck. A Brief Explanation by Trooper Truth. The rich early history of the USA is based largely on eyewitness observations described in letters, true adventures, testimonies, maps, and books published in the early 17th century. Most of those original accounts have been lost forever or are silently maintained in private collections. Other historical documentation, sadly, was stored in Richmond and burned up during the Civil War so Northerners could rewrite the facts and convince schoolchildren the world over that our country really got its start in Plymouth, which is simply a lie. That lie and others should come as no surprise. So much of what we know as fact in life is, in truth, nothing more than propaganda or a well-meant reflection on how events and people are perceived by those with a bias and poor vision. Tales pass from lips to lips, from news story to news story, from email to email, from politicians to us, from witnesses to jurors, and eventually we are led to believe all manner of things that are grossly distorted, if not patently false. This is why, as I begin to have these conversations with you, the reader, I will rely on my own primary research and experiences and focus on science and medicine, which have neither imaginations, nor personalities, nor politics, nor grudges. DNA, for example, frankly doesn't care if you did it. DNA doesn't care if you didn't do it. DNA knows exactly who you, your parents, and your children are, but has no opinion about it and no interest in being a friend or getting your votes. DNA knows it was you who left seminal fluid in someone, but is neither judgmental nor voyeuristic about how or why that deposit might have occurred. So I am far more inclined to trust DNA than the defendant on the witness stand. And it is a shame that DNA is too busy working crimes and pedigree disputes to reconstruct the history of the United States. If DNA had the time, I suspect we would find that most of what we presently believe about the past is tainted, perhaps shockingly so. Since DNA isn't available to serve as our narrator in this series of essays, I will do the best I can to tell you what I have discovered about the beginning of English America, in hopes that it will serve as a metaphor for who we are and what has become of our society. The story begins with a small but significant turn of events on the docks of London, December 20th, 1606, when 36 mariners and 108 settlers said painful goodbyes and no doubt comforted themselves in alehouses on the Isle of Dogges, as it was spelled on a 1610 map of London. The settlers and the mariners who would pilot the ships to Virginia descended the Blackwall stairs to the docks, where these brave adventurers, who wanted more in life, including gold and silver, boarded the Susan Constant, the Godspeed, and the Discovery, and began their historic voyage to the New World by being stalled in the mouth of the Thames for 6 weeks. Records cite the reason for the delay as either no wind or wind that blew in the wrong direction. If any of the stranded settlers looked back toward the alehouses and experienced a change of heart, we know nothing about it, but the math indicates that no one jumped ship. During the voyage, one settler died in the Caribbean, possibly from heat stroke. And on May 14, 1607, when the 3 ships finally tied up at Jamestown Island on the north shore of the James River in Virginia, 107 settlers disembarked. Soon after, 3 settlers were killed by Indians, and in July the ships sailed back to England for supplies, leaving 104 settlers to fend for themselves. Their number dwindled quickly and dramatically as the mariners and Captain Newport made the endless voyage back to England. There, I suspect, the men restored themselves and made plans in Isle of Dogs alehouses and at the Sir Walter Raleigh house, while the settlers waited for supplies and tried to develop peaceful relations with the Indians, or naturals, as the settlers called the Native Americans, by giving them bits of copper and trading other trinkets for tobacco and food. No one thus far has been able to give me a definitive explanation for why the settlers and the naturals had such an inconsistent relationship. But I suspect the answer lies in human nature, which inspires people to overpower others and to be touchy, bigoted, selfish, greedy, deceitful, and to beat up innocent people and steal trucks. Nor could anybody tell me why the Isle of Dogs was named such, and I can only speculate the obvious. The name may refer to sea dogs, since it is known that many Elizabethan sailors and pirates patronized the alehouses while resting from where they had been or waiting to sail out to wherever they were going. I will go into great detail about pirates soon enough, for they certainly were a powerful presence when America was trying to get started, and we still have a problem with them today on our highways and high seas, although the pirates' mode of transportation, equipment, and weapons have dramatically evolved over the centuries. It is unfortunate, I'm sorry to tell you, that modern pirates have the same personality and modus operandi as pirates of old. They remain cruel-hearted cutthroats whose creed is "dead men tell no tales," thus justifying their seizing of ships and tractor-trailers and murdering everyone in sight. Lest Virginians assume their history is untouched by such despicable character disorders, let me remind you that the Chesapeake Bay once bristled with pirates, and Virginia's Tangier Island openly traded with and hosted them, and, as legend has it, was visited by Blackbeard himself. As I begin sharing truths with you, the reader, I hope you will reflect upon your own life and try very hard to put at least one other person's needs and feelings before your own this day. Just as objects in the mirror are closer than they appear, so the past rides our bumper along life's highways and may in fact be inside the car with us. Who we are is who we were, and the more things change, the less they do, unless we start with our hearts. Be careful out there. Chapter 2. Governor Bedford Crim IV knew nothing about the Trooper Truth website until his press secretary, Major Trader, came to see him at 1 p.m. and set the brief explanation on the governor's antique burlwood desk.
"Are you aware of this, Governor?"
Trader asked. Governor Crim picked up the computer printout and squinted at it.
What is it exactly?
Good question, Trader grimly answered. We've all known it was coming, but there's been no way to check it out or anticipate its spin on things because Trooper Truth is a fake name, and there appears to be no way to trace this renegade trooper through the internet.
I see,
the governor pondered as he strained blindly to pick out a word or two.
Am I to assume he's one of ours?
Oh, he added, pleasantly surprised when Trader served him a chocolate brownie on a small Wedgwood plate.
Why, thank you.
Made fresh this morning from only the finest Belgian chocolate. I'm afraid I ate far too many of them myself.
That wife of yours certainly can cook,
the governor said as he ate half the brownie in 2 bites.
I bet she doesn't use mixes. Or did we already discuss that?
He ate the rest of the brownie, unable to resist anything chocolate.
Everything from scratch.
A strange phrase, I've always thought.
The governor considered as he wiped his fingers on a handkerchief.
What is from scratch?
Ingredients. It has to do with tss.
The governor made his familiar hissing noise, which meant he did not want an answer to the question, but simply was expressing curiosity.
On with things,
he impatiently added.
Yes, Trader said. Trooper Truth. There's no one on the state police force with the last name of Truth, and no one over there claims to have any idea who Trooper Truth is. But prior to the posting of this first essay, he indicated the printout, there have been numerous promotions of the Trooper Truth website and when it was going to be launched. Whoever the person is, he's well versed enough in the internet to make sure his marketing ploys and ads have shown up everywhere you can imagine.
Governor Crim picked up his 19th century magnifying glass, which was English and made of ivory. Peering through the lens, he made out enough of the essay's contents to get interested and slightly offended.
It's been clear for a while that this Trooper Truth individual is based in Virginia, or at least wants to point the finger at Virginia, Trader indignantly went on as the governor slowly read. I've got a file on what he's posted on various bulletin boards and sent out in mass emailings. He seems to have access to every governmental email address in the Commonwealth, which is one of the reasons I am sure he's an insider, a turncoat, and a troublemaker.
Well, I like what he has to say about America starting in Jamestown and not Plymouth,
remarked the governor, whose family had been in Virginia since the American Revolution.
I'm mighty tired of other states taking credit for what we've accomplished, but I don't approve of his implication that history is untrustworthy. That's going to step on some toes now, isn't it? And what's this about pirates?
He steadied the magnifying glass over Blackbeard's name.
Very troublesome. I'm sure you heard the news this morning.
Yes,
the governor said, distracted.
Do we have any further information on that? The victim, Moses Custer, was beaten severely and doesn't remember much, and was babbling a lot about a unique experience with an angel whose car had broken down. But after continued questioning by the state police, he sobered up and seemed to recall a young white male with dreadlocks who shouted obscenities when he flung open the Peterbilt's tailgate and discovered thousands of pumpkins, which he and his gang no doubt had to unload quickly and in secret into the James River. The guy, Custer, had the same weird cuts as some of the other victims.
I thought we were doing our best to play down this pirate business,
the governor seemed to remember.
Didn't I order Superintendent Hammer not to release any statements to the press about anything without our approving it first?
You certainly did, and so far we're managing to keep the sensational details out of the media.
You don't suppose Trooper Truth intends to keep blabbing about our pirate problem on the internet, do you?
Yes, sir,
Trader replied as if he knew this for a fact.
We can rest assured his website is going to open a can of worms because by all appearances it's an inside job, and I fear your administration could be blamed if things really get ugly.
You might be right. I get blamed for most things.
the governor confessed, as his stomach rumbled and his intestines lurched into activity like worms suddenly exposed to daylight. He wished Trader had not mentioned a can of worms. Crim's constitution just wasn't what it used to be, and very often he felt like hell. Last night he had endured yet another formal dinner at the executive mansion, and since he was hosting some of his biggest financial supporters, the mansion's director had decided it was important to serve Virginia food and wine. As usual, this had meant ham from Smithfield, baked apples from Winchester, biscuits made from an antebellum recipe, and wines from Virginia vineyards. Crim's digestion simply couldn't tolerate any of it, especially the apples, and most of the morning he had been seeking out the most convenient, secure toilet inside the Capitol until he finally gave up on cabinet-level meetings and retreated to his office, which had thick walls and a private bathroom he could use without Executive Protection Unit state troopers posted outside the door. As if all of that wasn't bad enough, the wine had given Crim a sinus headache.
It doesn't make sense why I have to serve, much less drink, inferior wine,
the governor bitterly complained as he slowly moved the magnifying glass over the printout.
I beg your pardon? Trader looked confused. What wine?
Oh, you weren't there last night, I guess, Crim sighed. We ought to serve French wines. Think about how much Thomas Jefferson loved French wine, and all things French. So why would it be such an egregious break from tradition to serve French wines in the mansion?
You know how critical people are, Trader reminded him. But I totally agree with you, Governor. French wines are much better, and you deserve them. However, someone will say something, and no doubt it will be widely publicized and costly to your reputation. Which brings me back to Trooper Truth. This article is only the beginning. We have a loose cannon on our hands and somehow must stop whoever it is, or at least have some say-so about it.
The governor could have done without the cannon reference, too, as he slowly made out words and scarcely listened to his press secretary, who was a meddler and an irritation. Crim was not clear on why he had ever hired Major Trader, or even if he had. But Trader certainly wasn't Crim's cup of tea, at least not anymore, assuming he ever was. The press secretary was a fat slob who was far more interested in big meals, big stories, and big talk than he was in being honest about anything. The only good thing about Crim's failing eyesight was he could scarcely see people like Trader at all anymore, even when he was in the same room with them. And thank God for small favors, because the sight of Trader with his fleshy jowls, ill-fitting suits, and long greasy strands of hair combed over his bald pate was increasingly repulsive.
Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear, the governor slowly read out loud as he peered through the magnifying glass. So the past rides our bumper along life's highways, and may even be inside the car with us.
He glanced up and gave Trader a huge eye.
Now that's an interesting thing to consider.
I have no idea what it means, if anything.
Trader was irritated that the governor would consider anything beyond what he, the press secretary, recommended.
It's like a riddle,
the governor went on, intrigued, moving the magnifying glass over the essay as if he were reading a Ouija board.
You remember the Riddler in Batman? All of these little riddles hinting at where, when, and how the Riddler was going to strike next, but Batman and Robin had to decipher the riddle first, of course. This Trooper Truth fella is giving us a clue about something, about what he's going to do next, or maybe about what I ought to do next. Something about life's highways.
Speaking of that,
Trader seized the opportunity to move on to a subject that he might be able to control.
Speeding continues to be a serious problem, Governor, and it's occurring to me that if we emphasize speeding to the voting public, we can divert any unwanted attention away from pirates.
Speeding on life's highways. Maybe that's what he's getting at. Maybe that's the riddle,
the governor said, fascinated by his own deductions.
But I wasn't aware that speeding had gotten worse.
It hadn't, but Trader wanted to tug the governor's attention away from riddles. Crim was known to make inane, inappropriate statements about whatever his latest whim, curiosity, or observation was, and it would not be good at all should he indicate that a riddle, or the riddler, was influencing his executive decisions.
Citizens are complaining that they're forced to exceed the speed limit even in the slow traffic lane because of aggressive motorists riding their bumpers and flashing their headlights.
Trader spun his latest fabrication.
And we can't have state troopers every other mile waiting with radar guns. Not to mention, there are escalating incidents of road rage because of these jerks who want to go 90 miles an hour and don't care who they cut in front of.
People aren't scared enough. That's the problem.
The governor was halfway listening as he began to decipher what Trooper Truth had to say about DNA.
You know, he's right about trusting technology instead of human beings. Maybe we can figure out a way to make the public believe we have some new advanced technology that will catch them speeding even if there's not a trooper in sight.
The governor suddenly began to believe with religious conviction that this was the riddle Trooper Truth was hinting at. It was damn time to scare the public into behaving. Detectives and district attorneys did it daily by threatening suspects with DNA, even if there was no DNA recovered or if the analysis of it wasn't helpful. So why shouldn't the governor start scaring people too? He was weary of being nice. What good did it do?
We have all these new helicopters, he told his press secretary. Let's scare the hell out of people with them.
What? You want helicopters to find speeders and buzz them?
Trader didn't like the idea in the least, especially since he hadn't thought of it first.
No, but I see no reason why we can't use them to check speeding from the air. Pretend they've got fancy computers to do that. Then the pilots radio troopers on the ground to go after the bastards.
The governor's intestines were crawling again, as if they had someplace to go in a hurry.
All we've got to do is post warning signs on the roads out there, and people will be scared into believing they'll be arrested, even if there isn't a helicopter or a trooper within 10 miles.
I see. A bluff.
Of course. Now, you go to work on that right away.
The governor needed to end the discussion instantly.
Get back with me on the proposal, and we'll issue a press release before the day is out.
Using aviation to catch speeders is not a good idea, Trader warned him. It's going to hurt your rating in the polls and create an explosive situation.
Governor Crim's gut was already creating an explosive situation, and he shot up from his leather chair as he ordered Trader out. Moments later, as Crim sat behind a closed door with the fan going, he wondered who Trooper Truth really was, and if there might be a way to influence what he posted on the internet. How helpful it would be if the governor could get a thoughtful, philosophical person to disseminate Crim's ideas and beliefs. Crim reached for the portable phone on the shelf near the toilet paper.
"Who's this?"
Crim asked when a man answered.
"Trooper Markovich,"
came the hesitant reply from the Executive Protection Unit's outpost in the basement of the Executive Mansion. Thorlo Markovich recognized the governor's voice immediately and hoped the governor didn't recognize his. Or maybe if he was lucky, the governor had already forgotten the incident that had occurred in the mansion's billiards room the other night. It was also possible the governor hadn't seen it, because he couldn't see much of anything these days. But that youngest Crim daughter would remember Markovich all right. He had never seen anyone pitch such a fit over losing a game of pool, yelling obscenities and ordering Markovich to stay in the basement and never come upstairs again, which was seriously interfering with his duties.
"Trooper Truth,"
Crim started to say as a cramp doubled him over.
"You all right, sir?"
Markovich was surprised and alarmed.
"Whew, what's that noise?"
"You got any idea who this Trooper Truth person is?"
The governor could barely talk.
"No, sir, but everybody's sure talking about him." "What's that? Sounds like somebody ripping bubble wrap. You sure you all right, sir?" "Woo! It sounds like somebody shooting a gun in the Capitol. It ain't safe. I'll be right there."
"No, don't come here,"
the governor blurted out as gases pushed against his organs, struggling to escape.
"Find out who Trooper Truth, who he is. Make that your mission, you hear me? And tell the kitchen staff I want a light supper tonight. For God's sake, no apples or ham. Maybe seafood."
"From Virginia, I guess, sir."
Makovich was relieved. Clearly the governor didn't remember him.
"As long as it's not shad roe."
"Don't believe they catch shad roe this time of year. I can fly a state helicopter to Tangier Island and pick up fresh blue crabs, if that would please you, sir,"
Makovich added with reluctance, because he hated going to Tangier Island.
"And maybe trout."
"That's it,"
the governor said, startled both by an idea and what sounded to Makovich like a deflating hot air balloon.
"We'll start with Tangier Island. You troopers can put the first speed trap over there. Did you know they used to welcome Blackbeard on that island? Bunch of pirates, that's what they are. Well, I'll show them."
"They don't have posted speed limits on Tangier,"
Makovich pointed out, and he wasn't clear on what speed traps the governor meant.
"Most of them Tangerians ride around in golf carts, sir, or in little boats, and they already don't get along with the rest of Virginia. You mind if I ask what speed traps you're talking about?"
"We don't have a name for it yet."
Governor Krim mopped sweat off his face as his gut continued to play against him in a loud, painful percussion.
"Forget the seafood. You can just pick it up when you paint the speed traps on the island first thing tomorrow. Now listen here, trooper. Get up with Trader, and he'll brief you. We're going to make life's highways safe again, just like Trooper Truth said in that riddle on his website."
Makovich did not recall noticing a riddle on the Trooper Truth website, or anything at all that might have compelled the governor to decide that speed traps should be set on a remote island in the Chesapeake Bay with a population of less than 700 people. Makovich sure didn't want to be dragged into anything that had to do with Tangier Island, where there wasn't a single African-American resident. In fact, when he was ordered to fly there to pick up seafood, he got the distinct impression that he was the only African-American the islanders had ever seen, except for ones on TV and in the catalogs the mailboats brought in. Makovich left the mansion and lit up a Salem light as he walked around Capitol Square, not especially eager to have a word with the press secretary about this or anything else. That son-of-a-bitch Major Trader couldn't be trusted, and everybody knew it, except the governor. "Whew," Makovich worried from inside his cloud of smoke. If the state police started picking on those Tangier people, there was going to be nothing but trouble.
"Let me ask you something,"
Makovich asked as he walked into Trader's office.
"You ever been to Tangier Island or even met a Tangerian?"
"It's not the sort of place I would visit."
Trader was perched over his keyboard and eating a chili dog that one of his assistants had brought him for a snack.
"How many times do I have to tell you to take your sunglasses off when you're inside a building or it's after dark? I've worked very hard to change the image of all you troopers so the public doesn't perceive you as a bunch of thick-headed brutes."
He gobbled up half the hot dog in one mouthful and dribbled mustard on his stained, unfashionable tie.
"Just because you're plainclothes EPU and fly around in helicopters doesn't mean you can go against protocol and make everybody look bad."
"Whew, we're gonna look bad, all right,"
Makovich retorted, leaving his sunglasses on.
"We go roaring into that island with our big helicopters and start handing out speeding tickets. Those people are gonna do something about it."
"I believe that would be a mistake."
Trader wiped his flabby lips with a greasy napkin and strategized quickly. The governor had yet to inform him that the first speed traps would be set on Tangier Island, but he wasn't about to let Makovich sense as much.
"We'll lock every one of them in jail,"
he added, as if he had already given much thought to the consequences should the islanders rebel.
"Oh, now that's a good one, Mr. Press Secretary," Makovich said sarcastically. "Let's lock up the entire island of fishermen, women, and children, not to mention all the old folks. We got highway pirates running around loose out there beating the shit out of innocent truck drivers and smuggling dope into Canada, but we're gonna make sure none of them Tangerians go too fast in their golf carts."
Trader licked his fingers and wiped them on his voluminous trousers.
"I wouldn't push my luck if I were you," he snipped. "Not after you cheated at pool the other night. Naughty, naughty."
"I didn't cheat,"
Makovich bellowed so loudly that other state employees poked their heads out of offices up and down the hall.
"The First Family certainly thinks you did, and it's just fortunate for you that the governor has more important matters on his mind," Trader retorted haughtily.
I'd hate to be the one who reminds him that you aren't very popular in the mansion these days. You certainly wouldn't be the first EPU trooper to find himself back in uniform riding around in a car all day and night.
Well, Superintendent Hammer ain't gonna do that to me, 'cause then who's gonna fly the governor's old blind ass around, huh? Who's gonna fly the first family's lazy big asses around, huh?
Would you please lower your voice? Trader raised his. Makovich stepped closer to the faux colonial desk, his sunglasses glaring at Trader.
In case you've forgotten, Makovich snarled, we're down to 2 helicopter pilots 'cause First Lady Krim runs them all off.
Makovich turned to walk out, then spun back around.
And guess what else, Trader? Life ain't no big plantation anymore, and one of these days you're gonna wake up and find yourself smack in the goddamn middle of Gone with the Wind.
Unique first had never seen Gone with the Wind or read the novel, but she could relate to the expression. She had always been able to disappear without a trace, and as a child had discovered that if she rearranged her molecules while trespassing or breaking into her neighbors' homes, she would become invisible. She followed the cobblestone of Shockoe Slip and slipped inside Tobacco Company, an upscale restaurant and bar in a renovated old tobacco warehouse not far from the river. Unique sat near the piano and ordered a beer and began to smoke as she relived last night. Acting as a decoy for the highway pirates was getting boring, if she were to be honest about it. The road dogs she had begun to associate with months ago were small-minded and stoned most of the time. Their leader in particular was frying his brain with booze and pot, and was so out of it that Unique no longer bothered having sex with him. She tapped an ash and signaled the waitress to bring another beer, as she felt the stare of a woman sitting alone at the bar.
You from out of town?
The woman asked, and her strong energy and hot eyes registered clearly on Unique's sexual radar.
In and out,
Unique evasively replied with her sweet smile.
Oh.
The woman got up and marveled over this pretty woman's unique way of expressing herself.
Mind if I join you?
She set her beer down on Unique's table and pulled out a chair.
My name's TT, which is really funny now that this Trooper Truth stuff is all over the place. You won't believe it, but people who know me and even strangers all of a sudden got this crazy notion that my initials, TT, stand for Trooper Truth, and just because I wrote for my high school newspaper, I'm supposedly Trooper Truth but don't want anybody to know.
Unique held TT's gaze and sipped beer.
Well, I'm not, TT went on, but I wish like hell I was, because that's a new mystery in this town. Who is Trooper Truth? What's the truth about Trooper Truth? Like his Robin Hood or something. You got any guesses? And you sure have amazing hair. You must brush it all the time.
I don't know,
Unique replied as TT bounced her foot and fidgeted nervously like a schoolboy with a crush.
My car's broke down. Maybe you could give me a ride home?
Sure, TT said. Hey, no problem. Man, you got such a quiet voice. Sorry about your car. Man, that's such a bitch when your car fucks up, you know?
TT continued to rattle on as she smacked a $10 bill on the bar and put on her leather biker's jacket. She usually wasn't this successful when she tried to pick up women, but it was about damn time her luck changed. TT worked for the state and had to wear dresses and other feminine attire in the office, where no one knew the truth about her private life. So the only opportunity she had for assuaging her loneliness was to dress the part and hang out in bars at night and on weekends. This was expensive and largely unproductive, and her hands were shaking with excitement as she let Unique into her old Honda.
Which way?
TT asked as she pulled out onto Carey Street.
Let's go down to the dock, you know, off Canal. I love looking at the river. We'll walk on Belle Island,
Unique replied in her tiny, hushed voice, as her purpose, as she thought of it, throbbed inside her, and a slow burn of ancient rage began to consume her brain. Minutes later, she and TT got out of the Honda and stood along the water, the chilled September air blowing Unique's hair like black fire. There wasn't another person around, and it vaguely penetrated Unique's spell that TT was incredibly stupid to wander off with a perfect stranger, And how dare she just assume that Unique was of her persuasion and would be interested? How incredibly stupid the other ones had been, too. Unique took TT's hand, and they walked over a footbridge that led to Belle Island, where Union soldiers had been imprisoned during the Civil War. The island was densely wooded and cut with bike paths and trails. Unique pulled TT behind a tree and began to kiss and fondle her into a frenzy.
I want you to have a unique experience,
Unique whispered as she dug her tongue in TT's mouth and slipped a box cutter out of a pocket. Chapter 3. Major Trader had served in the Krim administration long enough to realize several things. First, the governor did indeed have a lot on his mind, and was therefore easily persuaded to endorse a policy or suggestion that differed from his original conception. Second, as if he weren't already confused and almost blind, he was forgetful and easily distracted, especially if his bowels acted up. Third, Trader was best served if he stole good ideas and blamed other people for bad ones. As Trader sat in his office looking out the window at Makovich's cloud of smoke retreating across the graceful Capitol grounds, he considered the governor's positions on various agendas and reminded himself that Krim had been pounded repeatedly for transportation problems throughout the Commonwealth. Traffic continued to be impossibly congested, and motorists were getting increasingly hostile in Northern Virginia. Roads and bridges were falling apart. Trains did not always run on time, or at all, and were overcrowded, and nobody liked to fly anymore. The governor was blamed for all of it, and more. Although Trader did not intend to give Makovich credit for warning him about the people of Tangier, Trader was certain that the governor's latest notion about speed traps on the island was going to be met with stinging resentment, and it was therefore probably best to give someone else the credit. He jotted some quick notes on a pad of paper, wondering what the new initiative should be called. He tried Speed Check Aviation Regulation, but decided SCAR wasn't quite what he was looking for. But he was rather pleased with SCARE, which could be an acronym for Speed Check Aviation Regulation Emergency. Yes, he thought, that could work very well. Scare would make the governor's point about scaring people into behaving, and emergency hinted to the public that the governor believed that stopping speeders on Tangier Island and elsewhere was a matter of life and death. No matter what Trooper Truth leaked about pirates, the public wouldn't pay any attention, because citizens would be in a lather about speed traps. Trader tried the governor's private line.
Yes?
Krim sounded weak and bleary.
I think I've come up with something. How would scare work for you?
Trader tapped his pen on his notepad.
It certainly sends the message you want. Just imagine scare painted on signs across the Commonwealth.
Krim's rump was raw. He was shaky and soaked in cold sweat. And as he tried to remember what he and Trader might have talked about right before Krim's terrible gastrointestinal eruption, all the governor could piece together was something about Trooper Truth's riddle. The governor sat down in his big leather chair, picked up the magnifying glass, and discovered a new pile of memos and news clips.
Now where did those come from?
Where did what come from? You mean the scare signs?
Trader was befuddled, which was fairly routine when he talked to the governor.
Oh, I see.
It was a figure of speech, of course.
I suppose you're talking about scaring Trooper Truth into telling the truth about who he is. I suppose he could be a she. I don't feel well and really can't discuss this further.
I was talking about the speed traps.
Trader hated it when the governor cut him off.
We have to come up with a name for the program, and I thought scare would do exactly what you were hoping.
Nonsense.
The governor suddenly remembered the gist of their earlier conversation.
If you call something scare, then everybody on Tangier Island will know the point is to scare them, and they'll suspect it's an empty threat. Come up with a name that sounds more bureaucratic and rather meaningless, then the islanders will take it seriously.
Well, those islanders are going to be difficult, as I've already said.
Trader took credit for warning the governor.
Just remember you heard it from me first, so don't blame me if there's controversy.
If I look bad, I most assuredly will blame you.
As you should, Trader said. But don't let my warning stop you from laying down the law, Governor.
Trader had long since mastered the art of doublespeak.
I think we should send a helicopter down there immediately and try out our program, don't you?
We send helicopters down there anyway to pick up my seafood, so I don't see why not.
That's exactly my point, Trader agreed.
Trader hung up and scribbled on his notepad for an hour, trying every combination of meaningless words he could conjure up or find in the thesaurus. By the end of the afternoon, he came up with VASCAR, which stood for Visual Average Speed Computer, more or less, and implied that if a motorist was visibly speeding, then an objective non-human device, a computer, would decide if the person was guilty by calculating the average speed he was going when he moved from point A to point B. Points A and B would be white stripes painted across pavements that could easily be spotted from the air. Trader was certain the acronym would be appropriately confusing and bureaucratic enough to strike fear in the hearts of all. Most important, he would make sure that any public outrage would be directed at the state police and not the governor or him.
This is brilliant,
he happily thought as he logged onto the internet using an alias screen name. A scheme was rapidly unfolding in his mind, and there was much to do. He pulled up the Trooper Truth website, his pulse breaking into a gallop. Nothing excited him more than his own cleverness and skills at manipulation. He would make sure the news of VASCAR raced through cyberspace and alerted people around the world that Virginia would not tolerate speeders, and never had, and that the Commonwealth was a big bully that sent in powerful helicopters to persecute an island of quiet watermen, few of whom owned cars. He would see to it that citizens were furious and complained directly to State Police Superintendent Judy Hammer, thus diverting transportation criticism and pirate problems away from the governor, and, of course, away from Trader. Hammer was new, not a Virginian, and therefore an easy target. Trader didn't like her anyway. Superintendents in the past had always been burly, tough men from old Virginia families, and they understood pecking orders and paid appropriate respect to the press secretary, who ultimately controlled what the governor thought and what the public believed. Hammer was a disgrace. She was a blunt, confrontational female who often wore pants, and when Trader had met her the day she was interviewed for the superintendent's position, she had looked through him as if he were air, and hadn't laughed at or even noticed his off-color anecdotes and jokes. Trader's fingers paused on the computer keyboard, and then he began to compose an email. Dear Trooper Truth, I read your brief explanation with great interest and hope you can address the concern of an old woman like me who never married and lives alone and is afraid to drive because of all the crazies on the road, including those awful pirates. But I certainly don't think the answer is speed traps and helicopters that go roaring after honest citizens. VASCAR is going to start another civil war, and I hope you will address this in your next essay. Sincerely, a friend. Trader didn't intentionally put a period after the A, and he didn't notice the typo as he hit Send Now. He realized his mistake when he got a response moments later. Dear Miss A. Friend, thank you for your interest. I'm very sorry you are lonely and afraid to drive. That makes me sad, and please feel free to write me any time. What is VASCAR? Trooper Truth. Major Trader decided he might as well be Miss A. Friend from now on, and he fired off another email. Dear Trooper Truth, I'm so pleased you would take the time to answer a lonely old woman. Superintendent Hammer knows what VASCAR is. It was her idea. I'm surprised you haven't heard all about the speed trap she's going to put on Tangier Island, and can't help but suspect she got the idea from your brief explanation. I applaud you for influencing her to make an example of people who were once in bed with pirates and now take advantage of tourists. Sincerely, Miss A. Friend. Trader chortled as he dashed off a memo to Hammer. It was brief and confusing, and was accompanied by a press release that was to be circulated immediately on orders of the governor.
What the hell is this?
Hammer asked when her secretary, Windy Breeze, handed her a fax from the governor's office that informed her of a new speed monitoring program called VASCAR.
New to me,
replied Windy.
What a stupid name. I mean, it doesn't mean anything if you ask me, except it reminds me of NASCAR, the National Association for Stock Car Racing, and I bet the governor didn't think about that. Just another example of not looking before you leak.
Hammer read the memo and press release several times, furious that the governor would implement a state police program without conferring with her first. "God damn it," she muttered. "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. We're going to start using helicopters to monitor how fast drivers are going, and the first target is Tangier Island, the news of which is to remain classified until white reflective stripes have been painted on what few roads they have out there. Get the governor on the phone for me immediately," Hammer ordered Windy. "He's probably in his office. Tell whoever answers that it's urgent." Windy returned to her desk and rang up the governor's office, knowing it would do no good. The governor never returned Hammer's calls and had not met with her once since he appointed her. Windy had learned to fabricate elaborate excuses for her inability to get the governor to respond to Hammer.
"One thing's for sure,"
Windy often told the other secretaries and clerks when they were outside on smoking breaks.
"A stitch in the hand is worth two in the butt."
Which was her way of saying that by fudging to her boss, Windy was taking preventive measures so she didn't get her ass kicked when she had to tell Hammer that the governor, as usual, couldn't be bothered with his female state police superintendent. Windy's acquaintances and colleagues had long since stopped correcting Windy's malapropisms, and by now, no matter how badly she mangled a cliché, most people knew what she meant, and in fact became vague about what the cliché was supposed to be, and ended up reciting the mangled ones. This was maddening to Hammer, who was repeatedly subjected to her staff writing off into the sunset, or accusing someone of marching to a different color.
"Superintendent Hammer?"
Windy hovered in the doorway.
"I'm sorry, but the governor can't be reached at the moment. Apparently he's in transition."
Hammer looked up from a stack of reports and memos she was reviewing. "What do you mean he's in transition?"
"Traveling somewhere, maybe even walking back to the mansion, I'm not sure."
"He's in transit?"
"Or on his way there, I guess."
Windy got more tangled up in her fib.
"But I don't think anybody can reach him right now, to cut to the point, so it's not just you."
"Of course it's just me." Hammer looked at the Vascar memo again, wondering how she would handle the administration's latest and perhaps most damaging lame-brain decision. "He's not going to talk to me, and you can stop trying to make me feel better about it."
"Well, it's not nice of him."
Windy put her hands on her hips.
"And I hope you won't get mad at me just because of how he treats you. It's not fair to shoot the messenger."
"Kill the messenger," Hammer irritably thought. "You shoot the piano player and kill the messenger. My God, I can't stop thinking in cliches, and I hate cliches."
"One of the men I was dating last month told me that the only reason the governor appointed you is because he's always getting bad press about all our highway problems and needs someone he can pass the scapegoat to," Windy said. "And I don't think you should blame yourself for that or take it personal."
Hammer could not believe she had inherited such a hairball for a secretary. If only it weren't so difficult to fire state employees. No wonder the last superintendent had retired early with a heart condition and Parkinson's disease. But what the hell had been on his mind when he hired Windy Breeze? For starters, how do you get past her name? And it should have been apparent the first time she opened her mouth that she was an embarrassment and incompetent, a perky little idiot caked with makeup who minced about, tilting her head this way and that, in an attempt to appear submissive and cute and in need of powerful men to take care of her. It was past 6 p.m., and Hammer packed up her briefcase and headed home. She drove through downtown feeling certain that Vascar was going to ruin her career, and there didn't seem to be a thing she could do about it. Was it merely coincidental that the very day Andy launched a website that was supposed to make the state police look good, the governor had decided to launch a program that would make the state police look bad? Was it mere chance that Andy had rather much slammed Tangier Island by indicating that it had once been a nest for pirates, and now the governor was going after the islanders? Not to mention, she was desperately short of helicopter pilots, and the few troopers left in the aviation unit needed to spend their time looking for criminals in marijuana fields as opposed to tracking speeders on a tiny island or elsewhere. Hammer brooded about Andy as she continued working herself into a state of fulminating paranoia. She should never have allowed him to write his internet essays uncensored, but that had been part of the agreement.
"I'm not doing it if you edit me," he had told her last year. "One obvious reason for anonymity is that no one knows what Trooper Truth is going to say or has any control over it. Otherwise, the truth would be lost. If you read my essays before they're posted on the internet, Superintendent Hammer, then I know very well what you'll do. You're going to start worrying about criticisms, blame, and political problems. That's what bureaucrats focus on, unfortunately. Not that I'm calling you a bureaucrat."
"Of course that's what you're calling me," she had said, deeply offended. And maybe he was right, Hammer dismally thought as she followed East Broad Street toward her restored neighborhood of Church Hill. Maybe she was turning into a bureaucrat who was far too consumed by what people thought and said about her. What had happened to her firm but diplomatic way of dealing with complaints and demands from the public? She called Andy on her cell phone.
"We have a potential emergency," she told him. "The governor wants to put speed traps on Tangier Island, and all hell's going to break loose." "I heard about it," he said.
"How?" She was startled.
"I wish you had said something to me," Andy added in frustration as he sat in front of his computer, going through the hundreds of emails Trooper Truth had gotten so far this day. "I didn't even have a clue until Miss Friend sent me an email. I may need an assistant. I'll never keep up with all the mail I'm getting," he declared as his computer announced, "You've got mail," 4 more times.
"Vascar wasn't my idea, for God's sake," Hammer replied. "And who is Miss Friend? The focus right now should be on these outrageous hijackings and assaults, not on speeding. Andy, I need your help with this. We've got to figure out what to do."
"There's only one thing to do," he said as he typed. "I'll go to Tangier Island myself and paint a speed trap and see what the response is. Better I should do it than someone else, and I can use Trooper Truth to counter any negativity directed at you and the state police. And I'll show the public what a bad idea Vascar is, and maybe the governor will drop the damn program and let us work real crimes. All I need is a couple cans of reflective, fast-drying paint, a brush, a helicopter, and a little time to appropriately revise tomorrow's essay on mummies."
"What the hell do mummies have to do with anything?" Hammer protested. End of Side 1. Side 2. Mummies by Trooper Truth. Like most people, I grew up watching mummies in horror films. Having done a lot of archaeological research of late, I can tell you, the reader, that these terrifying depictions of a living dead person bound in strips of cloth aren't accurate or fair. Mummies can't hurt us, unless they spread an infectious disease from antiquity, which isn't likely, although I suspect you could suffer an adverse respiratory reaction after inhaling layers of dust in a creepy cold place. I suppose you could injure yourself while looking for a mummy, or find yourself lost deep inside a pyramid and die of thirst and starvation, or you could certainly encounter a grave robber and get into a violent altercation. In death investigation, the term mummy refers to a dead person whose body has been exposed to extreme cold or aridness. Instead of decomposing, the body dries out and can remain in this state of preservation for decades or hundreds of years. This type of mummy, which typically shows up in cellars or the desert, is not a true mummy, but you can rest assured that anthropologists and others will refer to dried-out bodies as mummified because the term is here to stay. I will admit that it probably sounds better for an expert witness to say a victim was mummified than to admit that the poor soul was shriveled up and dried out and looked like a skeleton covered with shoe leather. The word mummy is derived from the Arabic word for bitumen, which in the original Persian form meant wax. So mummy is a substance such as bitumen, which is a type of asphalt used in Asia Minor, and a mummy is a person or animal that has been preserved by artificial means, although it would not be accurate in modern times to refer to an embalmed body as a mummy. The reason for this is simple. Bodies embalmed with formaldehyde are not necessarily well preserved. If you dig up an embalmed body 100 years later, depending on where it was buried, you are probably going to find that the dead person isn't as well preserved as a 1,000-year-old Egyptian mummy. In our society, we do not fill the embalmed person's belly with pure myrrh, cassia, and other perfumes, nor do we stuff bitumen into the limbs or steep the body in the mineral natron for 70 days before tightly binding it in strips of flaxen cloth that are then smeared with gum, which is what the Egyptians often used instead of glue. A modern embalmed body is not placed inside a human-shaped wooden case that is leaned up against a wall inside a cool, dry sepulchre. I'm not saying that you couldn't preserve your dead loved one in this ancient manner, assuming you are able to find a trained scribe to mark the body for the embalming incision, and then a practitioner called a ripper-up to assist with a sharp Ethiopian stone before he flees, because the Egyptians considered it a crime for anyone to physically violate the dead, even if the ripper-up was legitimately hired to do so, according to the Greek historian Diodorus. And assuming you're willing to pay for it, a deluxe embalming in the Egyptian fashion costs about 1 talent of silver, which is approximately $400, depending on inflation and the exchange rate. Not so long ago, my interest in mummies led me to Argentina, where scientists were in the midst of doing numerous tests on them, such as MRIs, CAT scans, and DNA needle biopsies. I got in touch with National Geographic to see if I might be allowed to visit the mummies, and I was told okay, as long as I didn't say a word about it until after the cover story was published. It was a cool, bright morning when I arrived in Salta, a city in northwestern Argentina that has become a center of archaeological investigations of Inca and other pre-Columbian Indian cultures. There I joined the archaeologists who had headed the expedition on an Andean volcano peak on the Argentine-Chilean border, where they had discovered 3 perfectly preserved 500-year-old mummies of Inca children who had been offered as ritual sacrifices and buried with gold, silver, and pots of food. The archaeologists took me in a jeep along a dusty road to Catholic University, where a small building had been turned into a temporary laboratory that was heavily patrolled by guards armed with machine guns. Grave robbers, like pirates, have remained a constant threat to our society, even in remote locations. As I watched the archaeologists carry the first small bundle from a freezer and set it on a paper-covered examination table, I realized that unwrapping the frozen remains of 2 Inca girls and a boy who had been killed half a millennium ago was not unlike my work in car accidents and violent crime scenes. The major difference is that in archaeology, the artifacts and causes of death are studied with no thought of bringing anyone to justice, but rather to interpret a mysterious and elusive past, which in this case was that of a people who had no written language but revealed their history through elaborate textile weaving and art. I confess that I didn't care much about diseases, diets, costumes, and customs, but was preoccupied with whether the Inca children had been unconscious due to altitude and ritual alcoholic drinks like chicha, corn beer, when they were buried alive. I wondered what the 2 girls and boy thought when they were dressed in fine woven outfits, feathered headdresses, and jewelry, and taken by processions up 22,057 feet to the summit of Mount Yuyayaco. I hoped they didn't know what was happening when they were wrapped in cloth and placed sitting up in deep graves that the Incas finally filled with rocks and earth in hopes that the gods would be pleased. I can still envision the faces of those 3 murdered children, especially the boy, who was possibly around 8 years old when he was dressed in fur-trimmed moccasins and a silver bracelet and sent on his journey to the afterlife with 2 extra pairs of sandals and a sling for hunting. His expression was one of distress and protest, and his knees were drawn in a fetal position, his ankles tightly bound with cord. I suspected he had been alert and none too happy about his role in religion, and I had a bad feeling that he resisted and was awake as he was smothered with soil and stone. The girls, possibly 8 and 14, were not bound and looked rather placid, but oddly, one of their graves had been struck by lightning, and when the little mummy was unwrapped in the makeshift lab in Salta, I could still smell the odor of burned human flesh. It seemed to me that the Almighty had let the Incas know that he wasn't pleased in the least about their burying little children alive. Not much ever changes, I'm sorry to say. Continuing to research our past, I spent time at the Jamestown excavation site and made pilgrimages to Great Britain, trying to connect the first settlers with those who had gotten stalled in the Thames. I explored Isle of Dogs downriver mud, marshes, bars and car parks, and the Millennium Dome that rises like a giant poached egg spiked with gold-painted cranes. But I could find no trace of John Smith or his fellow travelers, and not one living person who could remember a thing. Nor did anyone in the pubs and alehouses I visited seem remotely impressed with the little-known fact that Tangier Island has an Isle of Dogs connection because Tangier was discovered by Captain John Smith in 1608. What I'm leading up to, my new reader friends, is unfortunate news. Tangier Island has been discovered again, and not just by tourists interested in crab cakes. Unseemly people in power have decided to use the simple islanders to make political points, and this is unfair, regardless of the waterman's tainted pirate past. I will address this in unvarnished detail soon. Be careful out there. Chapter 4. Hammer closed the Trooper Truth file in frustration and befuddlement. What did Andy think he was doing? What did mummies in Jamestown have to do with the current problems in Virginia and crime? This was all most inappropriate and destined to cause nothing but problems, she thought as she slammed a drawer shut, and wished someone knew how to make a decent coffee in this place. How was she supposed to feel after reading his mummy essay? It was a few minutes past 8, and everyone at headquarters, it seemed, was reading Trooper Truth, and the comments were an audible buzz in offices up and down the halls. Hammer had been shocked and unnerved when she'd heard Billy Bob in the morning talking about the mummy essay on the radio as she was driving to work.
Hey, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna start a contest right here on Billy Bob in the Morning. Our listeners out there can call us up with a guess about who the real Trooper Truth is. Cool? And whoever gets it right wins a special prize that we'll figure out later. Wow, look at that. Our switchboard's already lighting up. Hello? This is Billy Bob in the Morning. You're on the air, and who's this?
Wendy?
Hammer couldn't believe it when her secretary's high-pitched voice had drifted out of the car radio. Based on the poor connection, Hammer assumed Wendy was calling on her cell phone, probably from her car as she drove to work.
So tell us, Wendy, who's Trooper Truth?
I think it's the governor, only he probably has a ghost pen.
Hammer fussed with paperwork at her desk, her ear trained toward Wendy's adjoining office. The minute the secretary blew through the door and dropped her lunch bag on the desk, Hammer jumped up from her chair and swooped in on her.
How could you do such a numbskull thing? Hammer demanded. And what the hell is a ghost pen?
Oh!
Wendy was thrilled, but a bit taken aback by Hammer's ire.
You must have heard me on the radio. Don't worry, I just said I was Wendy and didn't give my last name or say where I work. What ghost pen? Oh, yeah. You know, someone who gets someone else to secretly write for him, probably because he's not a good writer.
I think you have ghostwriter and pen name mixed up, Hammer said with controlled fury as she paced in front of Wendy's desk and then thought to shut the outer door. Don't I have enough trouble with the governor without you calling up a goddamn radio station and accusing him of being Trooper Truth?
How do you know he's not?
Wendy touched up her lipstick.
This isn't about how I know or don't know anything. It's about indiscretion and poor judgment, Wendy.
I bet you know who Trooper Truth is,
Wendy said coyly, giving Hammer a little flutter of heavily mascara-coated eyelashes.
Come on, tell me. I just bet the band you know exactly who he is. Is he cute? How old is he? Is he single?
Before this moment, Hammer had given little thought to what it might feel like if people started asking her if she knew who Trooper Truth was. It wasn't her nature to lie unless an arrest or confession required it, or she was leaving for a trip and hid the suitcases and assured Popeye she'd be right back. Why Hammer would think of Popeye this very moment was hard to say, but images of her beloved Boston Terrier, who had been stolen during the summer, knocked Hammer hard and forced her to retreat into her private office, where she shut the door and took deep breaths. Tears welled up inside her. "Hammer," she brusquely said when her private line rang.
"It's Andy."
She could barely hear him and sniffed loudly, steadying herself. We've got a terrible connection, Hammer said. Are you on the island?
Roger. Just letting you know we landed at 0800.
I'm on Janders Road. Figured that might be a good one. Not as heavily traveled as... and stupid. Who cares? You're breaking up, Andy, Hammer said. And we've got to talk about this morning's essay. I can't believe it. This can't continue. Hello? Hello, are you there? The line was dead. Damn it, Hammer muttered. Tangier Island had no cell antennas, and few of the watermen used cell phones or the internet or cared a whit about Trooper Truth. But it wasn't lost on any of the islanders that a state police helicopter had chopped in from the bay and landed at the airstrip only an hour ago. Ginny Crockett, for one, had been looking out her window ever since. She took a moment to feed her cat, Sookie, and when she returned to the living room of her neat pink-painted house, she saw a state trooper in his gray uniform and big hat painting a wide, bright white line across the broken pavement of Janders Road. The inexplicable and ominous stripe began right in front of the whatnot shop on the other side of weeds pushing up through broken pavement, and was headed straight for the family cemetery in Ginny's front yard. Water ran coolly in her crab farm's 3 steel tanks just off the porch in the shade of crabapple trees. Peelers, as blue crabs in the process of shedding their shells are called, were out of season and would not be looking up at tourists with resentful telescope eyes the rest of this year. But that didn't stop Ginny from posting a sign and charging tourists a quarter to take a peek at the big Jimmy, or male crab, she kept in one of the tanks. In fact, she had named the crab Jimmy, and so far he had earned her $20.50. Maybe that trooper was only pretending to be painting the road so he could spy on her. The authorities were always snooping, it seemed, to find out if people like Ginny were paying taxes on the revenue their entrepreneurial activities earned. The islanders had learned over the decades that tourists would buy anything. All you had to do was nail together a little wooden box, saw a slit in its top, set it somewhere, and post a notice saying what you were selling and giving its price. The most popular items were recipes and street maps written and drawn by hand and photocopied on colorful paper. Ginny walked to her chain-link fence to get a closer look at the trooper working his way across the street with a wide brush and a can of special paint that, based on what Ginny could make out on the label, promised to be waterproof, to dry quickly, and to glow in the dark. He was a young, handsome fellow moving slowly in a crab-like fashion, and to give him credit, he didn't appear to be enjoying himself very much.
"You hadn't oughter do that,"
Ginny complained that no one should be painting up the road.
"It ain't fittin',"
she added loudly in the odd, musical way the people of Tangier have expressed themselves since emigrating from England centuries ago and remaining in a tightly closed population on their speck of an island. Andy fixed dark glasses on her and noticed right off that she had the worst dentures he had ever seen. When he had stopped off in the whatnot shop earlier to buy Evian, he had noticed 2 other island women inside, and they also had terrible dental work.
Does your island have a dentist?
Andy asked the old woman who was watching him suspiciously from the other side of her chain-link fence.
"Every week he come in from the Main,"
she reluctantly replied, because the dentist was a sore subject, and all her neighbors tended to deal with it by denying what was obvious.
The same one been coming here for a while?
Andy asked from his squatting position on the street. He had stopped painting for a moment.
"Yeah, one and the same been comin' to Tangier for so long I disremember when,"
she replied, more self-conscious than unfriendly now, her lips crinkled like crepe paper around big fakey teeth.
"There are a lot of bad dentists out there," Andy said gently. "Everybody I've seen here so far has clearly had an astonishing amount of dental work, ma'am. And although it's none of my business, maybe you folks ought to consider getting a different dentist, or at least having the one you use thoroughly investigated."
His comment and his bright, perfect natural teeth cut Ginny to the wick, which was Tangier talk for saying something went deep and caused excruciating pain. It wasn't that the islanders didn't quietly gossip at gatherings about the visiting dentist, but without him they would have no one.
"I don't suppose you read Trooper Truth," Andy said to her as he resumed painting the stripe. "But he has some interesting things to say about facing the truth, in fact demanding truth. But the only way you get truth, ma'am, is to stare what you fear straight in the eye, whether it's a mummy or a shifty, harmful dentist.
Ginny was unnerved and had no idea what to make of this young trooper with his kind ways that didn't seem to fit with his threatening uniform and his trespassing and violating the road in front of her house.
"Now, don't you be throwing off about this stripe like you ain't painting it right afore my very eyes," she declared, changing the subject.
"I'm not," Andy said. "I have to paint this speed trap on the orders of the governor, ma'am."
Ginny had never heard of such a thing and was instantly inflamed. There were fewer than 20 gas-powered land vehicles on the entire island, most of them rusting pickup trucks used for hauling things. Pretty much everybody either walked or got around on golf carts, scooters, mopeds, or bicycles. Tangier was less than 3 miles long and not even a mile wide. Only 650 people lived here, and why would the governor care if one of them got a little frisky in his golf cart? Life was slow on the island. Roads were barely wider than footpaths, few of them paved, and one wrong turn could send you headlong into a marsh. Speeding on land had never been a community problem, and in fact, Ginny had never heard of the mayor or the town council taking up this particular issue.
"Well, they's many a road on the main, and you don't need to be a-painting up ours. Don't you stop that, afore you're going to catch it, young feller."
Andy wasn't sure what the island woman had just said to him, but he detected a threat.
"Just doing my job," he said, dipping the brush in the paint can.
"What happened you drive over it?"
Ginny pointed at the wet-painted line on the road.
"Nothing yet,"
Andy explained in an ominous tone, in hopes he might encourage the woman to complain and provide him with a few good quotes for the next Trooper Truth essay.
"I've got to paint another one exactly 1/4 of a mile from this one. Then when our helicopters patrol the island, the pilots can time how long it takes for a vehicle to get from stripe to stripe. Vascar will tell us exactly how fast you're going."
"Hee, Jiminy Criminy, they going to bring NASCAR here to Tangier?"
Ginny was shocked.
"Vascar," Andy repeated,
and he was thrilled that Virginians might confuse Vascar with NASCAR.
"It refers to a computer that knows if you're speeding."
"Then what?"
Ginny still didn't understand, and her mind was roaring with stock cars and drunken fans.
"Then a trooper on the ground goes after the speeder and gives him a citation."
"What he gonna recite at us?"
Ginny envisioned the young trooper in his big hat and dark glasses, sternly reprimanding some poor Tangierman on his bicycle, probably pointing his finger, trying to scare him as the trooper recited something like one of those Miranda warnings Ginny was always hearing about on programs she picked up on the satellite dish that was surrounded by glass balls and other yard ornaments.
"A ticket," Andy went on in a stern voice. "You know what a ticket is?"
His paintbrush found the edge of the pavement mere inches from Ginny's fence and all the dead family members whose headstones were worn smooth and tilting in different directions.
"We write you a ticket, and then you go down to the courthouse and pay a fine, cash or check."
He knew very well that Tangier Island did not have a bank, and a check in this old woman's mind was what the Coast Guard was always doing, or what the tourists got when they ate the crab cakes and corn pudding at Hilda Crockett's Chesapeake house.
"How much you make us pay when we get warranted if we do?"
Ginny was getting increasingly alarmed. Andy stood up and stretched his aching back as he struggled to decipher what the woman had just said to him. Then he recalled his visit to the whatnot shop right before he had started painting the stripe, and overhearing 2 Tangier women whispering about him, and saying something about someone being warranted, and that they couldn't fathom who had done what, but it was probably that Shores boy who lived cross from the school. He's got more mouth than a sheep, and here his daddy's poor as Job's turkey. That's right, Hattie. Dern if his daddy don't foller the water even when it's the dog days, while that Mr. Nutters of his can't be learned nothin'. Spends all his time proggin', he does. Well, I swanny, funny boy ain't neither smarter than a ticky crab, Lula. So, warranted, Andy figured, must mean getting arrested. And according to Hattie and Lula, there was some island kid named Fonny Boy Shores who wasn't much help at home, had a smart mouth, didn't study, and preferred to spend his time wading along the shore and looking for things with a stick instead of contributing honest wages to his poor family.
"Fines for speeding depend on how many miles over the limit you were going,"
Andy informed the unhappy island woman. He didn't let on for a moment that he thought it was appalling to hand out citations based on ground speed checked from the air. Planes and helicopters had neither radar guns nor good views of license tags, and he could just imagine a pilot calculating the speed of a northbound white compact car, for example, and radioing a trooper in his marked car to go after the offender. The trooper would roar out from behind shrubbery in the median strip and flash and wail after the most likely northbound white compact car, selecting the vehicle from a scattered pack of white compact cars whizzing along the interstate. What a waste of Jet A fuel, taxpayers' money, and time.
It's $3 for every mile over, plus $30 for court costs, Andy summarized. What's your name, by the way?
Why do you want to know for?
Ginny backed up a step, threatened.
Do you ever use the internet?
She stared mutely at him.
No, it's not something you catch fish with,
Andy said, slightly frustrated and disappointed.
I don't guess you have PCs or modems out here.
He glanced around at small clapboard houses that lined the deteriorating road and eyed several golf carts bumping along in the distance.
Never mind about the internet, he added. But I would like to know your name, and if you give it to me, I can email it to Trooper Truth so he can quote you and let the world know what you think of the governor's new speed trap initiative.
Ginny was baffled.
It might bring more tourists to your crab tanks, he pointed at them. Those quarters add up, don't they?
It's well and all if I get me a quarter now and again,
Ginny said, trying to dilute her private tax-free enterprise.
But this time of year there are neither pailers to show for a quarter, and all I got is a Jimmy right in the tank there. Now he's a right big feller. But times is slow, and soon enough strangers will take themselves other places and won't be coming here.
You never know. Nothing like publicity. And maybe things will pick up a bit.
Andy tried to coax her into giving him her name.
People read about your big Jimmy, and they'll line up to take a look.
Ginny gave in and told the trooper who she was, because she sensed he wasn't a revenuer, but had other legal matters on his mind, and quarters did add up. A lot of people these days, it was her observation, didn't think twice about tossing away quarters, dimes, and nickels, and of course, pennies. Not that she was fond of pennies, not hardly. Everyone on the island was always trying to unload their pennies on their neighbors. The little brown coins circulated non-stop, and it had gotten to the point that Ginny recognized individual pennies and knew she'd been had when she shopped for groceries and was given an inordinate number of familiar pennies for change.
I don't want neither pennies,
she was constantly chiding Daisy Eskridge, the cashier at the island's only market.
Well, now, honey, I'm not trying to put them on you, but I have to give 'em out,
Daisy replied last time Ginny complained.
Leastwise I do since Wheezy Parks was in here buying some flour and soap and giving me more'n 400 pennies. I said I'd give her tick, but she was of a mind to chuck her pennies, and I can't be fitting all them pennies in my drawer, Ginny.
Ginny was still annoyed with Wheezy, who always refused to buy things on credit and was the island's biggest offender when it came to passing unwanted pennies. There was a pervasive and shameful rumor circulating along with the pennies that Wheezy was opening the money boxes late at night and exchanging her pennies for quarters, nickels, and dimes. Then, to make matters worse, the conniving woman was always getting rid of the rest of her pennies at every opportunity. Why, Wheezy probably had most of the silver change on the island, probably stashed in socks under her bed.
So, Miss Crockett, 10 miles over is $30 plus court costs.
The trooper was explaining a very complicated legal process, and Ginny drifted away from pennies and focused on him again.
15 is reckless driving, and the person could go to jail.
Lordy, you can't throw us in the jail,
Ginny protested. She was right, but not entirely. No one could be locked up on the island, which had neither a courthouse nor a jail. This clearly meant that anyone caught speeding would be deported to the mainland. The suggestion of such a thing excited primitive fears throughout the island the instant Ginny hurried down Jander's Road and cut over to Spanky's place, where Dipper Pruitt was spooning out homemade vanilla ice cream for 3 quiet Amish tourists in long dresses and hairnets.
"They's gonna lock all us in the jail on the main," Ginny exclaimed. "They's gonna turn the island into a racetrack."
The Amish women smiled shyly, counting out coveted silver change from tiny black purses, placing 1 shiny coin at a time on the counter, making not a sound. Ginny didn't see tourists from Pennsylvania often, and always marveled at the way they dressed and acted, and how pale their skin was. They could sail for hours on the Chesapeake breeze or the Captain Euless ferries and walk around the island all day without getting sunburned, windblown, or cold. They never helped themselves to porch rocking chairs, sat on gravestones, looked in the crab tanks without paying, or made comments about the exotic way the islanders talked. Ginny had never heard a single Amish person complain about Tangier's ban of alcohol or the early curfews that discouraged nightlife and swearing and made sure the watermen were home with their families and in bed early. If all strangers were like people from Pennsylvania, Ginny and her neighbors might not resent them quite so much.
God Almighty, who say we going to the jail?
Dipper wanted to know as she rinsed off ice cream paddles in a basin of tepid water.
And what they say we did? Going too fast in the golf carts,
Ginny replied as the Amish women silently walked back out into the cool, damp morning.
The police is painting stripes to warrant each and every one of us with helichoppers. By and by, they're going to make us leave for good so they can have NASCAR and make a barrel.
Within the hour, the entire fleet of white workboats the islanders called bateaux was speeding back in from the island's guts and cricks and the wide-open Chesapeake Bay. Small outboard motors hissed and sputtered like radiators as the watermen worked the throttles to the limit, responding to the threatening news about jails and NASCAR and the troopers' insulting comments about the islanders' dental work. A spotter plane was diverted from its quest for schools of fish bait and began circling Janders Road at a low altitude, careful not to get too close to the rusting crane that rose from the south hook of the island near the waste treatment plant and the airstrip made of dredge. Fortunately for Andy, the paint dried almost instantly, and therefore the growing crowd of unhappy women and children armed with garden hoses and buckets of water had little effect on his work. But he was getting nervous and having second thoughts about stirring up the locals to get them to offer truthful opinions for the sake of his essays. Maybe he shouldn't have let Trooper Makovich wait in the helicopter. Maybe this assignment was too dangerous to carry out alone. Andy hurried up with the stripe he was painting in front of the Gladstone Memorial Health Center, where Dr. Sherman Foe was drilling another tooth in Fonny Boy's mouth. Chapter 5. Governor Crimm's morning was not going well so far. He had gotten lost on his way down to breakfast and ended up in one of the mansion's parlors again, where he sat patiently in a Windsor chair waiting for Pony, the butler, to pour coffee from the antique spout lamp into the chamber stick on top of the nearby Chippendale lowboy. Crimm had misplaced the silver magnifying glass that he faithfully kept on the marble fireplace mantel in the master suite.
"Where am I?" he said, just in case someone might be nearby. "I don't want ham this morning, and I must have my coffee. Pony, come in here immediately. Why is it so chilly? I feel a draft."
Oh, dear,
First Lady Maud Crimm's voice floated into the parlor.
Is that you, Bedford?
"Who the hell else would it be?" the governor thundered. "Who took my magnifying glass? I think someone has taken it on purpose so I can't see what everybody is up to."
You always think that, dear.
Mrs. Crimm's heavy perfume entered the room, and her bedroom slippers whispered across the Brussels carpet.
There's no conspiracy, precious,
she lied as her blurry form bent over and kissed the top of his balding head. There was a conspiracy, and the First Lady knew it. She had an incurable addiction to collectibles, and her husband's failing eyesight and the Internet had, at long last, granted her ample opportunity to succumb to her vice. Most recently, Maud Crimm hadn't been able to resist trivets, for example, and over the past few months she had procured scores of them with turned handles, cherubs, lacy circles, tulips, grapes, scrolls, and God bless our home, some of them cast iron, some brass. When she was pecking away on the computer earlier this morning while the governor was snoring in bed and clenching his teeth, she had come across a wonderful buffed star and braid trivet that she could not stop thinking about. Her philosophy about shopping was to exercise restraint now and then by walking away from whatever she wanted, whether it was a new dress or a trivet, and see if the desired item continued to call out to her. If it did, then the purchase was imminent and meant to be. Her husband did not share her philosophy, and she had learned to keep her acquisitions out of sight, a task that was getting increasingly easier. All the same, his blind peregrinations throughout the mansion were becoming a great concern. One of these days, she feared, he was going to walk into one of the linen closets and clank into the growing stack of antique trivets on the heart of pine floor. The First Lady did not need another one of her husband's tirades. He hadn't yet gotten over her last collecting spree, when 38 early 19th century wick trimmers and a rare Monarch teeny-weeny toffee tin were delivered to the mansion. Of course, this was over a period of several days. Mrs. Crim was clever enough not to order everything at once, and to stagger the deliveries with Federal Express.
"Did you check the Lafayette room?"
Mrs. Crim asked her husband.
"Sometimes your magnifying glass ends up in there on the Sheraton chest next to the oil lamp. I believe I may have seen it near the two-part mirror the other day, now that I think of it."
"Why would it end up in the Lafayette room?" the governor sullenly responded. "We only let other governors and former presidents sleep in there. Someone's hiding it from me. What is it you don't want me to see around here?" he demanded as he got up from the spindly old chair.
"You know I never want you to not see anything, dear," she replied as she led him out of the parlor. "However, I did happen to read that dangerous troop of truth this morning. I don't suppose you've seen what he put on his website again," she added to divert his attention.
"What?"
The governor followed her and bumped into a tilt-top tea table in a sitting room, jostling a finger lamp.
"Did you print it out?"
"Of course I did," Mrs. Crim gravely said. "Since you can't find your magnifying glass, I'll have to read it to you, but I fear it will aggravate you, Bedford, and upset your submarine again."
The governor did not appreciate his wife's openly discussing his submarine, which was their pet name for his constitution.
"Who's here?"
he asked, squinting about, making sure no one was within earshot.
"Nobody's here, precious. Just you and me, and we're almost to the breakfast room. There, turn right and watch out for the lithograph. Oops, here, I'll straighten it."
He heard something scrape as she rearranged the lithograph he had just knocked with his large nose.
"I'll bang my head on that damn thing one more time,"
he threatened as he shuffled into the breakfast room and groped for a chair.
"What is it of, anyway?"
"William Penn's treaty with the Indians."
Mrs. Crim shook out a linen napkin and tucked it into the collar of her husband's dress shirt, which was buttoned crooked and did not match his paisley suspenders, green velvet vest, or striped necktie.
"This is not Philadelphia, and I fail to see why William Penn should be inside the mansion," the governor said. "Since when did that happen?"
Clearly, he had forgotten his wife's fleeting passion for lithographs, if he had ever known about it. The governor sighed as Pony materialized with the coffee pot.
"Good morning, sir,"
Pony said as he poured.
"No, it's not, Pony. No, indeed. The world's going to hell in a handbasket."
"It most certainly is, sir,"
Pony agreed with a sympathetic nod of the head.
"I tell you, I thought the world already went to hell in a handbasket a long time ago, but I was wrong. I sure was. Things is just getting more messed up, that's right. It's enough to make a man want to run down to the church and beg God hisself to please help us out of our misery and forgive our sins and our enemies and make people behave. What's wrong with folks anyway?" "You know the other day when them caters showed up for that big dinner of yours?" Pony went on. "I was minding my own business, getting them tea, and I heard one of them say to the other, 'I wonder if I could take one of these little teacups that's got the Commonwealth of Virginia on it. What you think?' 'I don't know why not,' the other one say. 'You pay tax, don't you?' 'I sure do,' say the other lady cater. 'And nothing in here belonged to the Crim family anyhow. It belonged to all of us.' 'Well, if that isn't the God truth, it belonged to us.' Then," Pony went on, getting more animated as his tale wore on, "both them caters stuffed their teacups in them big handbags of theirs. Can you believe that?"
"Why on earth?"
the First Lady sputtered in shock and disgust.
"Why didn't you stop them, for heaven's sake? I certainly hope they didn't take the handleless cups and saucers, those lovely pearlware ones with the Leeds floral design."
"Oh, no, ma'am," Pony assured her. "It was the ones with the handles and the Commonwealth logo on 'em in gold."
"You shouldn't be serving tea to caterers to begin with," Mrs. Crim reprimanded Pony. "And certainly not in official teacups. Caterers are common workers, not VIP guests of the mansion. Oh, dear me."
She looked at the governor for support as he slopped coffee on the tablecloth and missed the saucer when he set down the cup.
"We really must stop being so generous with the public, Bedford. Why, I suppose next thing some taxi driver or toll collector will show up at the guard gate and demand a private tour which includes tea and official china."
"The mansion doesn't belong to us,"
the governor reminded her, and dark thoughts crowded together like unfriendly people on an elevator as the door to his patience slid shut and his mood began to descend.
"Any person off the street could come here and ask for a tour if the truth be known, but that doesn't mean we have to do it or that they can make us. The public doesn't know this is their legal right, and I'm not about to tell them. Now read that damn essay to me, Maud."
He was desperately hoping there would be another riddle today that might guide him through the thickets that seemed to be closing in on him from all sides.
"Mummies,"
she said, peering over reading glasses and scanning the printout.
"You know, I've always been rather frightened by mummies, too. I had no idea anyone else felt the same way. But what is all this about Tangier Island? It's the second time Trooper Truth has mentioned it. What's going on out there, Bedford?"
"Would you like grits or hash browns with your eggs?" Pony politely inquired.
"I didn't know we were having eggs," the governor replied.
"I told him poached eggs,"
Mrs. Crim informed her husband as she smoothed her dressing gown over her ample lap.
"I thought that might be soothing. Nothing like bland food when your submarine's out of sorts."
Governor Crim's mind, like his constitution, was submerging without any clear direction. He scarcely heard another word his wife said or read as he moved closer to a suspicion that soon enough became a conviction. There was an encrypted message in what Trooper Truth had written about mummies, and Crim suddenly remembered that as a child he had called his mother Mummy. Lutilla Crim had conceived her oldest son in a wealthy section of Charlottesville called Farmington during a terrible snowstorm. Crim dimly conjured up what he could remember hearing about that event, and it seemed that when his father would get annoyed with his wife, he would make snide asides to little Bedford about never allowing a woman to run and ruin his life.
"They're full of mendacity, women are,"
Bedford's father would say when the two of them were carrying in logs for the wood-burning stove or shoveling snow off the brick sidewalk in front of their imposing brick house that rose before a backdrop of mountains.
"They'll sweet-talk you, son, and make you think they're right desperate to have sex with you, and when they've got you wrapped around their fingers and saddled down with kids, guess what?"
What?
Bedford had begun giving voice to what would become his most frequently asked question.
"What?" echoed his father. "I tell you what. They'll suddenly announce that the ceiling needs to be replastered, or the molding is crumbling, or there are cobwebs hanging from the chandelier right when you're in the middle of—"
"Oh," Bedford replied as he dumped split logs into the bin by the stove.
"Let's just put it this way,"
his father went on while his wife worked on a needlepoint in her parlor upstairs.
"Half of you was scattered over the quilt, son. That's probably why you're a runt with bad eyesight."
What exactly did Mummy say?
Bedford had to know the truth.
Was she asking about the ceiling or the cobwebs?
"Neither one, not that night. She sat straight up in bed and said,
'Why, I don't believe I fed the cat.'"
Had she?
Young Bedford inquired, and he would never forget his dismay at learning that he would forever be visually impaired, short and homely, all because of a cat.
Why would Mummy suddenly think of the cat at that precise moment?
"That's exactly what I mean about women, son. They think of all kinds of things at that precise moment because they want to create a diversion."
His father shoved a log into the wood stove, and sparks flew up in protest.
"Your mummy knew exactly what she was doing when she brought up the cat."
Since then, Bedford Crim not only hated cats, but he also carried a pain in his heart and was deeply insecure because his mummy had committed interruptus during his conception, thus spilling much of his vitality on the quilt. She could not possibly have loved her quickening son much, Bedford mused unhappily as he picked at a poached egg he could scarcely see, and groped for the peppermill, and continued to tune out his wife, who was having a stressful conversation with Pony about people who had been struck by lightning. Crim believed he had put his unfair childhood behind him when he had become powerful in politics, and now Trooper Truth had brought it all back. A miasma of paranoia and anger leaked through Crim like a noxious gas, and his submarine went into alert. Somehow Trooper Truth knew the truth about the mighty governor's shameful start in life, and the last thing Crim needed was for others to find out. Oh, of course Trooper Truth knew. He knew everything. Why else would he have mentioned mummies in his essay?
This is an outrage.
He slammed his fist down on the table, and his silver candlestick toppled over into the butter dish. The breakfast room froze in silence. After a moment, a startled Maud Crim said to him,
"My goodness, it's a good thing that candle wasn't lit, dear, or the butter might have caught on fire. Real butter is animal fat and will burn just as easily as lighter fluid."
"Not quite as easy as that, ma'am," Pony voiced his opinion, "but don't want to take no chances."
He picked up the candlestick and wiped it off with a napkin draped over his arm.
"Don't want no fires in the mansion. This place will go up in flames quick as a dried-out broom, old as it is."
Here we are, talking about lightning and people's homes and clothing burning up, and then a candlestick lands in the butter,
the First Lady said in a hushed, ominous tone.
"I hope that's not a sign."
Pony shook his head and clucked his tongue.
"I sure do hope you're right. Don't need no sign like that."
What sign?
The governor came to and instantly thought of Vaskar and the signs Major Trader intended to post throughout the Commonwealth.
Get Trader on the phone, Crim ordered Pony. Tell him I want a briefing immediately on how things are going on Tangier Island. We should have that speed trap painted by now. And ask Trooper Markovich if he's figured out who Trooper Truth is yet. I'm going to find that scoundrel and silence him before he does any more damage. I don't give a hootenanny about the First Amendment.
He pounded the table again, and Pony caught the candlestick just in time. T.T. had not caught on to anything just in time, and Unique was certain T.T. had been more than dead by the time Unique had walked back across the footbridge last night and eventually driven off in her Miata. Even so, Unique felt a strong urge to check things out. Her memory of what had transpired after she and T.T. had gotten to the island was patchy and vague, but based on the amount of blood on her clothing she saw when she finally returned to her shabby downtown apartment, Unique had a pretty good idea of what she had done to that presumptuous, ugly woman who had been so bold as to think Unique would be interested in her or was her type at all. She parked near Belle Island and set off in tennis shoes, carrying a Polaroid camera for what would appear to be a brisk morning nature walk. In the light of day, the island looked very different, and it took Unique a good 20 minutes to find the brick ruins where she apparently had dragged T.T.'s nude body, although Unique had no recollection of having done anything after she slashed the young woman's throat from ear to ear. Unique's pulse picked up, and she felt a surge of power, excitement, and sexual arousal as she stood just inside crumbled brick walls and stared at the mutilated, bloody body lying face up in the mud. T.T.'s eyes were partially open and dull, and her hair was clotted with blood and dirt. It disgusted Unique to think she had ever touched her lips or any part of her. She squatted and took photographs from every angle, so she could clearly remind herself of the event later without running the risk of having the film developed in a shop. She was a little surprised when she leaned in for close-ups and detected the faint scent of T.T.'s cologne, which brought back memories of a scream and then a gurgling sound as T.T. clutched her neck, while Unique kicked her head before slashing her breasts and carving the name Trooper Truth across her belly. Unique was impressed that she had been clever enough to add the Trooper Truth bit. T.T. had wished she was Trooper Truth, and now she was.
"You got what you wanted,"
Unique said softly to the cold, gory body as she headed back to the footbridge. She was long gone in her car when T.T.'s office began calling her home number to see why she hadn't shown up at work that morning. Unique was cruising past the blonde undercover cop's row house when two women taking a walk with their babies in strollers discovered the appalling sight in the brick ruins on Belle Island at the very moment Pony pretended to discover the governor's missing magnifying glass. Pony knew how out of sorts the governor got when he couldn't find one of his eccentric optical aids, and although the First Lady had given Pony strict instructions that he was not to make it easy for her husband to see while he was home because of the trivets, Pony decided he needed to do something quick. He dipped into a pocket of his crisp white jacket and withdrew the silver magnifying glass, which he silently set inside a pewter compote.
"Well, I'll be," he exclaimed. "Look what I found. Here's your magnifying glass, sir. Why are you putting it in a compote for?"
Maud Crim gave Pony the dirty look he deserved for defying her directive. She met the governor's enlarged right eye as he peered through the magnifying glass and scanned his surroundings.
"Where in thunder are the girls?"
he inquired as he realized that his daughters were not sitting at the table.
"Oh, I told them they could sleep a little late this morning," their mother replied. "They stayed up late watching TV and are worn out. Isn't that something? Your magnifying glass was in the compote. Bedford, you need to keep better track of it, dear."
"From now on, it doesn't leave me,"
he threatened as his wife stiffened.
"From now on, I intend to see what's going on under my own roof, you hear me? I wasn't born yesterday. Oh, no, I wasn't. I was born in 1929 and am no fool."
He pointed a stubby finger at his wife.
"You're hiding something from me, Maud."
"I most certainly am not,"
she lied as she worried about the trivet she had found on the internet that morning. Governor Crim pushed back his chair and got up with the napkin still tucked into his collar like a misplaced cape. For the first time in his marriage, he began to entertain the suspicion that his wife might be having an affair. There could very well be another man in the mansion right this minute, and that's why someone had deliberately tucked his magnifying glass in the compote. He imagined all the men out there who would jump at the chance to sleep with a first lady, especially his, and the governor's submarine lurched violently.
"So that's what this is about,"
he declared from the arched doorway as his daughter's thick, tired feet sounded on the stairs. He had her figured out all right. Of course he knew what she was doing, and he imagined her casting her bosomy, moist spell on other men. While Crim anguished over erotic, unseemly images, the First Lady thought of her growing stash of trivets in the linen closet and panicked. Her husband somehow knew about them. Pony, meanwhile, decided it was time to brew fresh coffee and vanished without a sound as Mrs. Crim's eyes filled with tears and her daughter's loud, slow approach drew nearer.
"Oh, will you ever forgive me, Bedford?"
Mrs. Crim begged and sniffed. His magnifying glass caught the edge of the napkin, and he yanked it out of his collar and flung it to the floor, his worst fear realized.
"Just tell me how,"
he said as cramps seized his submarine.
"How did you find them? The phone book? Dinner parties?"
"Never dinner parties."
She was stunned that he might think she would go to a dinner party and steal a trivet.
"I would never do anything that low, nor do I need to," she added somewhat indignantly. "I found them on the internet, if you must know. You can find anything on the internet these days, and the temptation has been overwhelming. Oh, Bedford, I just can't help myself. No matter how ashamed I feel, I know it will happen again. I suppose there are much worse flaws I could have."
"There's no worse flaw you could have, and Pony must be in on it too,"
the governor said breathlessly as his submarine cut through the dark, convoluted surface of his well-being, the periscope up and spying on the enemy, which in this case was his unfaithful wife.
"That scoundrel Pony had to know what you've been doing since he's here waiting on you hand and foot all day, and I doubt they've been sneaking into the mansion at night. Please don't tell me they have. That would be the most vile of degradations if you've been sneaking them in at night while I'm sleeping in the same bed. Go back upstairs this instant," he ordered his daughters. "We're having a fight, and you know we never fight in front of you."
"Never at night,"
Mrs. Crim swore, as her daughter's heavy footsteps sluggishly shuffled around and thudded back upstairs.
"After I get them, they always arrive the next morning, sweet husband, and I've been hiding them in the linen closet."
"Well, you can rest assured I'll check every linen closet the moment I arrive home today,"
the governor thundered. And he would have checked now, but his submarine was in distress and headed straight for a mine.
"And if I find them there, or even one, that's it. I mean it."
"You won't,"
she said, dabbing her eyes and calculating where she could hide the trivets after she snatched them out of the linen closet the instant he left.
"I promise on my life, you can check the linen closets all you like forever, my dearest, and they'll have nothing in them but linens. All of our pretty linens neatly pressed, folded, and stacked."
The governor broke out in a heavy cold sweat as the first explosion reverberated through his hollow organs in an awesome foul wave and rolled with gathering momentum toward his orifice. Bedford Crim IV's submarine armed its torpedoes and slammed shut its sphincter muscle hatch as he fled with great commotion to the nearest powder room. Chapter 6. Once a week, Dr. Foe took the ferry to Tangier Island, where he donated his time and skills to people who had no local physicians, dentists, or veterinarians. It was his mission in life, he often said, to help the less privileged watermen and their families who were unaware of his unusual billing practices and creative coding that routinely defrauded Virginia's Medicaid program. Dentists, Dr. Foe thought, had no choice but to supplement their incomes at the expense of the government, and he sincerely believed that subjecting the islanders to unnecessary or shoddy or fake procedures was only fair in light of his great sacrifice. Who else would come to this forsaken island after all? Well, nobody, he reminded everyone he worked on or pretended to work on. He adjusted a lamp and moved a mirror around Fonny Boy's back molars.
"Seems to be a lot of commotion out there," Dr. Foe commented, deciding that the tooth he had just filled would require another root canal. "Now, Fonny Boy, I strongly remind you to cut back on the soda pops. How many a day are you drinking? Be honest."
Fonny Boy held up 5 fingers as Dr. Foe looked out the window at all the women and children washing a mysterious painted stripe on the street.
"Entirely too many," he admonished Fonny Boy, who was 14, tall and lanky, with wind-blown, sun-bleached hair, and a nickname he had earned because of his funny habit of shirt-tailing and progging, or wading about with a stick or net, not in search of crabs, but treasure. "You're clearly more susceptible to cavities than most folks," Dr. Foe pointed out the same thing he did to all of his island patients. "So I think you should at least switch to diet drinks, but preferably water."
Fonny Boy had spent most of his life on and in the water, and for him to drink it would be like a farmer eating dirt.
"No, I can't drink it,"
he said, and his numb lips and tongue felt 10 times their normal size.
"I'm so swelled up I'm like to choke."
"What about bottled water? They have some really good ones these days with fruit flavors and lots of fizz."
Dr. Foe continued to stare out the window.
"Why does that spotter plane keep circling overhead? And who is that soaking wet trooper with a paint bucket and a bottle of Evian? And why is everybody chasing him down the street? Well, while I've got you doped up, I may as well adjust your braces."
Dr. Foe paused to jot down several codes and notes on Fonny Boy's thick dental chart.
"Nah,"
Fonny Boy protested.
"That gives my mouth the soreness. The braces there are good enough save for the little rubber bands always flying out for neither good cause."
Fonny Boy had never wanted braces in the first place, nor had he been happy when the dentist had insisted on pulling 4 perfectly good teeth earlier in the year. Fonny Boy hated going to the dentist, and often complained to his parents that Dr. Foe was a picaroon, which was a Tangier word for pirate.
"He gave me a look at a photo of his car,"
Fonny Boy had said just the other day.
"He got a huge black Merc, and his lady got one too, only of a different color. So how come he can have cars so dear if he works on every one of us for neither money?"
It was a good question, but as usual nobody took Fonny Boy seriously, and in part this was because of his nickname. His neighbors and teachers found him amusing and peculiar, and loved to trade tales about his poking through the trash-strewn shore for treasure and his uncontrollable compulsion to make music.
"I Swanee,"
Fonny Boy overheard his Aunt Ginny Crockett comment after a recent Sunday prayer meeting.
"He has a mind that ransacking the shore is going to land him a barrel of silver dollars. His poor mom's always blaring at him, and I can't say as I fault her. She's done all what she can for that boy, and on back of that, I wish he's keep quiet on the juice harp." "I'm a die. He totes that juice harp everywhere and sure plays a pretty tune."
Ginny's friends said the opposite of what she meant, because it was everyone's opinion that when Fonny Boy played the harmonica, which was constantly, he made nothing but an awful racket.
"His daddy ought to give him the dickens, but he's always bragging on that boy,"
Ginny replied. And in this instance she meant exactly what she said, because Fonny Boy's father was hell-bent on believing that his only son was the envy of the island.
Soon as we get these braces off, Dr. Foe said as he pulled on a new pair of surgical gloves that would be billed for 3 times their value, I'm going to recommend crowns for 8 of your front teeth. You up for a little blood work this morning? He added, because Dr. Foe had discovered there was quite a market for selling blood to shady medical researchers who were doing genetic studies of closed populations.
Nah,
Fonny Boy jerked in the chair and gripped the armrest so tightly his knuckles blanched. Not to worry about crowns, Fonny Boy. I'll use precious alloys and you'll have a $1 million smile. Just then, the old black telephone rang inside the clinic. The phone dated from the days when cords were covered with cloth insulation, and as usual, there was a lot of static. Clinic? Dr. Foe answered.
I need to talk at Fonny Boy, a male voice said through loud crackling and humming over the line. He thar?
That you, Hurricane? The dentist asked Fonny Boy's father, who went by the nickname Hurricane because he had a temper like one. You're due in for a checkup and cleaning and blood work.
Let me talk at Fonny Boy afore the devil flies in me.
It's for you, Dr. Foe said to his patient. Fonny Boy got out of the chair and took the receiver as he swatted at a lethargic fly.
Yes? Look-a here. Lock up the door tight as an oyster, Fonny Boy's father said urgently. Don't turn the dentist out. Now and again we got to do things for cussedness, honey boy. It's all what we know to do in a situation like this one here. That dentist mummicked up your mouth again?
Yes, he wouldn't do nothing to me, Daddy,
Fonny Boy said, which was over the left, or talking backwards, and meant, of course, that the dentist intended to mangle Fonny Boy's mouth badly.
Well, don't you be out of heart, his father said, encouraging his son not to be depressed or discouraged. We gonna give him a dose of his own medicine and make the example of him and break the police of going on us all the time. We are all kin together, honey boy. Now you keep quiet and we'll be right there.
Oh, my blessed, Fonny Boy exclaimed as he sprang to the door and locked the deadbolt with the key hanging behind a painting of Jesus shepherding lambs. He was not entirely clear about why he was supposed to trap Dr. Foe inside the clinic, but that darn dentist deserved what was coming, and it was exciting that something was happening. Tangier was very boring for its young, and Fonny Boy had dreams of finding his fortune and one day leaving for good. He peered out the window at a crowd of watermen marching up the road in military formation, some of them armed with wooden oars and oyster tongs.
Sit in the chair thar and mind your step,
Fonny Boy ordered the dentist. I need to get the cotton out of your mouth, Dr. Foe reminded his patient. You need to sit in the chair, then I'll sit in it after we're finished if you want. Dr. Foe supposed the lidocaine had agitated Fonny Boy and precipitated a transient nervous disorder. Even the most experienced dentists couldn't be sure how certain drugs might affect some patients, and Dr. Foe always inquired if the person had any allergies or adverse reactions to medications. But the islanders were so rarely sedated or subjected to even the mildest anesthesia or mood-altering substances, except for the alcohol they weren't allowed to drink, that Dr. Foe's patients were rather virginal and perfectly suited for the blind studies with placebos and other concoctions that various pharmaceutical companies wanted the FDA to approve and were happy to donate to Dr. Foe for experimental purposes. The dentist slid gloved fingers around inside Fonny Boy's mouth, fishing for the cotton. You didn't swallow it again, did you? Dr. Foe worried.
Yes.
Well, you may be a little constipated for a few days. How come you locked the door, and what did you do with the key? Fonny Boy felt his pockets to make sure the key was safely in his custody. It was not.
What did I do with it?
He thought, his eyes darting around the examination room, as feet and angry voices sounded from the street. Excited, Fonny Boy popped the dentist in the nose, not with malice, but with sufficient force to draw blood. Ouch! Dr. Foe cried out in surprise and pain. Now, why did you do that? He asked as the waterman yelled for Fonny Boy to unlock the door.
I can't, he yelled back to them. I ain't got hold of the key. I just remembered where I put it at.
Why did you hit me? Dr. Foe was shocked and upset as he dabbed his nose with a tissue. Fonny Boy wasn't sure, but it seemed important to prove himself through violence. He rather much liked the idea of the waterman seeing that he had used force to subdue the dentist. Certainly his father would be pleased.
But Fonny Boy just wished he could recall what he had done with the key as the commotion outside intensified.
"Hey, you have to broke the door," he shouted to the angry mob.
The watermen did, and thundered inside, waving their oars and tongs.
"Down with Virginia! Down with Virginia!" was their furious battle cry. "You daren't go back to the Main, Dr. Foe, here. You're prisoner." "You're gonna catch it." "That's right, that's right." "He thar, Dr. Foe. How feels it you being the one stuck in that there char?"
Give him the dickens.
"I did," Fonny Boy said, full of himself. "I scubbed him right in the nose, and down he went ass over tin cup," he boasted. "We should yank out every one of his teeth. Look at all the teeth of ours he's always a-pullin'." "Take him pottin' we should, and tie him up good and feed him to the crabs." "And that ain't no way to go, I tell ya. Darn it if it ain't what he got comin' here."
"Wait a minute," Dr. Foe protested loudly enough to briefly silence the waterman as he cowered in the dentist chair and rubbed his nose. "I do hear, and what I'm hearing is first, you're mad at Virginia, and now you've suddenly turned on me. Make up your mind."
"We mad at every one of you on the Main," someone decided. "There's neither one from the Main who don't take our advantage."
"Well, if you're fully decided on kidnapping me," Dr. Foe thought quickly and with fraudulent intent, "then your plan will only work if you send notice to the governor. Otherwise no one will know I'm here, and what good will it do to lock me up? As for your unfair and ungrateful accusations about how I've taken care of your dental needs, I must point out that I have come here for many years with nothing but goodness in my heart, and without me you would have no dentist at all."
"Better none than you. My wife, she would still be with all her teeth, and I get the ache in my tooth when it gets right Irish out, a tooth you fixed." "Well, maybe we should have another mind about this."
One of the watermen had second thoughts and leaned his oar against a wall.
"We don't want neither trouble."
"Exactly," Dr. Foe agreed. "You watermen are projecting. You're furious with the governor, and I can't say as I blame you. Clearly you're being persecuted and discriminated against as usual, and I'm not sure what these painted lines are about, but they weren't put there with your best interest in mind."
"Nah, neither interest that might be a good turn for us." "Don't listen to him talking at us." It was Fonny Boy who took charge. "He's of the Main, and how did it come to us that the troopers and him are here at the same time? He's spying, he is." "I'll swagger. What's in your head to make you notion him spying on us, honey boy?"
Fonny Boy's father asked with growing anger and resentment.
"Spying on pottin' and drudgin', and then he go tellin' untruths about jimmies and sooks and arresters. Soon enough they'll make the law that we have no business follerin' the water," Fonny Boy declared without the thinnest fabric of evidence. "This one thar let on that to you?" Fonny Boy's father asked as he jerked his chin at the dentist. "Yes, darn if he didn't." "What words did he put to you?"
Fonny Boy shrugged, his yarn running aground, but the seed had been planted.
"Can't be taking no chances," another waterman spoke up. Nah, that's right. "The governor's already cutting our crabbing to the wick, and now that oyster dredging is pretty near on us, what if we are told to leave that off too? Why, there'll be nothing in our pockets, neither a red cent." "It ain't fittin'." "Nah, for sure it ain't." "I say, we let him make one call over the phone and talk our intentions," Fonny Boy's father suggested in a wild, angry voice. "Who's he gonna call for?" "I say he talk at the state police, that's what. They was the ones who painted on the street out there, and maybe the dentist is spying for the police on part of the governor."
Dr. Foe was handed the old black phone, and after calling directory assistants and going through a series of transfers, he got Superintendent Judy Hammer on the line and prayed she wouldn't think to run a record check on him. "Who is this?" Hammer asked, and she could hear angry murmuring in the background.
"I'm a dentist from the mainland," a voice replied. "I take care of Tangier Island, and am here now and in a passel of trouble because your trooper painted stripes on Jander's Road, and the governor has taken over the island so he can turn it into a racetrack."
"What in the world are you talking about?" Hammer asked, and she almost hung up on the so-called dentist, who clearly was a wacko, but then decided that maybe she ought to hear him out. "The stripes are a speed trap and part of the governor's new Vascar program."
If you don't remove the straps immediately and sign an agreement that prohibits the state police, Coast Guard, and others from ever molesting the islanders again, they're going to keep me as a prisoner against my will."
"Who is this?" Hammer asked again, taking notes at her desk.
"I'm forbidden from giving you my name," the voice said.
"Down with Virginia!"
Someone with a strange accent cried out in the background.
"Neither body here voted for the governor as I recollect it. We ain't done nothing but fish our floats and make an honest living, and what we come home to, stripes on the street, and him the dentist pulling out every one of our teeth."
"I haven't pulled out every one of your teeth,"
the dentist objected with his hand over the phone, but Hammer heard him and everybody else anyway. "All right," Hammer said in an authoritative voice. "Just what exactly do you want us to do? I'm confused." Her question was followed by silence on the line. "Hello?" she asked.
"We're all wore out with being interfered," she heard someone say. "Talk at her and say to pass at the governor that we was having a right good time of it before his meddling, and what we want is our own independence from Virginia." "Yes,
"That's right. Neither more revenuers or police coming on the island. We'll take our own independence.
Neither more money going to tax, neither a penny. And no more telling us to hold down our catch. Yes."
"Well, you heard them," the dentist said to Hammer. "No more fishing restrictions, state taxes, policing or interference. Tangier Island wants to secede from Virginia, and," he added, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial way, "the ransom for my release is $50,000 in unmarked bills that you are to express mail to P.O. Box 316 in Reedville. Please meet these demands immediately. I'm a hostage in the medical clinic and have already been beaten and am bleeding, and my life is in danger."
Before Hammer could respond to what she interpreted as madness and blatant extortion, the dentist hung up on her. She tried to find Andy to no avail and left him a voicemail explaining what had happened. "Your mummy essay has caused considerable damage," she added at the end of her recorded message, "although I can't say as fact that anyone on the island read it. But you certainly have set the stage for making people believe that Tangier Island is being persecuted by Virginia, and you'd better do something to set the record straight, Andy. Call me." Andy did not get the message until late that night, because after he and Makovich had flown back to Richmond, Andy had quickly thrown together a secret mission that had required a disguise and a borrowed civilian helicopter. He had spent the rest of the day on Tangier Island, gathering information, and when he finally got home, it was close to midnight. He played his voicemail and returned Hammer's call, waking her up.
"My God," he said, "I had no idea. If only I had known before now."
"Where the hell have you been?" Hammer's groggy voice came over the line.
"I can't tell you," Andy said. "Not now. I know that may seem rude and unfair, but I've been doing research and investigating a matter that I really don't have time to discuss at the moment. But suffice it to say that when I outlined the essays I plan to write for the website, my agenda did not include Tangier Island or dental fraud, so I've been busy, very busy, trying to find out everything I can about the islanders, and I've got to get off the phone and start writing."
"Andy," Hammer was wide awake and offended, "you can't keep secrets from me. Where have you been all day? Have you heard the news? Apparently not," she added with emotion. "A woman was viciously murdered on Belle Island, and the killer carved your name on her body."
"My name? What the hell do you mean, my name?"
"I mean Trooper Truth."
"Someone carved Trooper Truth on her body?"
Andy was shocked and amazed.
What?
I don't know what the hell, what, or anything else, but I think it might be a damn good idea to scrap this Trooper Truth shit and return to normal police duties before any more damage is done.
"You can't blame me for what some deranged killer did. As awful as I feel about the victim, I had nothing to do with her death, and I promised to help in any way. Listen, we had an agreement, and you promised," Andy reminded her. "And don't forget what I said a year ago when we discussed all this. If you tell the truth, the forces of evil don't like it, and shit happens. But in the end, truth will prevail."
"Oh, for God's sake," Hammer replied unkindly and with impatience. "Please don't subject me to any more of your naive philosophizing."
"That hurts,"
Andy said, stung and disappointed, but more determined than ever.
"Read Trooper Truth in the morning, and maybe we'll talk."
End of Side 2. Side 3. A Brief History of Tangier Island by Trooper Truth. Although it may wish it wasn't at the moment, Tangier Island is part of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and was happened upon in 1608 when John Smith and 7 soldiers, 6 gentlemen, and a doctor of physic were exploring the Chesapeake Bay in a 3-ton open barge. While searching for fit harbors and habitations, they found themselves in the midst of many isles, which they named the Russell Isles. When they crossed the bay to the eastern shore, they found themselves confronted by 2 grim, stout naturals, or salvages, as Smith called them, who bore long poles with bone heads. "Who are you, and what do you have in mind?" the salvages boldly demanded in the language of Powhatan, called such because this was what the great chief Powhatan, father of Pocahontas, spoke. Smith answered them in their own language, which impressed the salvages considerably, and I pause here to digress a moment about the importance of communication, which certainly is a timely issue in light of what happened yesterday on the very island, Tangier, that John Smith discovered. No government, including Virginia's, should make laws and take initiatives that affect a people who speak backward. If an islander says, for example, "Well, this is a nice one," or "It ain't rainin' none," he may mean quite the opposite, depending on his speech tune, as native Tangierman David L. Shores explains in his definitive work, Tangier Island, Place, People, and Talk. Now, in the old days, if an islander meant the opposite of what he said, then he would signal as such by adding, "over the left," which obviously meant he was talking backwards. He would say, "It ain't rainin' much over the left," which was only fair if he really meant it was raining like hell. Not so anymore. Only those intimately acquainted with the islander's use of inflection and facial expression might detect what was really meant when, as another example, a waterman says, "I have neither interest in going," or "That's a poor oyster." "What you're getting at, I guess," said my closest friend, who from now on I will refer to as my wise confidant, "is if the islanders' reaction to the Vascar speed traps was, 'Well, this is nice,' then what they probably meant was that the speed traps aren't nice at all, and they're really pissed off about them. Based on what you've told me, clearly the island woman Ginny Crockett was annoyed even if she talked backward to the police, correct?" "Exactly my point," I agreed. "The governor shouldn't do anything to or on that island without a full comprehension of backward talking. And it's pretty clear to me that the governor's administration is quite skilled at backward thinking, but not backward talking. And they've just done a brilliant thing." "And you just had a forceful inflection in your voice and an exaggerated high pitch and prolonged your syllables while jerking your chin and raising your eyebrows when you said, 'They've just done a brilliant thing.' Does that mean you really meant the opposite?" "Ah, I was testing you to see if you're catching on," I replied. "It's not what you say, but how you say it." "I'm wondering if John Smith might have had a similar difficulty when dealing with the salvages," my wise confidant mused. "Perhaps the salvages talked backward as well." "Well, you can be sure that how they said things was often much more important than what they said," I replied. After a friendly visit with the salvages, Smith set sail again, following inlets in the coast, when suddenly an extreme gust of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning happened, that with great danger we escaped the unmerciful raging of that ocean like water, in Smith's words. Barely escaping with their lives, they sought shelter on one of many islands that Smith named the Russell Isles. Setting sail again, they were struck by a second storm that blew their mast and sail overboard and almost sank them as they frantically bailed out the barge. For 2 days they waited out the tempestuous weather and searched for water to drink on an uninhabitable spot that Smith named Limbo Island. Finally, they repaired their sails with the shirts off their own backs and headed home to Jamestown. Most scholars seem to believe that Tangier is one of the Russell Isles. But I asked myself, after studying several old maps and a modern flight chart, is it possible that Tangier might really be Limbo? And might this explain the islanders' tendency not to mean what they say or say what they mean? I don't think historians can completely rule out the possibility any more than I can offer much of a case for it. But if you look on a Washington sectional flight chart, you will see that Tangier and Limbo Islands are only a few minutes helicopter flight apart. To investigate this further, I decided to fly a helicopter to Jamestown, and from there record the exact coordinates were Smith to sail from Jamestown to Tangier, and then return to Jamestown and sail to Limbo. Note the geographic coordinates which I shall supply here for Jamestown, Tangier, and Limbo as they were displayed on my GPS when I hovered over each island. After you study the chart, I will explain the significance. Clearly, Tangier and Limbo are not at all far from each other. So the hypothetical case I make is if you, the reader, imagine Smith and his men in the open barge with terrible rains, thunder, lightning, and zero visibility, how could Smith be so certain that when he thought he sought refuge on what he named Tangier Island, that he really wasn't on Limbo Island instead? I know with reasonable certainty that had I been flying in such conditions after a nip or two of wild turkey, perhaps I could have ended up on Limbo as easily as anywhere else. Whether Tangier is really Limbo will never be known. I doubt if John Smith were here today that even he could tell us. But I have no doubt that if Smith visited Tangier in modern times, he would feel as if he were in Limbo, even if he weren't. If Tangier is really Limbo, then I personally wish the name had stuck. I believe Limbo Island could have developed a strong and specialized market in attracting tourists who are neither here nor there and would like to go somewhere in the middle of nowhere and do nothing about anything for a while. I also don't think the governor of Virginia would have bothered ordering speed traps painted on the streets of a place named Limbo, nor would the people of Limbo have cared, one way or other. Be careful out there. Chapter 7. Andy could measure Hammer's impatience by the rhythm of her fingers drumming her desk. This moment she was tapping out a loud staccato on her ink blotter as Andy briefed her on Tangier Island and how the uprising was connected to the Tangier men's past, because he had no reason to know at this moment that his comments about dental malpractice had riled up the islanders just as much as the speed trap had. Most of those people probably don't even know their past and have never heard of John Smith, Hammer countered from behind her desk, which afforded a fine view of the circular drive in front of headquarters and flags fluttering from tall poles.
I wouldn't underestimate them, and I'm just trying to give you a little background, Andy replied, sweating beneath his uniform and dreading what Hammer was going to say about his latest Truth or Truth essay. My point is, the islanders are programmed to think people are picaroons out to steal their island from them and everything on it, very much the way the Native Americans felt when the English sailed to Jamestown and started building their fort.
Picaroons? Hammer frowned.
What the islanders call pirates. Oh, God, she groaned.
Windy Breeze suddenly wafted into Hammer's office with an excited look on her made-up face and a UPS package clutched in her bright red-painted fingernails.
Holy heavens to Betsy,
Windy exclaimed.
You'll never guess what happened.
Hammer never liked it when her secretary made her guess.
Just tell me,
Hammer said with an edge of impatience.
We've got more trouble than you can poke a snake at,
Windy breathlessly said.
Some dentist who works on those Tangerians is missing. He went to the island yesterday as usual, and his wife told the Reedville police said he never came back on the ferry. And when the clinic was called, some strange-talking boy said the dentist was being held hostage until the governor makes the island an independent state, or something like that.
Yes, I'm already aware of what's happened. Apparently the islanders are holding him hostage in the medical clinic, Hammer said.
The clinic?
Andy said as a very bad feeling crept over him.
So the dentist told me when they let him make a phone call,
Hammer explained. But I don't know his name. He said he couldn't give it to me.
Sherman Fox,
Windy filled her in.
It's a weird spelling.
She glanced at her notepad.
F-A-U-X.
It's faux,
Andy corrected her.
It's faux? For what?
Windy puzzled. Never mind, Hammer abruptly said. Andy, did you happen to see this dentist when you were painting the speed trap yesterday?
No,
he replied, neglecting to mention that when he had returned to the island later wearing a disguise, he hadn't seen the dentist either, but had probably been within 20 feet of him, because one of the places Andy had visited was the medical clinic. He needed to tell Hammer about his secret mission, but he thought it wise to wait until she was in a better mood.
A large group of watermen were marching down Janda's Road, he added, and I'm not surprised because the islanders have a long history of resentment and isolation. And as much as I admire Thomas Jefferson, he didn't help matters by ordering all the Tangier boats snatched and supplies cut off during the American Revolution. Here he is saying this to his own people and treating Tangier like an enemy country, as if the island wasn't part of the very commonwealth he governed.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Jefferson isn't available to help us out. Hammer curtly cut him off as she rose from her chair.
Maybe that's best based on how he handled the island last time, observed Andy, who had barely escaped on the awaiting Bell 407 helicopter when the watermen chased him down Janda's Road, across several footbridges and through countless wetlands, and finally onto the tiny airstrip, where Trooper Makovich was waiting in the helicopter and, thank God, had already started the engine.
"We've got to go back," Andy told a frantic Makovich as he took off, skipped the hover, and sped away.
"You out of your damn crazy-ass mind?"
Makovich's voice sounded loudly in Andy's headset as a rock pinged off a skid.
"We ain't going back. Those nutcakes are throwing things at us. Let's just hope they don't hit a rotor blade."
They didn't, because the 407 was very powerful and soon enough was well out of range.
"Well, the thing is, I didn't finish,"
Andy tried to explain as he watched the angry mob shrink to the size of ants.
"Man, you didn't finish painting the speed trap? Shit, that's just too bad," Makovich said. "'Cause I ain't going back there unless it's to buy crabs for the gov. If you ain't buying something, you'd better not go back either, unless you want to end up crab bait."
"That's fine," Andy assured him. "I think there's a serious case of dental fraud going on down there, but I'll take care of it myself."
Andy had not ended up crab bait, nor had he been foolish enough to return to the island in the same helicopter that clearly was marked State Police. He had been shrewd enough to get a buddy of his at the local charter service to let him use an unmarked Long Ranger. "Andy," Hammer stopped pacing and stared accusingly at him. "Are you with us, or did you already leave without letting me know?"
"I'm sorry,"
he apologized. "I was just thinking about the islanders and how their true feelings about us come out when we aren't buying seafood or souvenirs. They were actually throwing rocks at the helicopter as we flew off."
How awful,
Wendy said with overblown emotion.
You could have been killed. I mean, throwing rocks at a helicopter is a little more serious than sticks and bones will shake like stones, but words will never hear me now, isn't it?
She certainly wished Andy were older and would ask her out one of these days.
I don't ever want to visit an island where they throw rocks and talk inside out.
"I see you read Trooper Truth this morning," Hammer Riley commented as Andy feigned ignorance.
Wouldn't miss him for all the eggs in China,
Wendy gushed.
I sure do wish he'd put a picture of himself on his website. I'm just dying to know what he looks like.
"He probably looks like a nerd."
Andy pretended to be critical and jealous of Trooper Truth.
"You know how most of these computer jockeys are, and I'm getting sick of hearing Trooper Truth this and Trooper Truth that. You'd think he's Elvis."
Well, I don't think he's Elvis, and I no longer believe he's the governor using a ghost name either,
Wendy announced.
Not after what I read this morning. If the governor was Trooper Truth, then he wouldn't criticize the governor, because that would be the same thing as criticizing himself. And
what else do we know about the kidnapped dentist? Hammer interrupted as she started pacing the carpet again and wished she could tie Wendy's tongue in a knot.
He was born in Reedville and has been volunteering out there on Tangier Island for more than 10 years, although he doesn't like to admit it to anyone, so the police said his wife said,
Wendy answered,
because it wouldn't help his practice back home if patients knew he got most of his experience from working on Tangerians. But at least he understands how they talk, and he thinks like one.
How do you know what he understands or thinks? Hammer was quite opposed to assumptions and found herself surrounded by them constantly.
You know what they say about birds in a pod,
Wendy reminded her.
Everybody on that island thinks alike, and he'd have to think like them to work on their teeth. The Reedville police also mentioned that this Dr. Fox doesn't have an address, only a P.O. box, and his wife claims there are no photos of him because he hates to have his picture taken. Also,
She gusted through the information.
he doesn't have his Social Security number on his driver's license or anything else, and all of his phones are answered by machines, and when he takes family vacations to exotic places, he never tells anybody where he's going.
I think we need to run a few checks on him, Andy suggested, as if the idea had never occurred to him before this minute. Sounds to me like he's hiding something. What about his lifestyle? Money?
Gobs of it, Wendy said. The police told me he has this big, huge house and all these cars and private schools.
How do the police know what his house looks like if they can't find an address for him? Andy inquired.
Oh, Reedville's a small place and everybody knows where everybody else lives. Besides, a huge house like his right on the water sticks out like a sore nose on your face.
I did think it more than a little suspicious when he said the Islanders were demanding $50,000 cash, which was to be sent to a Reedville P.O. box. Hammer continued to pace. He also said that they were demanding all restrictions lifted. I see, Andy said. So they're trying to extort our lifting the freeze on crab licenses. Hammer absently snatched memos off her desk and glanced through them, hopeful that the governor might finally have returned one of her phone calls. But no. There was not a single message indicating he had tried to reach her or even knew she had been trying to talk to him for months. And I'm sure they expect us to remove the speed traps and prevent NASCAR from coming. They think we're going to turn the island into a racetrack, Andy informed Hammer. So I understand. How the hell can they think such a thing? Hammer's voice rose. The island couldn't possibly hold 150,000 fans. There would be no place to put the cars and no way to get them or the drivers or pit crews on and off the island. Not to mention, no beer or cigarette sponsors want their stock cars and people like Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Rusty Wallace on a track where alcohol and tobacco are considered sins. And Tangier's barely above sea level, meaning the track would flood. Why the hell did you tell them NASCAR is coming, Andy? I didn't. I was explaining Vascar, not NASCAR, and this island woman got the names mixed up, just like a lot of people are doing. Well, I'm quite sure they'll demand we get rid of the crab sanctuary, too. She continued obsessing about the governor and his avoidance of her. They've not forgiven us and never will for deciding most of the Chesapeake Bay is off-limits to watermen. One part of her talked on, while another part of her got angrier with the governor. She had no doubt that were she younger or a male, the governor would be calling her constantly. We'll have to give the sanctuary back or unsanction it or whatever the legal process might be.
Superintendent Hammer?
Wendy seeped back into the discussion like an unpleasant draft.
I tried the governor's office first thing when I got in, and he's in meetings again and not talking to anybody at all.
Bullshit, Hammer said, eyeing the small brown paper-covered package Wendy was holding. Is that for me, and who is it from?
Yes, the return address is Major Trader. Would you like me to open it?
Has it been x-rayed? Hammer asked.
Yes, you know us. We never judge a box by its cover.
Wendy ripped off the paper.
Oh, look! Homemade chocolates with a note that says...
She held up a small card and read, Best wishes, Governor Krim. That's strange, Andy commented, knowing all too well that Krim never gave Hammer the time of day, much less presents. I think I'd better take these. What for? Hammer asked, perplexed. Because it's damn suspicious, and I intend to look into it, Andy said. Now, Wendy, Hammer decided, that will be enough for now. She motioned for her secretary to leave and not say another word. Call the governor's office and see if you can get him on the damn phone. Wendy looked disappointed and unhappy at being banished, and she sure did wish her boss's poor little dog hadn't disappeared. Hammer was hardly ever in a good mood anymore. Andy gave Wendy a little wink to cheer her up as she left. The Islanders don't care about the sanctuary, Andy said as he tucked the chocolates into his briefcase. It wouldn't make sense for them to care about it because they don't fish in those parts of the bay. Hammer actually knew very little about fishing or the laws pertaining to it. The fishing industry did not fall under the jurisdiction of the state police, but was the business of the Coast Guard, unless fishermen committed serious crimes on roads or highways, which was exactly what had just happened when they marched down Jander's Road and kidnapped the dentist and threatened treason. She tuned out the part of her that was fussing with the governor. "Explain this sanctuary stuff to me," she said, sitting back down at her desk, "and everything else about why the islanders don't like Virginia." Andy informed her that Tangier Island had become increasingly hostile toward the rest of the Commonwealth when a recent General Assembly passed a number of bills that were entirely in favor of crabs and not the watermen who chased after them. It was true, however, that crab stocks were in serious trouble. "A waterman brought in to testify before the legislators back in January admitted that the number of crab pots required to snag 100 blue crabs had climbed from 10 to 50, Andy explained. And last year, hard crab landings dipped below 30 million pounds, and the downward trend is continuing." Harsh words such as fully exploited, overcapitalization, and overfishing were fired at Burren Stringle, the head of the Tangier Island Watermen's Association and the island's only police officer. Legislators set a lower limit for the number of crab pots the watermen could toss into state waters. Subsequently, a Blue Crab Advisory Commission was appointed, and it further tightened the restrictions by declaring that all pots would be tagged, thus making it easier for the Marine Patrol to count them and see who was cheating. The sanctuary was expanded to cover 465 square miles of water, at least 35 feet deep, from the Maryland line to the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay near Virginia Beach. A crafty political move that would allow 1 million more pregnant crabs to safely reach vital spawning grounds. "In truth, the sanctuary does no good at all," Andy summarized to Hammer. "The area of the bay deemed off-limits happens to be a deep trough that would require extraordinary lengths of rope for every crab pot dropped in the water. The watermen have been keeping this bit of intelligence to themselves, and so far no one on the mainland, except possibly me, knows that Tangier Island has no interest in the new sanctuary or is the least bit opposed to it. Meanwhile, pregnant crabs continue to travel to their usual spawning grounds, indifferent to their new protection and not entirely aware of it." "Okay, so forget the sanctuary idea," Hammer decided with disappointment. "But I can't think what real leverage we have, Andy. The way you've described it, Virginia really doesn't care much about the plight of the watermen, and the watermen aren't really that interested in Virginia's concerns either." "The root of all problems," Andy commented. "Nobody cares." Don't become cynical." "What we need is some good old-fashioned community policing," he said, "and I can do that through Trooper Truth." "Oh, no," she warned. "No more." "Yes," Andy countered. "Let's at least give it a chance. Trooper Truth can ask his readers to help with our cases."
Including Popeye.
Wendy was suddenly in the doorway.
"Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful if we could get Trooper Truth to ask for help finding Popeye?"
"What?" Andy asked, shocked. "What do you mean, find Popeye?" Pain passed through Hammer's eyes.
"Don't be mad at me,"
Wendy said to her.
"I know you think I just let the cat out of the box, but maybe we can find Popeye. Maybe it's not too late, even if she did disappear months ago when you let her out to potty."
"That's enough, Wendy," Hammer said again. "Please leave and shut the door."
"Well, okay, but I'm sending Trooper Truth an email right away and telling him about Popeye."
She left and shut the door. Hammer sighed. "How could you?" Andy whispered, outraged and deeply saddened by what had happened and that Hammer had never told him. "How could you not call me the minute Popeye disappeared?" "You were off on one of your research trips, Andy," Hammer said in a defeated way. "And I don't know why else, but, well, I just haven't wanted to talk about it. There's nothing that can be done. Hold on." She held up a hand. "Now what is it, Wendy?" she said to her secretary, who had just opened the door.
"Richmond Detective Slipper is on the line,"
Wendy announced. "Thank you." She waited until Wendy shut the door again and shot Andy an ominous look as she picked up the phone and said, "Hammer." She listened and scratched down notes for what seemed a very long time, and Andy could tell by the expression on her face that she was being told something serious and unpleasant. In fact, she looked a bit unnerved. As I told you yesterday, she finally said, the word is nobody knows who he is, but I wouldn't be so quick to assume that just because the name Trooper Truth was... Yes, right. Of course you have to follow every lead, and of course I'll let you know, and please keep me posted. She hung up and turned upset, anxious eyes on Andy. The detective on the murder case, the woman found on Belle Island, she's been identified.
Who?
Andy asked. Trish Thrash, a 22-year-old white female who went by the nickname TT. Apparently she worked for the state and was a closet lesbian who was known to pick up other women in area bars.
What do you mean, Trish Thrash?
Andy asked, baffled and upset. Hammer went on to explain that Trish Thrash was the victim's name, and that the city police believe the homicide was hate-related and committed by a male, possibly by whoever Trooper Truth was.
That's insane, Andy blurted out at the top of his voice. I couldn't possibly have...
Of course you didn't do it, Hammer replied as she got up and began pacing at top speed. Jesus Christ, I knew this was a bad idea, and no more writing those goddamn...
No, you can't punish me for what some other asshole did.
He jumped up from his chair and grabbed her arm, not roughly, but firmly enough to make her stop pacing and look at him.
Listen.
He lowered his voice.
Please, I'll get this straight and see what I can do to help. I've never heard of Trish Thrash and don't see how this can possibly be related to me or Trooper Truth or anything that has to do with... Well, let's just hope the Richmond police don't do anything as stupid as releasing that detail about Trooper Truth to the media.
He was beside himself. If he was forced to reveal Trooper Truth's true identity, then not only would a year's work end up in the trash, but Hammer would be in hot water with the governor for allowing one of her troopers to publish uncensored by her and especially by the governor.
Maybe I can somehow reassure the governor that Trooper Truth isn't some deranged killer, Andy thought out loud, and I'll get my readers involved in helping solve problems and bringing about justice in the Thrash case and others.
What we need is to get word to the governor that we have an urgent situation on Tangier Island, Hammer replied in frustration. Not talk to him about a murder that's not even our jurisdiction.
Maybe I can track him down for you,
Andy suggested as Trooper Makovich walked into the office and overheard the tail end of their conversation.
He always eats at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse on Wednesday nights, Makovich said.
You two find him, Hammer ordered, adding to Makovich, and maybe he won't remember you and the pool incident. For God's sake, whatever you do, don't play pool again.
Woo, Makovich agreed, shaking his big head.
Don't you worry. No way I'm ever playing with that girl, not for no reason.
Don't play with anyone in the mansion. Hammer wanted to make sure Makovich was clear on this. He frowned a little behind his dark glasses.
But what if the governor orders me to?
Let him win.
Whew, that ain't gonna be easy. He can't see nothing, Superintendent Hammer. Half the time he don't even hit the cue ball. You know, he catch a little flash or white and go after it with his stick. And last time I was there, I set down a styrofoam cup on the side of the table, and he smacked my coffee all the way across the billiard room.
You shouldn't be putting your coffee down on furniture in the mansion in the first place, Hammer told him.
I didn't think he saw me do it, Makovich said.
Chapter 8. Dr. Foe was tied up in a chair and blindfolded by a bandana that smelled like brackish water. Not especially frightened, he was mostly irritated and terribly inconvenienced. As time passed, his hopes for a speedy release and $50,000 cash were beginning to fade. He was no longer sure what the islanders' intentions were, but they were not known for being violent. In fact, as far as he knew, the biggest crime in the history of the island was the theft of a safe from Sally Landon's house several years back. She had had her life savings in it, and everybody on the island had chipped in so she wouldn't have to depend solely on the original recipe she sold in the little box she had nailed to a telephone pole near the post office. The crime was never solved. Dr. Foe's captors had moved him out of the examination room and into an unknown location inside the clinic, where he could hear bicycles rattle past an open window that allowed a constant flow of humid air to circulate flies and mosquitoes. It would do no good for him to call out for help, because the entire population was in on the conspiracy and seemed to have turned on him. For the first time in the better part of half a century, Dr. Foe had time to reflect upon his life. He sighed as he pondered lost opportunities and his unwillingness to become a missionary to what was then the Congo. God had called Sherman Foe, and little Shermie had basically hung up on the great creator and then refused to answer at all anymore. At last, God was punishing Dr. Foe, more than likely. Here the dentist was, imprisoned on a tiny remote island out in the middle of nowhere, and unless he came up with a clever plan, his Medicaid scamming days might very well be over.
"I'm sorry," Dr. Foe told God. "I had it coming. Kinda like Jonah saying he wasn't going to Nineveh, so you said, 'Guess again,' and had that big whale swallow him up and spit him out on Nineveh after all. I ask you not to make me wake up and find myself in the Congo, God. Or Zaire, as it was called last I heard. It's bad enough to be where I am right this minute."
Bonnie Boy was sitting on the floor, leaning against a wall inside the medical supply room. He was hot and itchy from insect bites, and already weary of guard duty. But when the dentist had started praying out loud, clearly oblivious to Bonnie Boy's presence, he had slowly lifted anchor and puttered away from his favorite fantasy of pulling in a crab pot and finding a treasure chest in it that was filled with gold and jewels. His obsession with sunken ships was probably the only reason he could force himself out of bed every summer, holiday, and weekend morning at 2 o'clock when his father woke him up and they headed off to the docks in the golf cart. As Bonnie Boy ate a fried oyster or crab breakfast sandwich, he would imagine himself hauling up a crab pot and finding it was snagged on a sunken picaroon ship, or maybe one of the crabs would be holding on to a gold coin or a diamond. There were several self-published legends of the island that most of the gift shops sold, and Bonnie Boy had read them all because of his interest in maritime history and salvage. His favorite story was of an incident that occurred in February of 1926, when strange winds and tides lowered the shallow waters of the bay just offshore and revealed the hulk of an old rotting ship. A picaroon ship, Bonnie Boy was sure, because a battle-axe was found along with fine china and other artifacts that the watermen quickly sold to a visiting antique dealer from New York. Unfortunately, the waters rose rapidly, and the ship was never seen again. Bonnie Boy had done the math. If the picaroon ship had survived several centuries in the bay, then certainly another quarter of a century or so wouldn't have made that much difference. It was still out there somewhere, but unfortunately no one remembered exactly where it was sighted during that long-ago cold winter. The other possibility Bonnie Boy entertained was that the sunken ship might be a Spanish one that in 1611 stopped at Old Point Comfort in what is today Hampton, Virginia. The ship might have been sent by King Philip III of Spain to spy on the people of Jamestown and see what they were up to. Other historians believe the Spaniards were, in fact, searching for another vessel that had sunk in the area. Why go to all that trouble unless there was treasure on the ship that sank, Bonnie Boy reasoned. There wasn't much going on in the new English settlement, except that people were hiding inside the fort to avoid the naturals, who were very fickle from what Bonnie Boy had read, one minute bringing the settlers maize, the next minute greeting them with a storm of arrows. Bonnie Boy had always taken sides with the naturals. He supposed that to the naturals, the settlers were rather much like the strangers the islanders tolerated most of the time, but didn't particularly trust or like. Why was it that strangers were always looking down on people who were naturals or local? Strangers ought to be called unnaturals and should be pitied, because they are the ones who need taxi rides and don't know the best place to eat or how to grow corn and have to pay a quarter to peek at peelers, as if molting blue crabs were some exotic creature like a panda bear or an anaconda. Dr. Foe had fallen silent as the sun slipped into the Chesapeake Bay, and restaurants and gift shops closed sharply at 6. Although the dentist couldn't see because of the brackish-smelling bandana, he could feel the temperature dramatically shift as night began to cloak the island and a cold front blew in. It was clear he would not be going anywhere any time soon. No one, including the Coast Guard, visited Tangier after dark when the fog rolled in and obscured the eroding shore and what was left of the airstrip. Only the watermen's workboats could move about freely when conditions were poor. But that did Dr. Foe not a bit of good, since he knew from experience that the islanders were stubborn and not inclined to change their minds. No one was going to let him go home, perhaps ever.
"You keep me here tied up like this," Dr. Foe said out loud, because he thought he had heard a stirring inside the room a few minutes ago. "Then who's going to take care of your teeth? That you in here, funny boy?"
"Yeah." Fonny Boy's answer was followed by several blows on the harmonica.
"I would like to know what the plan is, if you don't mind telling me," the dentist said.
"Depends on the governor."
Fonny Boy repeated what the watermen had discussed among themselves after taking the dentist hostage.
"If the stripes stay on the road, then there is no hope for you. We had we're fill of Virginia, and are sick and tired of the way we is treated, and don't want to go to the jail for speeding in the golf carts, and don't want NASCAR building a racetrack so they can make a barrel. And we plan to really fix you for what you done to our teeth, making out that you care when it ain't so."
"NASCAR?" Dr. Foe was stumped. "Have you ever been to a NASCAR race, Fonny Boy?"
"Yeah," he exclaimed, lifting his eyebrows and tightening his jaw, meaning he was talking backward and saying no.
"Well, I can't tell if you mean yes or no, but I assure you NASCAR has no intention of coming here, and there is no barrel of money to be made from stock car racing or anything else on this island."
"The police say so. And if the governor don't do what he ought to do and stop steering us up, we going to set out all the bateaux and form a blockade around the island and raise a flag with a jimmy on it and burn up the Virginia flag. And you made a barrel here on Tangier, now ain't that right, Dr. Foe?"
"You're going to raise a flag with a male crab on it and commit treason?"
Dr. Foe was shocked and persisted in sidestepping the boy's accusations about the dentist's honesty.
"That would cause another civil war, Fonny Boy. Do you realize the serious consequences of such a hostile act?"
"All I know is we had were fill,"
Fonny Boy said with defiance and a bit of a swagger in his voice.
"Well, I tell you, son, I visited your island for many years," Dr. Foe confessed. "And it's no coincidence that I don't choose to live here. My point is, if you want a chance in life, Fonny Boy, you've got to do the smart thing, which in this case is listening to me."
"Listening to you is not much count,"
Fonny Boy replied with a few toots on the harmonica, not letting on that his interest was snagged by what might just prove to be a transaction of some sort.
"Listening to me has plenty of value, because doing the smart thing might just give you an opportunity. Maybe there's something special out there for you, Fonny Boy. But if you go along with these people that have me locked up in here, there's a good possibility you'll end up in trouble and spend the rest of your life on this tiny, eroding island selling crabs and souvenirs and playing the harmonica. You got to help me get out of here, and if you do, maybe I'll take you with me back to Reedville, and you can work in my office and learn to drive a real car."
"If I carry you to shore, what you gonna do? Throw silver dollars at me?"
Fonny Boy asked sarcastically as he blew out an unrecognizable rendition of Yankee Doodle.
"You know what a recruiter is?" Dr. Foe said smoothly. "Well, I'll tell you, I could put you to work going around and finding needy children whose teeth require a lot of work that families can't afford. You bring them into my Reedville clinic, and I'll give you $10 for every kid. When you learn to drive, I'll find you a car. We don't have to come back here to this impoverished little island ever again."
Fonny Boy had a lot to think about, and it was time to head home for supper. He walked out of the storage room, shutting the door hard to make sure the dentist heard him leave, and failing to inform him that water and a tray of food would be delivered momentarily. Fonny Boy felt a pinch of guilt as he got on his bicycle and pedaled away from the clinic, still working on Yankee Doodle. Maybe he should have been a little kinder to Dr. Foe and told him food and drink were on the way. Maybe he should work harder to do what he had been taught in church, but getting involved in military and mutinous activity sharpened Fonny Boy's edge. He felt a bit feisty and in a mood to commit mischief and mayhem. He played his harmonica loudly and rode his bicycle faster than usual, speeding up full tilt when he crossed the two painted lines on Janders Road. Fonny Boy pumped furiously through chilly air and moonlight, scarcely acknowledging his Aunt Ginny, who was headed to the clinic in a golf cart. "Hee!" she called out to him as they passed each other in the road.
Don't you play the juice harp in the evening. You gonna drive the neighbors star crazy.
Bonnie Boy tooted out a loud, rebellious reply and wished he hadn't swallowed the cotton again. Last time it had clogged him up for a week, moving through his guts and cricks with the slow purpose of a glacier, until finally working its way out when he was in the bateau with his father, not a toilet or land in sight. When Ginny walked into the storeroom moments later, carrying a tray of crab cakes, hot rolls, and margarine, Dr. Foe was praying again.
Amen, dear Lord. I'll get back to you later. That you, Fonny boy? The dentist asked hopefully. Lord have mercy, it's freezing in here. Where'd this winter weather come from all of a sudden?
Blowed in from the bay. I got supper and water.
I need to use the bathroom.
Dr. Foe was embarrassed to talk this way in front of a woman whose mouth he had excavated and exploited for years. Ginny said, "Yeah," as long as he promised to return to the folding chair and didn't mind her tying him up and covering his eyes with the bandana again.
If you tie me up and put on the bandana, I won't be able to eat, Dr. Foe complained as Ginny freed him and he squinted in the dim light of the storeroom.
I'll sit right here without you don't come back from doing your business, and on the back of that, I didn't come over for to tell you nothing.
It was Ginny's way of saying she'd leave him alone while he used the toilet, unless he tried something sneaky, like escaping, and in addition, she had no intention of giving him any sort of information. While the dentist headed to the bathroom, she settled herself on a box of free antibacterial soap samples and ruminated about the speed traps, NASCAR taking over the island, and what the trooper had suggested about the islanders' criminal dental care. She and several other women had convened at Spanky's and set out to spread the word to the entire Tangier population by posting signs on chain-link fences and all the shops and restaurants. They had even told the ferryboat captains, who promised to incorporate the NASCAR news and dental fraud alerts into their guided tours as they carried visitors back and forth between Crisfield and Reedville. Dr. Foe returned to his folding chair and asked Ginny how her dentures were holding up.
The same, she said. And now and again I feel a bit squamish from when you pulled them last teeth the other week. I spewed up the evening for last.
If you're feeling nauseated and throwing up, it must be a bug of some sort, Dr. Foe misinformed her. And it sounds to me like your new dentures are clacking a little bit.
When the cream wears off, they do.
Well, if you need another tube of adhesive cream, you can pick one up while you're here.
Dr. Foe hungrily ate a crab cake.
They're in the middle cabinet in the examination room.
Ginny silently watched him eat, and began to struggle with deep resentment that was inching toward hate. She was a solid churchwoman and knew that hate was a sin, but she couldn't seem to help herself as she watched the greedy, indifferent dentist stuff food into his mouth.
I always thought you was the best I ever knew at teeth, Dr. Foe, she finally blurted out. But now I seen you for the truth, and you learned me we shouldn't trust neither one, neither more. We're of a mind what things you been doing on us. I'm just so out of heart about it, and was thinking as much when I was wrenching the dishes right afore I brung your dinner. We gave you all what we could, mostly food and good words, when you come here to help us, and then what you did. Why, Bimeby, you got a holt of each and every one of us, and mummocked up our mouths so you could get more'n you was supposed to from the government.
My dear Ginny, you know that's simply not so, Dr. Foe said in a cajoling tone. For one thing, government officials audit dentists constantly and check for things like that. I could never get away with it, even if it would ever enter my mind, and I swear and kiss the Bible, he tossed out one of the islanders' favorite exclamations, that what I'm saying to you is true.
That's all over,
Ginny declared, indicating she'd heard enough of his tales. Huh, Ginny bitterly thought. A cold day in heck it would be when some government agent took the ferry out here and tried to poke around in the islanders' mouths, looking to see if certain work had really been done or was necessary. She tried to pray away the hate in her heart by reminding herself that were it not for Dr. Foe, she wouldn't have dentures or adhesive cream or free samples of mouthwashes. She supposed she would have no teeth of any sort, except for the real ones that Dr. Foe had claimed he had no choice but to extract because of abscesses, root fractures, bad enamel, an overbite, and she forgot what else. I don't want to hate neither one, she silently prayed, but reality settled on her like a huge stone she could not push away. The truth, of course, was that she had been rather shocked to discover she had such major dental problems, but she had trusted Dr. Foe. The truth was that up until a few years ago, her teeth were fine, and people were always talking about her pretty smile. Why she hadn't had a cavity since childhood. And then suddenly she didn't have a single tooth left in her head. The more she brooded over this as she locked up the clinic and headed down the dark street, the more she began to entertain a host of poisonous thoughts about Dr. Foe. How many times had he told her that all of the islanders were born with bad teeth and Tangier disease due to inbreeding? How many times did she hear yet one more tale about someone's fillings falling out, or a root canal going bad, or a crown that looked like a piano key cracking smack in half for no good reason? She thought with gathering agitation and grief as she crossed the painted lines on Jander's Road. Maybe they ought to hold Dr. Foe hostage until all of his teeth fell out. Maybe he ought to have clacking dentures that didn't fit right and caused a lot of gum soreness and missed meals. Maybe he ought to spy an ear of sweet corn and feel overwhelmed by nostalgia and loss, or be embarrassed when it sounded like he was playing the castanet while he talked on the phone.
Honey, you look a norder. Why, you're sob wet.
Ginny's husband noticed that she was sobbing as she rushed inside the house and slammed the door.
I want my teeth,
she cried out hysterically.
You remember where you laid 'em last?
He asked as he began walking around, looking for the glass jelly jar she usually soaked her dentures in.
Well, I swanny, he suddenly said as he put on his bifocals. Dern if they're not in your mouth, Ginny.
An Historical Footnote by Trooper Truth. At a glance, it may not seem entirely honest of me to call this digression a footnote, because it should be plain to the reader that the text is not preceded by a number, nor is it at the bottom of a page. However, a footnote doesn't have to mean a reference designated by a number that we find in works of nonfiction, textbooks, and term papers. A footnote can also indicate something of lesser importance. For example, it could be said that until a few years ago, Jamestown was nothing more than a footnote in history, since most people believe that the U.S. really began at Plymouth, and that's why we celebrate Thanksgiving. Although school books still devote scant attention to Jamestown, at least our nation's first lasting English settlement has made it into accepted educational writings and is not relegated to a footnote literally. In the high school textbook, The American Nation, I'm pleased to report Jamestown is discussed on pages 85 and 86. Sadly, however, my 1997 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica offers only an eighth of a page on Jamestown and leads one to believe that there is nothing left of the site except replicas of the ships the settlers sailed on from the Isle of Dogs. The replicas are actually about a mile west of the original fort and are part of what is called the Jamestown Settlement, which is also a replica, I reluctantly point out, but worth visiting as long as you realize that the first settlers did not construct the 20th century buildings, restrooms, food court, souvenir shops, parking lots, and ferry any more than they sailed on the fabricated ships moored in the river. I find it rather embarrassing that when you visit Jamestown, there are numerous signs directing you to the settlement, and only one or two that point you in the direction of the original site. So you can choose to visit the fabricated Jamestown or the real one, and many tourists choose the former because of the conveniences, possibly. Of course, when the settlement was built, it was believed that the original site had eroded into the river, which explains why Virginia thought a fabrication was the best the Commonwealth could offer. The point is, I said to my wise confidant, people accept as truth things that are fabrications, or at the very least can't be proven. And I went on to give my wise confidant the example of how Tangier Island supposedly got its name. The story goes that when John Smith discovered the uninhabited island we now assume is Tangier but may in fact be Limbo, he was vividly reminded of a town called Tangier on the south side of the Strait of Gibraltar in North Africa. He was thus inspired to name the new island in the New World Tangier Island, which seems an apocryphal tale to me. Tangier Island bears no resemblance to Tangier, North Africa, I explained to my wise confidant. And it makes me wonder if Smith was engaging in a little backward talk, assuming he ever uttered a word about any place called Tangier. "Ye spy the isle there?" I said he might have asked while he was exploring in his barge. "It is most pleasant and does cause me to think of Tangier." I said he might have added with noticeable inflection and facial expression because he meant quite the opposite and was making a joke. There are other theories that Tangier Island was named after Tangier, Morocco, based on information that some British soldiers stationed in Tangier set sail for America with their Moorish wives and settled on an island in the Chesapeake Bay some people believe was Tangier when the English military withdrew its garrison from the Moroccan city in 1684. However, years later, people who called themselves Moors and lived in Sussex County, Virginia, denied that their Moorish ancestors had any connection to Tangier Island. Who knows what is true? In fact, no one seems quite certain when Tangier was first inhabited, but there are accounts of patents of land being granted as early as 1670, and a much-disputed Tangier tradition has it that in 1686, John Crockett settled on a rise and raised livestock, potatoes, turnips, pears, and figs, and 8 sons. The island began to flourish and gain the attention of warring factions during the American Revolution, when the British demanded supplies from Tangier, and the rest of Virginia responded by blockading the island and passing along severe threats from Virginia Governor Thomas Jefferson. Meanwhile, pirates seized whatever they wanted and burned down the house of an islander named George Pruitt as they cruised about, terrorizing a people who were too few and unarmed to defend themselves. As if that wasn't bad enough, a boy named Joe Parks II was snatched by the British, conscripted and carried away, and all Tangier youth were forced into hiding. The islanders had little choice but to decide it was better to openly trade with the enemy than to have their crops, property, and loved ones seized, and they began selling commodities to the British, to other Americans, and pirates, and simply flew whatever flag was appropriate, depending on who was in the area. This survival technique has endured down through the centuries, and to me explains why the Tangier people of today suffer tourists on the island and ply them with crab cakes, trinkets, T-shirts, taxi service on the golf carts, and misinformation. Dear readers, I'm asking you to interact with me by helping enforce the Golden Rule. Please, if any of you have suffered any suspicious or bad dental work performed by one Dr. Sherman Foe of Reedville, email me as soon as possible. And if anyone happens to know the whereabouts of a female Boston Terrier named Popeye, please let me know immediately. Like the dentist, the innocent dog has been spirited away and is possibly being held hostage somewhere. Unlike the dentist, Popeye has never hurt or taken advantage of anyone and doesn't deserve what has happened to her. If you have information about these crimes or any others, especially the recent vile murder of Trish Thrash, please get in touch. Be careful out there. Chapter 9. Major Trader was hunched over his keyboard like a turkey buzzard when Trooper Truth's latest essay went up on the website at exactly 3 minutes past 7 this Wednesday morning. "What sort of nonsense is this?" Trader exclaimed out loud to no one but himself. "Naughty, naughty Trooper Truth. We'll see about you mucking up the Commonwealth's revered history and asking the public to snitch for you." Trader bit into a jelly donut and wiped his thick fingers on his flannel pajamas as his wife stirred about in the kitchen, clanging cookware, rummaging and rooting through a cluttered cabinet for the frying pan. "Do you have to make so much racket?" Trader yelled from his office on the other side of the spec house he and his wife would soon sell for a handsome profit. Trader was very clever with his investments and had become a wealthy man over recent years. His modus operandi was simple. He would buy a lot in an exclusive neighborhood that did not allow spec houses. He would build a house, live in it for 1 year, then sell it, claiming that his position with the governor necessitated privacy and security, both of which were somehow violated, forcing him to move yet again. Although the neighbors had his scam figured out, no one could prove that he was really building a spec house, even though each of the 10 homes he had sold so far were identical and rather generic. Pointed letters from the neighborhood association had been ineffective and completely ignored, and Trader's pattern had become an addiction. He loved moving. Perhaps it provided the only drama in his otherwise artificial, mendacious life. Several months out of every year, Trader ordered his wife about, supervising her packing and cracking the whip over his contractor's spinning head, goading him into escalating the building schedule, all the while yelling, hurry up, we've got to move in 2 weeks and the new house had better be ready. Don't you screw with me." "But we haven't even put the wiring in yet," the contractor had pleaded with Trader just last week. "How long can that possibly take?" Trader fired back. "And you haven't picked out paints yet." "Just use the same damn eggshell white you've used on the other townhouses, you fool," Trader yelled over the phone. "And the same off-white Berber carpet, you idiot. And the same brass Williamsburgy light fixtures, you ninny. And the same pulls and doorknobs from Home Depot, you meathead." It was vital that Trader play a sovereign role when he was in his own castle. The rest of the time, he was a toady for the governor, and no one could possibly understand how hard that was on a man's ego unless he had experienced it firsthand. Do this, do that, use a different word, rewrite that paragraph. Oh, I changed my mind. Let's tell the press this instead. Where's my magnifying glass? Leave my office now. I'm not feeling well. At least Trader's demanding and unrewarding career had taught him the value of manipulation, revenge, and profiteering. Thanks to the internet, it wouldn't be long before he would be a self-made millionaire if his latest investment scheme was successful.
"Major, you haven't told me which you'd like for breakfast, sausage or bacon, raisin toast or muffins, grits with or without cheese,"
his wife yelled from the kitchen as cookware clanged.
"What are you doing in there, practicing percussion for the goddamn symphony?" Trader yelled back. "I want it all."
Thank goodness their kids were off in boarding school and college, and Trader didn't have to listen to their noisy, nonstop feet and grating voices. His wife was disruptive enough, and sound certainly carried in their new house just like it had in the other 10. Trader was getting close to 50, and if all went according to plan, he could retire soon and focus on cyber crimes. Trader frowned deep in thought as he read the latest Trooper Truth essay again, and then composed a provocative anonymous email. Dear Trooper Truth, I am the great-great-grandson of a Confederate spy, so maybe it is in my DNA, ha-ha, to be unable to resist leaking intelligence. I say ha-ha because I knew you would appreciate my witty reference to DNA since you have written about it before. I happen to have reason to know that the governor has no intention of trapping any speeders on Tangier Island. He could care less. His true motivation for launching Vascar there was to create a mess that someone else would be blamed for. I'm sure you'll want to mention that in your next essay. By the way, I was very sorry to hear about Popeye. Has it occurred to you that maybe someone stole the helpless little dog for a reason? And if someone has information, Ray, Dr. Foe, or anyone else, is there a reward? Sincerely, a spy. As usual, Trader did not intend to place a period after the A in a spy. As usual, he clicked on the Send Now key before he could make the correction. The spec house filled with a greasy aroma of frying meats as he waited for Trooper Truth to get back to him.
"Breakfast is ready,"
his wife shouted from the kitchen at the same moment his computer announced, "You've got mail." Dear Mr. A. Spy, citizens should be willing to tell the truth without being paid. And if you know anything about Popeye's disappearance, you'd better tell me or else. Trooper Truth. Well, well, Trader muttered with a gleeful smile. I do believe I struck a nerve.
"Did you say something, Major?"
His wife screamed over water drumming in the cheap metal kitchen sink.
Not to you,
Trader thundered as he composed another email. Dear Trooper Truth, I have heard rumors about who the dog's owner was. Can that be a coincidence? You know, not everybody likes that woman who shouldn't be in the position she's in to begin with. It's a man's world, right? By the way, does she have an unlisted address? I'm wondering how the dog nappers found her house. And yes, citizens should be handsomely rewarded for helping the police. Sincerely, Mr. A. Spy. Andy was enraged as he tapped out a message back to A. Spy. Dear Mr. A. Spy, it is not a man's world in the least, and if Popeye is the victim of some sort of political intrigue, I suggest you tell me what you know this minute. Don't make me warn you again. And where her owner lives is none of your business. I'll get back to you about the reward. Trooper Truth. Andy sent the email and waited for Mr. Spy to answer him. But the storm of emails flying into Andy's cyberspace box were from other readers. Mr. Spy had signed off and was taunting him, Andy decided with mounting fury. He couldn't stop thinking of the times he had played with Popeye and had been licked by her. He could almost feel her sleek tuxedo coat and the baby softness of her pink belly, and how well he remembered the comforting sound of her toenails clicking across the hardwood floor back in the days when he had been a frequent visitor of Hammer's. Andy reached for the photo album on top of a stack of research books. He was going to find that dog if it was the last thing he did. He was concerned for Hammer's safety, too. She did, in fact, have an unlisted address and was extremely careful to keep her personal life top secret. Only the police, her professional associates, and a few of her neighbors knew where she lived, and she never talked about Popeye or allowed the media to take the dog's photograph. So how did the dog thief find Popeye? Unless the crime was, as A. Spy suggested, an inside job. Please be alive, Popeye, Andy muttered as he found his favorite photograph of Popeye, the one of her in a Little Red Riding Hood winter coat. Please don't forget about Superintendent Hammer and me. We'll find you, I promise, and just wait and see what I do to the son of a bitch who stole you. He scanned the photograph into cyberspace, and instantly the image of Popeye filled his computer screen. He opened up his website program and typed in the caption, "Missing. Have you seen Popeye? Big reward offered." If people were so lacking in character that they needed money to do the right thing, then Andy would play their little game. He edited the caption to say, "Huge reward offered." And of course, the expected bogus responses came in immediately. People claimed to have seen Popeye wandering along the shoulder of the downtown expressway, or in an alleyway, or crying in the back seat of a suspicious car. If the price was right, other people wrote, they would give Trooper Truth clues about where Popeye was and why. There was an outpouring of sympathy, too. Hundreds of readers offered their own sad stories of pets they had lost since childhood. It was the most mail Trooper Truth had gotten so far, and Andy spent the entire day at his dining room table trying to answer it and hoping that someone would come forth and say, "Hey, I took the dog because my kids wanted one and I couldn't afford it, so I'll meet you in some secret place and give Popeye up for a price." Or maybe someone would write, "Look, it was a setup. Someone who hates Superintendent Hammer told me all about the dog and gave me the address and a small amount of cash. I realize now it was a mean, heartless act, and I will be happy to give Popeye back as long as I don't get in trouble and am rewarded." Sadly, there was no email about the murder of Trish Thrash, or TT, except for a short note from someone named PJ, who claimed that she used to play softball with TT and knew for a fact that TT would never willingly go to Belle Island with a man. "Have you lost your mind?" Hammer said to Andy over the phone at 6 p.m. "I thought you were supposed to write only anti-crime essays. It's bad enough that you're straying from mummies to pirates, but now you're pretending to be the SPCA. Do you want me to take Popeye's picture off the website?" He tested her. "I certainly can, but I thought giving it a shot couldn't hurt anything. Maybe she's still out there, and someone will be tempted enough by the reward to give her back." "I just don't know if I can stand seeing her in that sweet little red coat every time I log on to your site," Hammer confessed sadly. "When people avoid looking at pictures, it indicates that they haven't healed. That's why I never tear up photos of old girlfriends. If I can look at them now, then I'm okay. If I can't bear to look at them, then I'm not okay," Andy said. "Well, leave her picture on the site then," Hammer said. "I'll just have to get used to it. And you're right, Andy. If there's any chance Popeye might be found, we have to do everything we can. I thought you were supposed to stake out the governor tonight." Her tone turned all business again. "And I'm not sure it was a wise thing to criticize him again in your Trooper Truth essay. By the way, who is this so-called wise confidant you keep referring to?" "Having a wise confidant gives me license to have dialogue and expository conversations," Andy replied. Well, I don't know who the hell she is, but no one is supposed to know your trooper truth, especially in light of this awful murder. Hammer was brusque with him. So I certainly hope you haven't blown your cover over some so-called wise female confidant. And if you have, I have a right to know about it, even if I'm not the least bit interested in your personal life. Please don't tell me it's Windy.
Windy?
Andy was offended and changed the phone to his other ear.
I should hope you would think I have better taste than that.
Hammer ended the conversation, which had gone on far too long, and hung up without saying goodbye. Andy sent one final email, but this time he used his own screen name.
Dear Dr. Pond, just wondering if you've gotten those toxicology results yet. Remember, this is an extremely sensitive case, and I appreciate your keeping all details strictly confidential. And no, I can't fix your recent reckless driving ticket. I suggest you go to driving school on a Saturday that is most convenient for you, and the points will be taken off your record. Thanks and good luck, Trooper Brazil.
He logged off and put on his uniform, and within the hour was parking at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse on the city's south side, where he met Trooper Makovich, who had piloted the first family in for dinner. The two of them sat in Andy's car and watched the steakhouse's front door, waiting for the governor to emerge.
What's it like flying them?
Andy asked as he gazed out at the gleaming Bell 430 helicopter that was painted gunmetal gray with dark blue stripes down the sides and the seal of the Commonwealth on the doors.
Ooh, I can tell you for a fact it ain't all it's cracked up to be, Makovich replied. Just a damn good thing the gov didn't recognize me when I flew them here, 'cause I thought for sure that ugly daughter of his was going to say something about playing pool, and then the cat sure would be out of the bag. But she was too busy getting into the snacks in that little drawer under the back seat, you know. I sure do hope she don't say nothing when they come out, though.
Makovich lit a Salem light and turned his dark glasses on Andy.
So now that we're sitting here man to man, how about you tell me what you did to get into so much trouble? I mean, everybody's wondering why Hammer put you on the bricks for an entire year.
Who said I was put on the bricks? Andy asked with a touch of defensiveness.
Everybody say so. The word on the street is you got in big trouble for something or maybe had a fight with Hammer.
I was getting my pilot's license and several additional ratings.
I know it didn't take you no 40 hours a week for a whole year to learn how to fly, and your ratings took what, maybe 2-3 weeks each? So what was you doing the rest of the time? Just running women and watching TV?
Maybe.
You gonna tell me what you did to get suspended?
Makovich persisted. No, Andy said sullenly, deciding he might as well allow the rumor to persist, because no one, including Makovich, could know the truth about Trooper Truth.
Well, no one would guess you'd ever messed up life. Anybody looking at you would think you're the happiest son of a bitch in town, Makovich added with a prick of jealousy.
We need new pilots. Andy changed the subject. Right now, you and I are the only ones left.
Makovich followed Andy's gaze outside to the big helicopter and began to entertain a suspicion.
I bet you want to fly the governor,
Makovich accused him from behind a cloud of smoke.
Why not? Seems to me you could use a hand,
Andy nonchalantly replied as he instantly decided to approach the governor on the matter.
The first family certainly ought to have more than one pilot, and what the hell do you do when it's not VFR conditions?
He added, referring to visual flight rules, which meant that weather conditions were good enough to fly by sight instead of instruments.
Find some excuse why the helicopter can't take him wherever it is he wants to go, Makovich replied. I usually tell him there's a maintenance problem or radar's down.
You got a 430 and you only fly in pretty weather?
Andy couldn't believe it.
That thing was made to fly through clouds. Why do you think it's got autopilot, IDS, and EFIS, not to mention that smooth-as-silk rotor system? Hell, you could roll that bird like an F-16, not that I'm recommending it,
Andy was quick to add, since it was illegal to perform acrobatics in a helicopter.
But I have to admit, I did roll it on the simulator down in Fort Worth when I was at the Bell Training School. Slowed down to about 100 knots, pointed the nose down at 2,000 feet, pushed the cyclic all the way to the right, and around I went.
The idea of being upside down in a helicopter gave Makovich a bad reaction, and he inhaled as much smoke as he could to calm his nerves.
You one crazy ass, he said. No wonder you got suspended. Unless, it suddenly occurred to Makovich, you really wasn't suspended but are up to something, on some secret project. Woo!
Speaking of secrets, Andy artfully dodged and deflected. I wonder who Trooper Truth is.
Yeah, well, you ain't the only one, Makovich replied. The governor wants to know something fierce, and he's ordered me to figure it out. So if you got any ideas, I sure would appreciate your passing them on."
Andy didn't reply.
"I'm curious myself," Markovich went on. "How do you know about Tangier Island and what we was doing out there, huh? I read all about it in one of his columns on that web of his. It's like he was there watching the whole thing."
Andy said nothing because he did not want to lie. Markovich turned his dark glasses on him as yet another suspicion hovered over his thoughts.
"You ain't Trooper Truth, are you?" Markovich pressed him. "'Cause if you are, I promise to keep it a secret long as you understand I got to tell the governor."
Listen, what makes you think I wouldn't tell the governor myself if I knew who Trooper Truth was?
Andy sidestepped the question.
I guess that's a good point. If you knew, you would tell him and take all the credit," Markovich considered.
Why wouldn't I?
"Then who you think it is? I know it's passed through my mind that maybe Major Trader's doing it."
Not hardly, Andy said. Trader can't tell the truth, so he couldn't possibly be Trooper Truth, now could he?
"You're probably right."
Markovich blew out a cloud of smoke.
"You also right about us being short of pilots."
Why do they keep quitting? Andy wanted to know.
Markovich decided he had said enough. He was already in trouble with the first family. No point in making matters worse. And he was worried that Andy might prove to be a threat to him. That white boy sure was smart. A lot smarter than Markovich. Andy didn't even have to think hard about anything before he made a comment. And sometimes he used words that Markovich didn't know.
"So I bet when you was in school you was one of those bookworms," Markovich said as envy crept into his tone and compelled him to find a way to put Andy down. "Bet you lived in the library and all you did was study."
Hell no, I never studied,
Andy said, not adding that he had sailed through college in 3 years and loved learning so much that he never considered his schoolwork studying.
All I wanted to do was get out and get on with things.
"Yeah, no shit."
The cloud of smoke nodded. Markovich had suffered through 1 year of a technical college where he grew to strongly resent his father's ambition that his oldest son would one day hold down a respectable job at Ethel Corporation making solvents. Markovich moved out of the house his freshman year and joined the Army, where he learned to fly helicopters, and then moved on to law enforcement. A couple months back, he gave his father a framed autographed picture of the first family, just to rub it in a little bit. Mrs. Krim had written a nice personal inscription on it that said, "First Lady Maud Krim." A cigarette butt sailed in a perfect arc and landed on the pavement, where it glowered like an angry eye.
"All I gotta do is say one word to the gov about you flying as my co-pilot, and he take care of you,"
Markovich bragged, without the slightest intention of facilitating helicopter flying or anything else for Andy, except trouble, maybe.
"That's assuming he don't remember me. Now, if that pool shark daughter decides to make a fuss, then I might be best off speaking to him another time. Whew, I'd better light up quick before they come out."
For a brief instant, the smoke cleared enough for Andy to remember that Thorlo Markovich was the biggest black male he had ever met.
"Now, it ain't the gov who mind people smoking."
Markovich lit another menthol cigarette.
"But the First Lady, whew!"
The smoke shook its head.
"Remember that interview she did in the paper the other Sunday on tertiary smoke? I mean, how?"
The cloud of smoke went on and on.
"What? I inhale, then I blow it in your mouth, then you hurry and locate a third party and blow it in their mouth?"
You better blow it somewhere quick, Andy said as he worked out a plan. Here they come.
End of Side 3. Side 4. Chapter 10. The most malignant smoke in Virginia was not generated by Salem lights, but by a highway pirate named Smoke, who had been consummately evil from birth. His lengthy rap sheet of crimes as a juvenile ranged from truancy to setting cats on fire to malicious wounding and homicide. Although he had finally been brought to justice in Virginia several years earlier, he had managed to break out of a maximum security prison by forming a noose of bed sheets and pretending to hang himself from his stainless steel bed. When prison guard A.P. Pinn noticed Smoke slumped over on the floor, a noose around his neck, bug-eyed with his tongue protruding, Pinn threw open the cell door and rushed inside to see if the inmate might still be alive. Smoke was, and he jumped up and smashed a food tray against Pinn's head. Then Smoke quickly dressed in Pinn's uniform and sunglasses and walked out of the penitentiary without detection. Pin had gone on to write a book about his ordeal and published it himself. Betrayed had not sold very well, and Pin turned to hosting a local cable show called Head to Head with Pin. Smoke watched Pinhead, as he called the show, every week to make sure there were no leads on his disappearance or any suspicion that he was the leader of a pack of road dogs. In a way, it disappointed him that Pin had never so much as alluded to him, except to mention that being trayed had traumatized Pin, and no one can relate to what it's like to be smacked in the head with meatloaf and instant potatoes until they have had it happen at least once. Pin's show had gotten underway, and Smoke and his road dogs were gathered in their stolen Winnebago, which was parked behind pine trees on a vacant lot in the north side of the city. Smoke pointed the remote control and turned up the sound as Pin smiled into the camera and talked with Reverend Pontius Justice about the neighborhood watch program the Reverend had just kicked off in Shawco Bottom near the farmer's market.
"Look at that motherfucker,"
Smoke said as he gulped down an Old Milwaukee.
"He thinks he's something."
Pin was dressed in a double-breasted shiny black suit, a black shirt, and black tie, and obviously had bleached his big teeth. When Smoke had known Pin in the pen, the guard had worn thick-tinted glasses. Now he must have contact lenses that caused him to squint a lot.
"What does he think this is? The Academy Awards? I can still see the knot on his head from where I hit him with the tray," Smoke pointed.
He always had that bump on the back of his head,
said Cat, the most senior road dog.
See, he didn't used to shave his head and put wax on it like he does now, so the bump shows up. Man, he got one shiny head. Need to wear sunglasses to even look at it.
Cat squinted through cigarette smoke and tapped an ash into a beer can.
"What kind of wax you think he used?"
asked another road dog named Possum, who was puny and unhealthy-looking and tended to stay in his room during the day watching TV with the lights out.
Beeswax, you think? Hey, maybe he used bedhead. Remember that dude I bought the gum from? I asked him how he got his head so shiny, and he say he used bedhead that he got in New York in one of them cosmetic centers, and it costs like $20. It's in a little stick you gotta push up from the bottom and then rub it on your hand like deodorant.
"That fucker put deodorant on his head?" said a third road dog, Cuda, which was short for barracuda. He stared blearily at Pin's polished scalp.
"Shut up."
Smoke turned up the volume again. He was getting excited because Pin was warming up to the very subject Smoke had been waiting to hear about.
"In your book, Betrayed,"
Reverend Justice was saying from his overstuffed chair next to a plyboard wall painted to look like a bookcase next to a cheery fireplace, "you went on at great length about how neighbors got to be neighbors instead of just living in the neighborhood. I believe I'm quoting correctly."
I said that.
"So if we love our brothers and sisters and keep an eye on them coming and going, the neighborhood will change."
Yeah, I might have said that.
"Did you have this philosophy before you got banged in the head?"
I don't recall. Might have.
Pin sat straighter in his chair and stared into the camera as he fondled the satin tie he had bought at S&K for $9.95.
I do know I was being neighborly when I checked on that dead inmate, and next thing I know I'm unconscious on that hard cement floor. He took my uniform and everything in it.
Pin was getting riled by the memory, and it was becoming difficult for him to look serene and wise.
You imagine that? How would you...
He pointed his finger at his TV audience.
"Like it someone smacked you aside the head and left you naked, implying to the prison population and other guards that maybe you had a male honey who done something to you 'cause you was found face down with nothing on."
The Reverend was turning pale and beginning to sweat under the hot lights.
"That's what forgiveness,"
he tried to cut Pin off.
"Forgiveness my ass. I ain't forgiving that punk. Hell no. I find him one of these days and then we see who smacks who."
He glared into the camera, staring straight at Smoke.
"And let me tell you, someone knows where that snake in the weed is. You seen him? You call this toll-free number at the bottom of the screen and we'll send you a reward."
He repeated the number several times.
He go by the street name of Smoke and is a plain-looking white boy with dreadlocks and what he calls a beard that got about as much hair as a possum tail.
Hey,
Possum objected, tossing an empty beer can at the TV. Smoke pushed Possum off the ottoman and ordered him to shut up.
You bust that TV, and I'm gonna bust your head.
Now, I don't know what Smoke is wearing these days, 'cause last time I seen him he was in an orange jumpsuit, but he's a young white male about 21 or 2 and mean as a snake, Pin went on. I guarantee he ain't doing nothing to help the neighborhood. Not hardly, no way. Now you listen up.
He searched the faceless audience behind the camera.
You want some snake in the weeds slithering around your neighborhood?
We will absolutely keep an eye out in the neighborhood, Reverend Justice promised with a nod as he mopped his face with a handkerchief. Sure is a lot of meanness out there. Just look at this most recent awful case of Moses Custer getting beat on and his Peterbilt being hijacked right there next to the pumpkin stand.
You take the reefer or just the cab?
Pin was momentarily distracted by the terrible story.
I didn't take no reefer.
Smoke made a pun to the TV.
Wish it had been full of reefer, though, instead of fucking pumpkins. What do you want to bet Pinhead's this Trooper Truth dude? Maybe he's the idiot writing all that shit on the internet.
Yeah, he did, the Reverend said, nodding. A Great Dane reefer,
which was trade talk for the top-of-the-line freight van that had been filled with pumpkins and hitched to the Peterbilt 18-wheeler truck.
I visited Moses in the hospital.
The Reverend shook his head sadly.
That poor man looked like a pit bull got hold of him.
What'd he say they did to him?
Pin was getting edgy. He didn't like it when a guest was better informed than he was.
What make you think he Trooper Truth?
Asked Possum, who was computer literate and responsible for checking out the Trooper Truth website every morning to see if there was anything on it that Smoke ought to know about. Possum also handled all internet transactions, which included searches for 18-wheelers that might be parked somewhere with a for sale sign, and news stories about truck shows, truck rodeos, truck accessories and parts, farmers markets, piracy, smuggling, Canada, and a few of Possum's own special interests, such as the Bonanza Fan Club and any related conventions that he would undoubtedly never get to attend. There was a large volume of email, too, of course, from Smoke's criminal contacts, most of whom remained anonymous.
Moses was sleeping in the Peterbilt, Reverend Justice was saying, when all of a sudden this angel came to give him a unique experience, and the next thing he knows, all these demons are throwing him down on the pavement where they start kicking and beating on him and cutting him up.
He not have the doors locked?
Pin said with a hint of judgment, for it was his habit to find fault with the victim whenever possible, and he was already reaching a verdict that Moses Custer might never have been attacked by demons, pirates, or anything else had he bothered to lock his doors.
I guess not, but that don't mean he's to blame.
The Reverend gave Pin a severe look.
Hey, Cuda piped, maybe he say what hospital he in and we go finish him off.
Nah, I don't think Pinhead's Trooper Truth.
Possum voiced his opinion.
Not unless he write a lot better than he talk. I think Trooper Truth the police, just like his name say he is, 'cause he always talking about pirates and DNA and shit, and we better watch out he don't come after us, 'cause he sure do have a way of finding out things, and you already been locked up before.
He looked at Smoke.
And there's a description of you going round, so maybe we be better off just quitting being pirates and maybe go get jobs at the Foot Locker or Bojangles or something.
Shut up!
Smoke screamed at him as the RV's aluminum door opened, and Unique walked in carrying something in a plastic trash bag.
I need some money,
she said to Smoke.
You still owe me.
Listen here, you concerned viewers out there.
Pin was pointing his finger at the camera again, once more fixated on his own ordeal. The hell with Moses Custer or anyone else.
You see a plain-looking white boy with dreadlocks? You call me right now.
See, I told you there's a description,
Possum exclaimed.
He say anything about that queer girl who just got killed on Belle Island?
Unique asked as she stared at the TV.
What queer girl?
Smoke asked with a yawn.
No, but Trooper Truth did on his web, but he didn't say nothing about her being queer,
Possum volunteered.
He's asking the public for tips.
Unique thought this was very funny. There were no tips. She had been invisible when she left the bar with TT, so it wasn't possible that anybody had seen Unique and could offer tips to Trooper Truth or anyone else. Of course, becoming invisible was not without its downside. Unique had finally realized that rearranging her molecules when she pursued her purpose was probably the reason she didn't remember much after the fact, and reliving her cruelties was the best part.
"Pick up the phone right this minute,"
Pin repeated the telephone number at the bottom of the screen.
"You tell the truth and we get 'em, I send you $500. This is AP Pin for head-to-head with Pin. Good night," he beamed.
"Maybe we should go out and see what's around,"
Kat suggested, thoroughly bored by the TV show and the local news that followed.
"I get the car out from under the tarp and we can go hunting."
"Yeah," grunted Cuda. "We're almost out of beer and I got one smoke left. Man,"
he got up, stretching and strutting.
"Maybe we find that Custer son of a bitch and kill him in the hospital before he keeps snitching on us."
"He doesn't know anything more about us," Smoke snapped at Cuda. "And if you'd killed him to begin with," he added to Possum, "we wouldn't have to worry about it."
Possum had drunk too many beers while they were out cruising for a prize the other night, and his aim had been a little off, much to his secret relief, and as best he knew, the bullet he had fired had struck Moses in the foot and knocked his boot off.
I still think we should find him,
he agreed, contrary to his true feelings.
I'll get him smack in the head this time.
He pretended to be as cold-blooded as Smoke by pulling a 9mm pistol out of the back of his relaxed leg jeans and pointing it at the TV as if it were a hospital bed.
"You shoot the TV, you little shit, and you're next."
Smoke jumped up and grabbed the gun and pointed it at Possum's head, snapping back the slide. Possum swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror as he begged,
Smoke, don't! Please, I was just kidding, you know. I need my money,
Unique said in her quiet, soft voice, as her eyes began to blaze and her purpose began to create that unbearable tension inside her darkness. Smoke ignored her, laughing as he shot a hole in the floor. The ejected shell pinged against a lamp, and he tossed the pistol back to Possum.
"Or maybe I'll shoot the damn dog since you seem to like her so much. In fact, bring her in here."
No,
Possum cried out.
Please, Smoke, you can't go shooting that little dog. And I don't like her either. I can't stand that stupid dog, but we need her, so don't go wasting a bullet on her yet.
"I'm gonna shoot her eventually," Smoke said. "Or set her on fire, even better. But not until I'm ready to get that bitch Hammer. I'll show her for getting me locked up. Her and that fucker Andy Brazil."
Possum reluctantly retreated to his bedroom, where he was shocked to see a photograph of Popeye in a red coat filling his computer screen. The real Popeye was sleeping on Possum's bed and noticed the scanned photograph of herself the instant Possum woke her up.
Shit,
Possum whispered.
We can't tell Smoke about this,
he warned Popeye as he picked her up, and she began to shake with excitement and fear. Trooper Truth somehow knew that Popeye had been dognapped and was still alive. He was looking for her and encouraging the world to help him out. Of course, Popeye knew very well that Trooper Truth was Andy, because she had overheard many private conversations between Andy and Popeye's owner when the website was in the planning stages. Then Andy had suddenly disappeared, and next, Popeye had.
I ain't gonna hurt you, little girl,
Possum was whispering in her ear.
But Smoke's mean. You know how mean he is, and we gotta make sure he don't know Trooper Truth's offering a reward for you and got everybody joining some big posse to come find you, just like on Bonanza.
Popeye didn't need to be reminded of how mean Smoke was, and she would have traded her favorite stuffed squirrel for a chance to sink her teeth into his ankle. She would be forever traumatized by the memory of that unguarded moment when her owner had let her out the front door and gotten distracted by the stove, which she wasn't sure she had remembered to turn off. It all happened so fast. Her owner ran back into the kitchen while Popeye was sniffing grass near the sidewalk, and then a black Toyota Land Cruiser suddenly roared up the street and slammed on the brakes, and Possum was calling Popeye's name and holding out a treat.
Come here, Popeye, you good little girl,
Possum said as if he were the nicest human in the world.
Look what I got for you.
Next thing Popeye knew, she was snatched up and thrown into the back of the land cruiser, which was driven by that vicious monster, Smoke. Popeye was sped away to the Winnebago, where she had been ever since, and every night she dreamed about her owner, who Smoke said was dead. For a while, Popeye hadn't believed him, but by now she had resigned herself to the probability that her owner was gone from this earth, because if she wasn't, certainly she would have found Popeye by now and sent Smoke to jail for the rest of his rotten life. Possum held Popeye tightly and carried her back into the living room. Possum had learned to fake many things, including his feelings. He was careful to act as if taking care of their canine hostage was an inconvenience. He never let on that he and Popeye had bonded, and that the dog was perhaps the only warm spot of love in his life, except for the television reruns he watched while the other road dogs slept. Popeye cowered in Possum's lap and licked his hand.
I told you not to lick me,
Possum lied to Popeye, who by now understood the ugly act Possum put on when Smoke was around.
Maybe it's time we get a message to Hammer that we found her dog,
Smoke said as he handed Unique cash, and she silently left.
So she'll meet us somewhere, and when she does, I blow her fucking head off, and Brazil's too.
Yeah, Kuda said. You've been saying that for months, Smoke, and I keep saying to you, what if she brings other troopers with her? And what if this Brazil guy gets off the first round? I remember you telling us last time you got in a tussle with him, you ended up in jail, so he must be the man.
He's not the man. I am. Maybe we just kill everybody who shows up, including you,
Smoke cruelly taunted Popeye.
Lock that ugly dog back in your room and send an email to Captain Bonnie and ask him when the hell we're gonna make our move and use that damn dog to get the fuckers, he told Possum. I'm tired of waiting, he said to everyone. Go get the car, he ordered Cat.
Possum logged onto the internet, clicked on favorites, and pulled up Captain Bonnie's egotistical, self-promoting, self-serving website, which featured a fierce woodcut of Blackbeard on the home page. Possum went to the How to Contact section and pecked out the following message, which was the opposite of what Smoke wanted.
Dear Captain Bonnie, us pirates ain't ready to make the big move yet. I'll let you know. Yours truly, Pirate Possum.
Major Trader just happened to be eating a banana split in his spec home office when the email landed. He was becoming annoyed with Pirate Possum and whoever his felonious, crude mates were. Trader had faithfully leaked information to the pirates and kept them out of the news for many months, and so far had gone unrewarded. He had better be taken care of appropriately just as soon as the pirates made their so-called big move, which Trader had assumed all along was a big move of cocaine, heroin, and guns across the Canadian border. He typed out an email. Dear Pirate Possum, it was good to hear from you as always, but let me remind you that when I orchestrated the dog-napping of Popeye so you could set up an ambush of Superintendent Hammer, the deal was that I would be handsomely rewarded. I have been patient for months, and now my terms have changed. I am demanding not 50%, but 60% of the booty, paid in cash and left in a waterproof suitcase at a location of my choosing. Let me remind you that if you don't come through for me, I will be forced to use force. Sincerely, the notorious Captain Bonnie. Chapter 11. The black front door of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse slowly opened, and Governor Krim and the First Lady emerged from the former plantation house, pressed upon from all sides by serious EPU troopers in neat suits. The Krim's 4 daughters, all unmarried and over 30, fell in behind their important parents and were sealed off from the rest of society by yet another wall of troopers at the rear of the procession. Makovich quickly tossed the cigarette and unfolded himself like a stretcher as he worked his way out of the car, while Andy smoothed down his dark gray uniform, checking to make sure that his clip-on tie, pepper spray, handcuffs, tactical baton, extra magazines of ammunition, pistol, and whistle were in place. He realized it might not be a good idea to bring up Tangier Island or Hammer in front of so many sets of eyes and ears. Certainly it would make Hammer look bad if her troops knew that the governor never returned her phone calls or met with her. And based on the way the governor was walking, Andy wasn't confident that he was entirely sober.
Look,
It's possible the governor might remember you, or the daughter you upset might say something, Andy said, falling in stride with Makovich as the distinguished party approached. So I think it best I take him aside. I think he's a bit drunk.
Makovich had no intention of helping Andy have a private audience with the governor, especially if the governor had a buzz on and was happier and more generous than usual. The last thing Makovich needed was for Andy to end up the governor's pet, in addition to being Hammer's pet. Makovich had been trying for years to gain special status and even affection from the governor, all to no avail, and the pool incident certainly hadn't helped matters.
Ooh, I wouldn't try it,
Makovich tried to discourage Andy.
Especially if he's drunk. He's one mean man when he's drunk.
Makovich felt a little guilty about lying and stepping on Andy, but Makovich couldn't help himself. He feared he had leveled out on his professional climb to success, and if he wasn't shrewd and territorial, he would find himself working security in a shopping mall one of these days, or maybe flying grumpy, racist businessmen around for a helicopter charter service. But to Makovich's surprise and annoyance, Andy completely ignored Makovich and walked right up to the governor and shook his hand.
So the military's protecting me now.
The governor seemed pleased, recognizing dimly that the person before him was a tall male in uniform and therefore was either Army or National Guard.
I like that.
The 3 oldest Krim daughters fastened their attention to Andy like leeches at a bloodletting, while the 4th daughter, whose arrested adolescence was annoyingly apparent, smacked gum. Governor Krim smiled, patting for his magnifying glass, which he had attached to his pocket watch chain to ensure that his beloved optical aid did not find its way into the compote again. A huge eye peered through thick glass, scanning to see who might be watching his generous overtures toward the young soldier.
The more protection, the better, I always say, the governor commented. What's your name, soldier?
Andy Brazil. I'd like to be one of your pilots, Governor, if that would be all right with you. Maybe I could have a moment of your time to discuss it.
Bet you want to be executive protection, too.
The governor had heard this before. Every state trooper he had ever met wanted to be EPU, just as most federal agents wanted to be Secret Service. It was all about power. It was all about being close to the throne. He also vaguely made out that Andy was a handsome fellow, well-built, but not a big wall of muscle like the other men and women who protected the first family. Andy's was a useful body that could dance around trouble instead of barreling right through it, and the governor fancied that Andy might make a decent son-in-law for at least one of the Krim daughters. Then it dimly penetrated his overburdened, inebriated mind that he wasn't so sure he was inclined to trust his wife around such an attractive and charming young fellow. Despite her swearing to tell the truth and even placing her left hand on the Krim family Bible, the First Lady had not convinced her husband that she hadn't been hiding adulterous men in the mansion's linen closets. Yesterday, Krim came home for lunch unannounced and discovered Pony on his hands and knees wiping a linen closet floor with a rag.
What are you doing?
The governor demanded as he fumbled for his watch chain and the magnifying glass dangling from it.
Just putting a little furniture polish on the hardwood,
Pony said, nervously rubbing oil into the scratches the trivets had left on the heart of pine flooring.
I've been meaning to get around to it, sir. Just now did. There's some nice split-pea soup cooking in the kitchen if you want some.
Does it have ham in it?
The governor peered through the magnifying glass at the scratched old wood.
How did the floor get gouged like that? It looks like someone wearing hobnail boots was hiding in the closet, or maybe someone wearing tap shoes.
I think it's maybe from the vacuum cleaner,
Pony suggested as he covered the scratches as quickly as possible.
I keep telling the housekeepers not to put the vacuum cleaner in the linen closets. I'm afraid the pea soup does have ham in it. I didn't know you'd be coming home for lunch, or I would have made sure they didn't put ham or even a ham bone in it, sir.
Just as Pony was explaining all this, the governor detected a clanking sound as someone hurried downstairs. Krim hurried too, but wasn't fast enough to catch the source of the odd noise that he now suspected was a man wearing either spurs or armor, and his fears about his wife began to scream inside his psyche. Was she playing strange dress-up games with unknown men she picked up on the internet? He imagined her in erotic poses with virile young suitors dressed in nothing but spurs or a helmet with a plume, or perhaps both. Maud and her lascivious lovers would have loud metallic sex and maybe use magnets to enhance their perverted pleasure before she suddenly noticed the crown molding and cobwebs and began withholding favors from these Cybermen, the same way she had been denying the governor for long years. For all he knew, Andy Brazil was part of the plot. How did the governor know that Andy hadn't already met Maud on the internet and wanted to fly the first family because he really wanted to fly Maud?
You'd have to be a state trooper before you can be EPU,
the governor told Andy in an autocratic, unfriendly tone.
I am a state trooper, Governor, and we're short of pilots,
Andy added to the First Lady, because by nature he was inclusive and did not treat the wives of others as appendages.
Seems like it's always the same pilot these days,
she said, irritated by the reminder as she frowned at Makovich. Where had all her pilots gone? As she recalled, there had been plenty of them earlier in the year, and she supposed that the problem must be that ball-breaking woman who was the new superintendent of the state police. Trader had horrible things to say about her. What was her name? A tool of some type. How appropriate. A sledgehammer? No, not quite. Mrs. Crimm strained to remember. Sledge. That was it. Superintendent Sledge. Maybe it was time for the First Lady to send a pointed note to her and demand more pilots, and Mrs. Crimm fondly thought of her favorite saying, "Variety is the spice of life," and recited it out loud.
Pardon?
Andy was baffled.
"I'm just wondering if you agree,"
the First Lady said to him. Andy sensed he was being tested and replied,
In most cases, but not always. For example, I don't wear a variety of clothes to work. Always a uniform, and I very much like the state police uniform and am happy to wear it every day, so variety is not an issue with me."
"What?" The governor picked up on his wife's secret code and was shocked she would be so blatant, and he imagined her having sex with this Andy fellow, who probably would have nothing on but a duty belt.
"Variety most assuredly is not the spice of life or anything else," Crimm thundered. "Life is all about faithfulness and serving your master. And what do you mean by spice?"
He glared through his magnifying glass at his unfaithful wife.
"Dear, calm down," said the First Lady,
who suddenly recalled that she had hidden her stash of trivets in the spice cabinet, and perhaps it was best not to allude to spices again.
"I told you not to eat all that sour cream and butter. You know what it does to your submarine."
She was confident this would divert his attention.
"Why, all that animal fat and all those dairy products are just fuel oil for your submarine, and spices aren't the problem because there were no spices on your dinner, other than all that salt you poured over everything. We avoid spices for good reason now, don't we? And we won't mention them ever again for fear you'll make associations that will excite your submarine and send it plunging into turbulence that could end terribly with blown gaskets and leaking seals and silt billowing up from the bottom of your constitution. Now, Trooper Brazil, what an exotic name. Are you South American? Have you met Constance, Grace, and Faith?"
The First Lady stopped short of the fourth daughter, the youngest and the least attractive woman in the parking lot.
"And what about you?"
Andy asked the ignored daughter, halfway expecting her name to be Sloth or Gluttony, based on her appearance and demeanor.
"What's it to you?"
She violently chewed a massive wad of bubble gum, and Andy was struck by her bluntness and lack of charm.
"And I saw you get out of your unmarked car."
She scowled at him.
"What good does it do to drive an unmarked car and then wear a uniform? How retarded is that?"
"You don't sound like you're from around here."
Andy overlooked her poor manners as he tried to place her loud drawl. He also didn't intend to reveal that Hammer insisted Andy drive an unmarked car since he was an undercover journalist, and she preferred that he draw as little attention to himself as possible.
"I was born in Grundy in the coal mines," the rude daughter replied.
"You most certainly were not,"
The First Lady was appalled. "I was carrying her during a whistle-stop campaign up there on the Western Virginia border where we toured several coal mines," she informed Andy, as the governor continued to scan through his magnifying glass in search of the helicopter while the EPU huddled around him and his family in the dark, waiting for orders. "But she was born in a hospital just like all of my daughters," Mrs. Krim added indignantly, giving the so far nameless girl a warning glance.
"Can always use another pilot, I suppose," Governor Krim despondently said, wishing he hadn't eaten so much and humiliated that the First Lady had mentioned his submarine in public. There were times when Bedford Krim regretted his life. In Virginia, governors can't succeed themselves, so he always had to wait 4 years before running again. For 20 years, he had been recycled through his arcane, antiquated, ridiculous state system, commander-in-chief for a term, then back to the private sector for another term, then back in the mansion again. The White House was smaller and more distant by now. Governor Krim was over 70. Vodka went straight to his head, and his poorly wired submarine was almost never on course anymore. The EPU troopers were getting restless. A crowd was gathering. Andy was no fool. He knew that an added bonus to flying the governor would be that the closer he could get to him, the more information he could gather for his Trooper Truth essays. "Governor," Andy said, "let me just say again that I'd be honored to fly you and your family around in a new helicopter, and although I don't need to be EPU, I will protect you at the same time. I don't suppose I could have a moment to talk to you privately?"
Makovich was seething, but nobody could tell, because troopers were taught never to register what was going on inside them. His only consolation as he watched Andy eclipse him on this crisp September night was that Makovich knew that horrid youngest Krim daughter's name very well. Ooh, he sure did. He had never spoken to her, not even when he had beaten her in pool, but he always kept his eye on her behind the dark mask of his sunglasses. Her name was Regina, pronounced the British way, and this was part of what was wrong with her, if you didn't include her unfortunate obesity and broad, homely face. It was well known among the troopers that Regina had inclinations that did not coincide with the First Lady's relentless attempts to matchmake her undesirable daughters.
"Trooper Brazil's not a great pilot,"
Makovich whispered to the First Lady, deciding the best way to protect his turf was to set Andy up.
"But he's single and been pretty down lately. I think he's lonely."
"How sad," the First Lady whispered back. "Why, I'll just invite him to the mansion."
"Oh, now, that would be mighty nice, ma'am,"
Makovich replied, as if it were the most magnanimous thing he'd ever heard. Andy Brazil had no idea what he was getting himself into, Makovich thought with a thrill of vindication. The pretty white boy was going to have the stuffing ripped out of him just like the straw man the flying monkeys carried off, following the orders of their supervisor, the Wicked Witch of the West, or wherever she was from.
"Well, I guess we should go," the governor decided as his submarine plunged into murky bile spewed out by his gallbladder. "I'm not feeling well, and should never have eaten that Belgian fudge cake that Trader had couriered to the restaurant and sent to the table," he added, as Andy's antenna went up. "It's true, Maud. I need to cut back."
Makovich and his fellow troopers led the first family away to the helicopter under a cloak of protective darkness as Andy got out his cell phone. He would call the steakhouse immediately and insist that any leftover fudge cake be sealed in a plastic bag right away. Suddenly he remembered he had promised Hammer to tell the governor about the situation on Tangier Island. The helicopter's engines ignited, and the 4 blades began to turn as Andy ran toward the chopper.
"But, Governor," Andy shouted, "Superintendent Hammer has urgent news and must talk to you."
His words were scattered by rotor wash.
"I smell cigarettes."
The First Lady went off like a smoke alarm as she held on to her stiffly sprayed hair, protecting it from the sudden wind.
"Not me,"
all of the troopers said at once. Smoke and his road dogs were watching all this from behind the tinted glass of the black Toyota Land Cruiser that had been stolen in New York and through a series of transactions had ended up in Smoke's possession with new plates and the vehicle identification number filed off. The pirates had been cruising when they happened upon Belgrade Shopping Center, where Ruth's Chris Steakhouse was tucked back behind old trees, and they couldn't help but notice the huge helicopter sitting in the grass. None of the highway pirates had ever seen such a thing, and when the throttle was turned up to full power, Smoke and his crew gawked at beating blades and landing lights blazing as trees whipped in hurricane-force gusts. "Shit!" Smoke exclaimed. It was rare he showed emotion other than anger and hate. "Would you fucking look at that?" Cuda, Possum, and Cat sat in awed silence, the chopping of the blades thudding their eardrums and exciting their blood like lust. "I wonder how hard it'd be to fly one of those things," Smoke said. "You imagine what we could do with something like that? Fuck trucks. Shit, no one could ever catch us, and we could deliver the goods ourselves in half the time from here to Canada. Get the middleman out of the way." The helicopter lifted, flooding wildly swirling grass with dazzling light, and through an expansive passenger's window, Smoke could just make out one of the Crim daughters ripping open a bag of junk food, maybe chips. Then he noticed someone else. Andy Brazil was trotting back to his unmarked car. It turned Smoke to molten lava to see that son of a bitch again. When Andy had been a city cop, he and Hammer had been responsible for catching Smoke and putting him in prison. Not a day had passed in Smoke's cell when he hadn't entertained sadistic fantasies about what was in store for those two cops. "Well, well, well," Smoke said, as the helicopter rose above trees and thundered into the sky. "Look who's here. Maybe I ought to blow his motherfucking brains out right now." "Whose brains?" Cat tore his eyes away from the bright light churning up the night. He followed Smoke's vindictive stare to a blonde trooper climbing into an unmarked car.
Why you want to blow his brains out now, man?
Possum protested as Smoke put the SUV in gear.
Don't go be doing something like that with all these police around. You crazy or what? You want to do that, I'm getting out of the car.
Possum was riding up front, and when he grabbed the door handle, Smoke backhanded him across the face. Cuda and Cat shrank into their seats, getting smaller and falling silent. They despised Smoke, but had nowhere else to go, and were in too much trouble by now to do anything but stay in their present employment. Both Cuda and Cat had started out in street gangs, which were a dime a dozen these days. Being a pirate was like being the mafia, Cat reassured himself, as he didn't move or blink in his seat in the land cruiser. Nobody messed with Smoke and his road dogs, and they went after bigger prizes than just ripping off people and ATM machines and doing drive-by shootings for fun. The other day, Smoke had taken his crew to Cloverleaf Mall and bought all of them brand new Nikes and all the pizza and French fries they could eat in the food court. So he wasn't all bad. Possum was trying to make himself feel better, too. But he was tired of being smacked around by Smoke and worrying about him hurting or killing poor little Popeye. When Possum was growing up, his daddy used to smack him around, too, and do awful things at the dinner table, stabbing steak knives into the wood and throwing food across the room. His daddy liked to shoot rabbits and send the dogs after them so he could have the pleasure of watching the small, shrieking creatures torn to bits. Possum began to stay in the basement, dropping out of school to watch TV in the dark. Over the years, he stopped growing and crept up from the basement only late at night to raid the refrigerator and the liquor bottles after his parents had quit fighting and gone to sleep. Possum had never caused any kind of trouble until he was able to see in the dark and sunlight hurt his eyes. Then he began to venture out of the basement after midnight and walk around Northside's Chamberlain Avenue, looking dreamily at cars gliding past and normal people out, people who could come and go as they pleased and didn't have to spend their days in the basement, listening to their daddy tear up the house and beat on their mama and torture animals. One morning at about 2 a.m., Possum was malingering in the parking lot of Azalea Mall, eyeing the ATM and hoping someone had forgotten to get their cash out of the little slot he was shoving a Slim Jim down, and a Land Cruiser pulled up. Possum started running, but Smoke was too fast for him. Next thing, Possum was tackled to the pavement, and a white boy with dreadlocks was sticking a gun to Possum's head and ordering him into the Land Cruiser. Possum had been a road dog ever since, and sometimes he missed the basement and thought about his mama. Once, and only once, he had called her from a payphone.
I got me a good job working at night, he told his mama, but I can't say where, Mama, 'cause Daddy would come get me, you know. You doing all right?
Oh, honey, sometimes it ain't so bad, she said in that defeated, depressed tone Possum knew so well. Please come home, Jerry, she added, because Possum's real name was Jeremiah Little. I miss you, baby.
Don't you be worrying none.
Possum got a big lump in his chest as he talked inside the graffiti-scarred phone booth.
I gonna get enough money to get you out of there, and we go live in some nice motel where he ain't never gonna find us.
The problem with his plan, Possum had since learned, was that Smoke kept the prize money to himself. He gave cash to his dogs as needed and wouldn't allow them to accumulate any on their own. Possum got plenty to eat and all the alcohol and pot he wanted. He wore nice basketball shoes and huge jeans that were always falling off. He was equipped with a pager, a cell phone, a handheld global positioning system, a gun, and his own room in the RV. But he had no savings, and it was likely he never would. He thought about this as his face stung and the inside of his lip bled. Possum missed his mama and realized that Smoke was even worse than Possum's daddy.
You can't be killing him right now.
Possum tried to reason with Smoke.
It's better we wait and make the big move. Then we can blow away all them motherfuckers at once, including Popeye.
Smoke turned back onto Huguenot Road and sped off.
Don't worry. I ain't taking Brazil out tonight in front of all these people. But I'm gonna get him bad when the time's right. Just like I'm gonna get that bitch Hammer. Hey, maybe I'll feed a fucking dog to a pit bull and leave the carcass in her yard.
You do that, you ain't got nothing to fuck with her about no more,
Possum said with feigned nonchalance.
That dog the biggest prize you got, Smoke. You know that lady cop do anything to get that dumb dog back, right? So you gotta play your cards and be patient. Maybe you could use that dog to get Hammer and Brazil at the same time. What you want to bet Brazil knew Popeye and don't like it none either that the dog disappeared, huh?
Yeah, I'll set both of them up. Fucking yeah, at the same time.
Smoke tried to follow the helicopter that was fast moving out of sight toward the lit-up city skyline.
Then we'll take him to the clubhouse, as he referred to their RV, and I'll have a shitload of time to really make them hurt bad before I blow their brains out and throw their fucking bodies in the river.
The road dogs knew that Smoke's specialty as a child was to bury rabbits and chipmunks alive, jump on frogs, trap birds and throw them out windows, and do other unspeakable things to helpless creatures. It wasn't lost on Possum that Smoke had christened each of his road dogs with an animal's name, as if to imply what he would do to them if they ever got out of line.
Yeah, set 'em up.
Possum pretended to sound mean-spirited and tough.
And maybe kill some other people, too, he added. And maybe tell Captain Bonnie we ain't paying him nothing, and he tries to mess with us, we shoot him and throw him in the river, too.
Shut up.
Smoke smacked Possum on the ear.
I gotta find out where they parked that helicopter. Then we're gonna take it. Maybe hotwire it.
You don't got to hotwire it,
Possum dared to offer as his ear rang with pain.
I seen something about them on the Discovery Channel. All you do is push a button, they start right up. Then you lift this little handle and steer with a stick.
Driving a helicopter ain't the same as driving a truck.
Cat broke his silence.
I don't know if we could pull it off.
Find out where the state police airport is,
Smoke ordered his road dogs.
Look it up on the GPS.
Unique didn't need a GPS to find her way around, nor did she have one. Smoke did not supply her with special weapons and equipment, although she could get anything she wanted from him if needed. But Unique had her own special techniques that radiated from her darkness, where the Nazi dwelled deep inside her soul. As she drove her Miata along Strawberry Street, she felt weightless and airborne. She was flying through the night, her long hair streaming behind her, and the wind cool on her delicately pretty face. She parked a block from the blonde undercover cop's row house, not having a clue that he was Andy Brazil, the very cop that Smoke had just been talking about. Unique had not known Smoke back in the days when Andy and Hammer had arrested him, and therefore she had never seen or met either one of them to her knowledge. Were Unique not controlled by evil, it might have seemed a remarkable coincidence that she was stalking not only Smoke's enemy, but also Trooper Truth, and had no clue. But in fact, nothing that happened in Unique's life was coincidental or accidental. She was guided by her purpose, which had directed her to leave the trash bag on the undercover cop's porch and tape an envelope to his front door. Chapter 12. Overlooking the city from the top of one of Richmond's 7 hills was a historic row house that Judy Hammer had taken great pains to restore and furnish impeccably. She was paying bills at her antique roll-top desk, the lights of the city spread out beyond the window in a comforting circuitry that reminded her she had a tremendous responsibility to Virginians and had become a role model to women throughout the nation. All the same, it was no easy matter finding eligible men when one is creeping closer to 60 and carries a gun in her Ferragamo handbag. Hammer was feeling lonely and discouraged, and had been terribly unnerved by seeing the photograph of Popeye on the website. It had also been another bad day in the news. A woman was suing McDonald's for allegedly having been burned by a pickle from an improperly constructed hamburger. Then a legally blind man and his brother tried to burglarize an apartment, and the pair made the tactical error of deciding the blind brother would be the lookout. Not to mention the people who were getting blood clots from flying coach, and the local police who were dredging the James River again for guns, since most suspects claim they tossed their weapons off bridges after committing their crimes. Hammer was a little surprised that she hadn't heard from Andy by now. She worried that the silence might indicate a failed connection with the governor. Perhaps he and Makovich had been unable to make contact, or if they had, the results were not helpful. Just as these thoughts were making the rounds in her mind, the telephone rang. "Yes," she answered curtly, as if she hated for anyone to bother her.
"Superintendent Hammer?"
Andy's voice traveled over the line. "What is it, Andy?" Hammer said. He was driving east on Broad Street, where surly teenagers lingered on corners and in front of boarded-up buildings, glaring at the unmarked car with all of its antennas and hidden blue lights.
"I'm not too far from Church Hill," Andy said as he kept up his scan of shifty-looking people. "If it's not inconvenient," he bravely pushed ahead, "maybe I should drop by and tell you what's going on."
"Fine," Hammer said, and hung up without saying goodbye. Hammer did not have the genetic coding to tolerate a waste of time, and as she got older, her resentment of remote communication intensified. She could not abide the clangor of the phone when someone entered her airspace uninvited. She loathed voicemail and played it as quickly as she could before deleting it from her life, usually long before the message ended. Two-way radios were a nuisance, and so was email, especially instant messages from buddies she did not choose, who barged right into her cyberspace without being invited. Hammer just wanted quiet. At this stage in her life's journey, people were beginning to make her tired, and she was noticing how rarely communication relayed anything that mattered. "Tell me what's going on," Hammer said when Andy was scarcely inside the front door. "Did you mention to the governor that Tangier Island is holding a dentist hostage and has declared war on Virginia because of the damn speed traps and NASCAR and possible dental fraud?"
"I didn't get a chance," Andy reluctantly admitted as he settled on the sofa. "I don't think he recognizes anyone visually either. He thought I was military and had no idea who Makovich is. I'm just wondering if that's the root of his problem, Superintendent Hammer. Maybe he's legally blind and hasn't seen you since you were sworn in because he never saw you to begin with." Hammer had never considered this. "That's ridiculous," she decided. "With all due respect," she raised a hand to silence him. Whenever anyone let off with all due respect, she knew damn well she was being lied to and was about to be dissed or annoyed. "Just say whatever it is and cut the respect crap," Hammer told him. "Someone needs to inform him that he has to do something about his vision," Andy made the point. "Maybe you should." "If I ever talk to him, I'll tell him that and more," Hammer said impatiently. Andy made her feel old. His very presence aged her by years,
and she had begun reacting with avoidance and wasn't especially warm to him anymore. She had been a strikingly handsome woman all of her life until she'd turned 55, when it seemed to her she instantly accumulated body fat and wrinkles. Her upper lip began to disappear overnight. Her hair began to thin, and her breasts began to shrink all within days. Andy, meanwhile, only got handsomer every time she saw him. It wasn't fair, she thought.
"Are you all right, Superintendent Hammer?" Andy asked. "You seem angry and kind of out of sorts all of a sudden."
"Just the mention of the governor puts me in a foul mood," she evasively said. It was so fucking unfair, she silently complained. Men Hammer's age dated women Andy's age, women who thought bald heads, weathered skin, thick glasses, decreased muscle bulk, migrating hair, special pumps and pills to help raise the level of intimacy, and snoring were somehow a bonus. Oh, how women had been brainwashed, Hammer raged on in silence. Young women bragged to each other about how old their lovers were. Just the other day, Windy Breeze had been smoking a cigarette outside in the headquarters parking lot when Hammer overheard her telling a friend about Mr. Click. Hammer had briskly walked past Windy and the friend, staring at the pavement, loaded down with files and her briefcase, pretending she was unaware of the conversation. But Windy had a voice that carried, and the entire state police force heard every word.
"How old is Mr. Click?"
Windy's young female friend had asked enviously.
91,
Windy had proudly replied.
"I'm just smitten. All I do is wait by the phone."
She held up her cell phone and sighed, wishing it would trill.
"But it's not on," the friend had observed. "You have to push in the power button and turn it on, otherwise it won't ring if he calls."
She dug her own cell phone out of her purse and demonstrated.
"Well, I'll be,"
Windy had exclaimed with renewed hope.
"I wonder if he knows to turn his on, because whenever I call his cell phone, I always get this same voice that says he's not available, and it depresses me because I worry he isn't available in general, and that's why I've not heard from him since late last night."
I may as well take matters into my own hands, Hammer decided. I can't wait for the governor to see me while a dentist is held hostage on an island that has declared war on Virginia. Nothing good can come from this, Andy. We must intervene immediately.
"With all due respect," Andy started to say, but caught himself. "Superintendent Hammer," he started again. "Governor Krim is a proud man who is addicted to power. If you go over his head, he won't forgive or forget it. He may not recognize it, but he'll deeply resent your getting all the credit."
"Then what the hell do we do?"
"Give me 48 hours, Andy boldly promised. "I'll somehow get an audience with him and inform him of all the facts."
He paused as he thought of Popeye and how empty Hammer's house seemed without the little dog.
"I posted a photo of Popeye on the home page of my website."
"I saw it," Hammer replied. "And you should have asked me first, now that we're on the subject."
"I'm not going to give up on her," Andy said.
Hammer's eyes filled with tears that she quickly blinked back.
"I know how much you miss her,"
Andy went on, touched by her sadness and determined to make her talk to him about her feelings.
"And I know how much you hate it when I do things without permission. But I'm not a rookie anymore, Superintendent Hammer. I have a mind of my own and a pretty good sense of what I'm doing. It seems you're always irritated with me and have no appreciation of anything I do."
Hammer wouldn't look at him or respond.
"To be honest," Andy went on, "you seem miserable and mad at the world most of the time these days."
Hammer was silent. Andy started to get up from his chair.
"Well, I don't want to invade your privacy," he said, sensing that the last thing she wanted was for him to leave. "But I guess I'll head out and not disturb you any further."
"That's a good idea," Hammer said, abruptly getting up. "It's late." She walked him to the door as if she couldn't wait for him to leave. Andy glanced at his watch.
"You're right, I need to go," he said. "I have to finish my next essay, you know."
"Do I dare bring up the subject?" Hammer asked as she walked him out to the front porch, where a tart fall breeze rustled trees that were beginning to turn the first hues of yellow and red. "Will there be more salient comments from your wise confidant?"
"I don't have a wise confidant," Andy said with surprising sharpness as he went down the steps and passed through the gentle glow of gaslight lamps.
"I wish I did,"
he tossed back at her as he unlocked his car. "But I've yet to meet anybody who fits that description." He drove back home feeling out of sorts, and he was startled and suspicious when he climbed his front steps and saw a trash bag on the mat and an envelope taped to his door. There was nothing written on the plain white envelope, which looked like the generic kind available in any drugstore, and the black plastic trash bag clearly had something in it. Andy's law enforcement instincts instantly went on alert, and he touched nothing and got on his cell phone. "Detective Slipper," a voice answered after the phone rang for a long time inside the Richmond Police Department's A Squad, the division that worked violent crimes. "Joe," Andy said. "It's me, Andy Brazil." "Yo, what you know? We still miss your ugly face around here. How are things with the state police?" "Listen," Andy abruptly said. "Can you buzz over to my house? Someone's left something strange on my porch, and I don't want to touch it." "Shit, you want me to bring the bomb squad?" "Not yet," Andy replied. "Why don't you come here first and take a look?" He sat on his front steps in the dark because his porch light wasn't on a timer, and the lights were off inside to save on his electric bill. Richmond Police Headquarters was downtown, but not far from the Fan District, where Andy's tiny rented row house was located. Detective Joe Slipper rolled up 15 minutes later, and Andy realized how much he missed some of his old friends from his former job as a city cop. "Damn good to see you," he said to Slipper, a short, pudgy man who always reeked of cologne and had a taste for slick designer suits that he got dirt cheap at a local men's discount shop. "Shit," Slipper said as he probed the trash bag and blank envelope with a Kell light. "This is really weird." "You got any gloves handy?" Andy asked. "Sure." Slipper pulled a pair of surgical gloves out of a pocket. Andy put them on and tugged the envelope off the door. It was sealed, and he slid it open with a pocket knife. Inside was a Polaroid photograph, and Andy and Slipper were stunned as the flashlight revealed a shocking image of Trish Thrash's nude, bloody body at Belle Island. Slipper nudged the trash bag with his foot. "Shit," he said. "Feels like clothes in there." He opened the bag and carefully pulled out a black leather biker's jacket, jeans, panties, a bra, and a T-shirt with the logo of what appeared to be a Richmond women's softball team. The clothing appeared to have been cut with a razor blade and was stiff with dried blood. "Christ," Andy said as he broke out in a cold sweat and thought of what had been carved on the murdered woman's body. "I got no idea what's going on here, Joe." Slipper quietly and somberly returned to his car and got out evidence bags and tape. He sealed everything inside paper bags and suggested he and Andy talk, neither of them having any idea that Unique was hiding in the shadows across the street, watching the entire drama. "How about we sit in your car?" Andy suggested, because he didn't want Slipper inside his cluttered dining room office with its research materials on Jamestown, Isle of Dogs, pirates, mummies, photographs of Popeye, and all the rest. "Sure." Slipper shrugged, slightly puzzled. "What, you hiding a woman in there?" "I wish," Andy replied. "Nope, it's just the place is a friggin' mess, and I'd rather not be distracted at the moment. If you feel better coming inside, that's fine, of course. You can even search the place if you want." "Hell no, Andy," Slipper said. "Shit, I got no probable cause to search your house even if you give me permission. Come on, let's go sit in that piece of shit the city gives me to drive." "I don't know what the hell's going on, Joe," Andy kept saying. "Well, I do," Slipper answered as they climbed inside his old unmarked Ford LTD and shut the doors. "It certainly looks like our killer left this shit and is jerking us around. You know, I worked that fucking scene, and it's obvious to me the photo was taken before we got there. Not to mention, when we responded, there was no sign of her clothes, and we searched the entire island." Andy was in turmoil. Did the killer somehow know that he was Trooper Truth? Is that why Trooper Truth was carved on the body, and now evidence was left at Andy's house? But how could anyone except Hammer possibly know the real identity of Trooper Truth? It made no sense, and Andy feared that if he openly discussed the situation with Slipper, the detective would tell other cops, and Andy's literary career would be over, and Hammer would be fired by the governor. Worst of all, Andy might become the prime suspect. "Jesus Christ," he said with a frustrated sigh. "Joe,
Let me tell you right off, I had nothing to do with this case. I never heard of the victim until you called Hammer earlier today. I'd never seen the victim, and I sure as hell didn't murder her or anyone if that's what you're even remotely entertaining, and I think we should be really honest with each other, Joe.
Damn right we'll be honest, Slipper replied, staring out the windshield at the dark, empty street. And Andy could tell by Slipper's refusal to look him in the eye that the detective didn't know what to think, and was, in fact, suspicious.
Do you know anything about Trooper Truth? Slipper asked.
I know the name was carved on her body because you told Hammer, and she told me, Andy said.
Certainly I know about Trooper Truth's website, just like everybody else does.
You've read his shit?
Yes, Andy said, and I can't see that there's anything in the content of those essays that might be somehow linked to Trish Thrash, do you?
Gotta agree with you there, Slipper confessed. I mean, I don't see any connection between Jamestown, mummies, and all the rest to what appears to be a blatant hate crime targeted at gay women. And I gotta admit, Andy, Slipper said, finally looking at him, half the city cops always assumed you was gay, and you never seemed to care or have a thing about gays.
I don't, Andy replied sincerely. I don't have a thing about anybody, except bad people.
Yeah, that's always been my impression.
Slipper shook his head, mystified. But why the hell would the killer leave this shit at your house, for Christ's sake? I'm wondering if it could be some person you've arrested before or somehow had contact with. Maybe when you was working for the city. Is your address listed in the phone book?
No, Joe, it's not.
Mind if I ask you something?
Sure.
Have you considered that maybe the Trooper Truth link isn't that the killer reads Trooper Truth, but that maybe the victim did, and somehow the killer found that out?
You know, I'm kind of embarrassed to tell you that I didn't think of that, Slipper said with interest and a spark of hope.
Damn good thought. I'll follow up on that right away. Go back and talk some more with the people she worked with.
Maybe with some of the people who played on the softball team that's on her T-shirt, Andy suggested.
What you might want to consider is not asking about Trooper Truth directly because you don't want people knowing the detail about what was cut on her body, right?
Hell no. Only the killer and us in the ME know that. So we need to keep that to ourselves in case we ever get a suspect and he confesses to it, right?
Exactly, Joe.
So how do you think I could find out about Trooper Truth without mentioning him directly?
How about this for an idea, Andy said. Trooper Truth gets email.
He does?
Yes. It's right there on the website that you can contact whoever he or she is and so on. Why not send an email to Trooper Truth and ask for his or her help? He, let's just go ahead and call him or her a he, can post something on his site and see if people who might have known Trish Thrash will respond.
Like what?
Slipper scratched his chin. What do we want him to put on his site? Okay, Andy said, thinking. Try this. The police are looking for anyone who knew Trish Thrash and might know her hobbies, passions, what she read, and if there was anything or anyone of late that she talked about a lot. Slipper was taking notes and asked Andy to repeat the statement again. And I would add, Andy suggested, that the informers don't have to identify themselves. Otherwise, some people won't feel comfortable stepping forward. And I'd offer a reward for any tip that leads to an arrest. Slipper started the car engine and turned on his headlights while Unique crouched behind a tree in the dark, her molecules rearranged into invisibility, and her purpose throbbing as she imagined appearing at the blonde cop's door one night.
My car's broke down,
the Nazi scripted.
Can I use the phone?
The cop would let her inside, and when he turned his back for even a second, Unique would, as instructed, become invisible and slip up behind him, slashing his throat all the way through his windpipe so he couldn't scream and would drown in his own blood. Then, the Nazi said from her dark space, Unique would slash his pretty face, cut out his eyes and tongue, castrate him, carve a swastika on his belly, and photograph the fruits of her purpose as usual. Finally, she would take his clothes, which Unique would deliver to whomever the Nazi directed. I know you've already thought of this, Andy was diplomatically suggesting, but I'd get the DNA lab to analyze the envelope, assuming the killer licked the flap, then have the profile run through the DNA database to see if we're lucky enough to get a cold hit. Also, have the blood on the clothes checked for DNA. Sometimes the killer cuts himself.
I'd also get Vander to do his thing with the Lumelite and superglue in hopes there are latent prints on the trash bag and the envelope and Polaroid, which he can then run through APHIS. Of course, get trace evidence to check for fibers, hairs, and whatever on the clothes in the bag. And before any of this is done, don't forget to let Dr. Scarpetta see everything." Yeah, Slipper said rather disdainfully, because he was trained in the old days and understood modern forensic science about as well as he did his VCR, which he still didn't know how to work. "I already was going to do all that."
End of Side 4. Side 5. Chapter 13. Trooper Makovich had flown the first family to the helipad downtown and then returned to the state police hangar where he was now up on a stepladder cleaning bugs off the 430's bird-proof windshield in the glare of lamps along the tarmac. Yeah, being a helicopter pilot was glamorous, all right, Makovich sourly thought. Nothing more exciting than hauling around the governor, who was blind as a bat, and that family of his, who acted as if they were royalty. Hell, the Crims never thanked or praised him, and he hadn't gotten a decent raise in a while either. It wasn't fair that Andy Brazil could be suspended for an entire year and then dance back to work as if nothing happened. Makovich hoped Andy got what was coming to him, and that everybody else did too. Makovich wished something magic would happen in his life to help him out of debt and ease his relentless, exhausting sexual cravings. Women and most men didn't have any idea what it was like to have a stallion between your legs that was always kicking, bucking, and snorting to get out of the stall, even when the horsey, as Makovich called it, was asleep. His lustful nature had trotted into his life at a very early age, and his father used to chuckle with pride and call his boy Thorlo Thoroughbred, not realizing that little Thorlo was developing a big problem that would eventually dominate his body and his life. He had to have women, and it was expensive. He had to have women who were sexually insatiable and skilled enough to stay in the saddle, no matter how hard the ride, and female company like that was hard to find. Makovich stopped scrubbing away bugs for a moment when he noticed a Land Cruiser boldly pull up and park right in front of the state police hangar. A tough-looking white kid with dreadlocks climbed out and walked toward the helicopter as if he had every right in the world to do as he pleased.
"Hey," Makovich said sternly, "this is a restricted area." "And I'm lost as hell," the kid replied. "Can you tell me how to get to the regular airport? I got a flight to Petersburg in 15 minutes, and I'm going to miss it for sure if I don't get there fast." "There ain't no flights to Petersburg," Makovich said as he scrubbed a stubborn splat with the rag. "Petersburg's only 30-something miles from here, so why do you need to fly there? Just drive and you can get there just as quick."
The other road dogs had their windows down, listening and tensely wondering what Smoke was going to do. Man, worried Cat, if Smoke skyjacked that chopper, there wasn't a way in the world the dogs were ready to fly such a thing. Cat could see from the back seat of the Land Cruiser that the cockpit looked like a spaceship, with hundreds of overhead switches and circuit breakers and other components unfamiliar to him. He nudged Kuda.
"What are we going to do if he shoot that trooper and take the chopper?"
Cat asked. "Maybe we steal a Peterbilt and haul it in the reefer."
"Won't fit in any reefer I ever seen."
"Yeah, have to take the top off the reefer with a blowtorch so the propeller would have some room. That's the biggest propeller I ever seen."
"They're called blades," Possum corrected them. "Boats and prop planes got propellers, not helicopters."
"Well, he still ain't gonna fit," Cat said, annoyed.
"Just go south on the interstate and you can't miss it."
Makovich summed up directions to Petersburg.
"How about I pay you to drop us off in this thing?"
Smoke nodded at the huge, beautiful helicopter.
"How fast could it get us there?" 10 minutes, unless we got a headwind, but I can't give you a ride. The helicopter's used only by the governor and his family."
"Yeah, so how's he gonna know?"
Smoke was getting increasingly aggressive, standing close to the stepladder and wondering if he should kick it out from under the trooper.
"There's a little Hobbs meter in the cockpit, and every time you pull up the collective, that meter knows it," Makovich explained. "Tomorrow, when I take the first family on their next trip, the meter will say I flew the helicopter 10 minutes, then sat it down, then took off again, then sat it back here at the hangar again, before I picked them up, and after I dropped them off from the steakhouse.
How I supposed to explain why I flew the state chopper to Petersburg unless the governor think I took him there after dinner? Maybe he won't remember.
This was a distinct possibility, especially after the amount of vodka the governor had consumed earlier this evening, and Makovich was getting tempted. It had been a bad week and a stressful night, and he was certain he couldn't make this month's visa payment.
Maybe you give us a quick joyride in that thing, the kid with the dreadlocks suggested. We don't really need to go to Petersburg. It's getting late. Nope.
Makovich climbed down and shook hundreds of dead bugs out of the rag.
It ain't gonna happen. Not right this minute.
Smoke was aware of the hard pistol in the small of his back. He was smart enough to realize that a skyjacking might be a little more involved than hijacking a Peterbilt, so maybe he needed to be patient and put a little more thought into this. If he shot the trooper, chances were he wouldn't be able to figure out how to fly the helicopter before someone saw him and his road dogs out here in front of the state police hangar reading instruction books and looking under the many hoods.
You give lessons?
Smoke tried another approach.
Yeah, I'm an instructor.
Makovich popped open the luggage compartment and tossed the filthy rag inside.
Tell you what, you give one of my guys lessons, I'll make it worth your while, as long as nobody, and I mean nobody, knows.
Smoke had already decided that Possum would take the lessons. Then if Possum got caught, Smoke would just hire somebody else and carry on with business as usual. Possum was Smoke's least favorite road dog anyway, and Smoke really didn't give a rat's ass what happened to him, and sometimes regretted kidnapping him from the ATM machine. Smoke gave the trooper his pager number and said to give him a beep if he was interested, but he had better do it soon because Smoke was a busy man. Furthermore, Smoke said, if the trooper was bored with his low-paying, mindless job, Smoke could probably use him on his pit crew.
You got a pit crew?
Makovich was so impressed he stopped locking up the helicopter and stared at Smoke in open admiration.
Fucking A. Woo! NASCAR?
A driver, Smoke said, thinking fast and sounding impatient.
That's why I've got to be so secretive. Just one mention of my name and I got more fans coming at me than you got bugs hitting your window. It's like being a prisoner if you're as famous as I am. Whew, what's the number of your car?
Makovich knew of no NASCAR driver with dreadlocks, but he could understand the young man's being in disguise off the track to escape his frantic groupies.
Can't tell you, asshole,
Smoke bullied him.
But you want to be on my pit crew, he added as he stalked off. You give me a fucking call. Soon.
While Makovich was considering the opportunity that had suddenly presented itself, Andy was drinking beer and sitting listlessly inside his tiny row house on the fringes of the Fan District, where marginal people lived in denial of their surroundings. No matter what the neighbors reiterated when they rocked on their porches at the end of long, hard days, the only thing of historical value about Andy's neighborhood was that it was old. Beyond that, the area was run down with no place to park, and sometimes people recently released from area halfway houses and clinics decided to come into the neighbors' lives without being invited. Andy's one-bedroom brownstone was neither air-conditioned nor properly heated, and it wasn't unusual for him to get power surges and spikes that were threatening to his computer. At the moment, he didn't care if his power went off completely. A deranged killer had left evidence on his porch, and he wished Slipper would hurry up and email Trooper Truth. Andy got up and shoved a chair halfway across the dining room. He angrily snatched another beer out of the kitchen refrigerator and returned to his computer. Words began to flow through his fingers as he composed a pithy essay and posted it on the website. Slipper emailed Trooper Truth, and Andy answered and then fell asleep at the keyboard. When the telephone woke him up, he was slumped over with his head on the dining room table.
Oh, shit,
he groaned, looking around, dazed and stiff as the phone continued to ring.
Hello?
He answered, hoping it was Hammer, and that she'd already read his new essay and liked it.
Is there somebody there named Andy Brazil?
A vaguely familiar female voice inquired over the line.
Who wants to know? This is First Lady Krim.
Yes, First Lady, Andy said, startled.
What an unexpected surprise.
You're to report to the mansion at 6 for drinks and a light supper. That's 6 tonight.
Thursday? Andy asked, confused about what day of the week it was.
Why, I guess it is Thursday. I don't know where the weeks go. We're in the big pale yellow house in the middle of Capitol Square on 9th Street, right before you get to Broad. I know you're relatively new to the city and was suspended for a year and therefore might not know your way around.
First Lady Crim handed the phone back to Pony and smiled with satisfaction as her daughters looked on from the antebellum breakfast table.
I still think you should have discussed this with Papa first.
Grace nodded at Pony to please add more butter to her grits as wind gusted in from the north and a hard rain began to fall.
He liked the young man, I could tell, Mrs. Crim replied. Your father has a lot on his mind. My goodness, 1 minute the sun's out and it's raining the next.
He notices more than you think he does, and if he's suddenly flying around with some blonde-haired former city cop who's now a trooper who's been suspended before, Papa might remember he had nothing to do with it, Faith said as rain pummeled the old slate roof.
Do with what? The First Lady asked.
With him suddenly flying us.
Nonsense. We need more pilots. I don't know what's happened to all our pilots, unless they're busy with the speed traps and don't have time for us anymore. And you heard what the young man said. He has something important to discuss with your papa, and I at least want to know what it is.
Pony was searching for the portable phone base unit. He could never find anything in the mansion and its guest houses when the Crims lived here, and on especially trying days, he wasn't sure the prison officials had done him a favor by assigning him to the mansion's domestic staff. Other inmates who worked for the First Family were outside repairing things, doing the gardening, raking leaves, and polishing the state cars.
I don't mean to intrude, Pony said without looking anyone in the eye. I can't seem to find a base unit for the phone.
Constance, Grace, Faith, and the First Lady were momentarily distracted, just as they always were when someone couldn't find something. Regina was the only member of the First Family who preferred to eat unassisted. If Pony served her, it took too long. She helped herself to toast, grits, eggs over easy, another banana, and sourwood honey that the governor of North Carolina had sent last Christmas to slyly remind the Crims that the Tar Heel state was far superior to the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It was here a minute ago.
Faith was getting frustrated, her horse-shaped face pale and scarcely visible because she had not colorized it with heavy makeup yet. The First Family had learned the art of searching all over the house without ever moving from their chairs. Pony had never understood how people could pull this off, but then if he were so special and smart, he wouldn't be wearing a white jacket and waiting on the Crims morning, noon, and night.
Excuse me, Miss Faith, but where was here? Pony politely questioned her. When you saw it last, I mean.
Just call the number, Regina said with a mouthful. When it rings, you'll hear where it is.
That only works if you've lost the phone, not when you lose the base unit,
Constance snapped, impatient that phones, base units, and other things did not stay in their proper places.
The base unit does ring, actually, as you so wisely pointed out yesterday,
Pony reminded the First Lady, although she had never pointed out anything to him directly in all the terms he had worked for the Crim family. A solution was at hand, but the same problem persisted. Inmates were not allowed to have the First Family's private phone number. So if the base unit were to be located, a member of the First Family would have to dial the number herself, and this was strictly against protocol. The task fell into the job description of personal or administrative assistants, or grade 6s, and at this early hour, no grade 6s were at work yet. The breakfast table turned into a tableau of the First Family's females frozen in indecision, except for Regina, who was still piling food on her plate and unmindful of protocols.
Here, she stuck out her hand. Give it to me, Pony.
He came around behind her and carefully set the phone by her placemat, giving her plenty of body space, as if he were serving a flaming dessert. She stabbed out the secret number with honey-coated fingers, and immediately the base unit rang under Regina's wadded-up housecoat on top of the mahogany sideboard.
Hello?
Regina said into the phone, making sure she was the one who was calling.
Hello?
She tried again, crossing pajama-covered legs that reminded Pony of felt-covered tree stumps, wearing filthy furry slippers.
Maybe I should sign on with the EPU.
She returned the phone to Pony.
I'm bored to death of official duties. You couldn't be assigned to us.
The First Lady was opposed to the idea and intended to discourage her daughter.
Unless you had yet another EPU trooper assigned to protect you while you were protecting your sister's papa and me. Show me that in the Code of Virginia, Regina argued. Bet it's not in there. If I may speak, Pony spoke up as he wiped off the phone and returned it to the base unit. It's not in there. Not anywhere in any section of the code about the first family needing to protect itself and be protected at the same time. Maybe you can discuss it with that handsome trooper Brazil, and I'll let him be the one who talks you out of it, the First Lady said to Regina. Being a trooper is very dangerous and unrewarding, and speaking of troopers, did any of you happen to read Trooper Truth this morning? We just got up, Constance reminded her mother. Well, he told the most interesting and mysterious story about who shot J.R. Why's he writing about Dallas? Faith puzzled. That's been off the air forever. This is a different J.R., the First Lady informed her daughters. But it's a shame Dallas was canceled. Your papa never got over it and was just furious when the network took that show off the air. You know, there's nothing good on TV anymore, except for the shopping channel.
A Word About Eating Eagles by Trooper Truth. Quite possibly, a young man the Jamestown archaeologists nicknamed J.R. was America's first white-on-white homicide, loosely speaking, since America wasn't called America back when Jamestown was settled. But if you visit the excavation site and take a look at the fiberglass cast of J.R.'s skeleton, you can't help but be moved by the plight of a young man dying so far from home and then lying in hard Virginia clay for 4 centuries before a trowel discovered the stain of his unmarked grave. J.R., by the way, means Jamestown Rediscovery and is the prefix given to every artifact and feature found on the site, which includes graves and the dead people in them. We don't know who shot J.R. At this writing, we aren't even sure who J.R. is. But through science, J.R. has managed to tell us a thing or two. Results from radiocarbon dating confirm that he died in 1607, possibly just months after the first settlers arrived at Jamestown, so we can assume he was one of the 108 English men and boys who sailed from the Isle of Dogs and got stalled in the Thames. Anthropology pinpoints that he was a 5'5" robust male with a rounded chin and small jaw between the ages of 17 and 25, had no signs of arthritis and relatively good teeth, indicating his diet did not include sugar. Tests for lead, strontium, and oxygen isotopes show that he grew up in the United Kingdom, possibly in southwest London or Wales. J.R. was fatally wounded in the leg with a .60 caliber musket ball and 20-some shot, which back in those days would be considered a combat load. Forensic testing shows the matchlock rifle that killed him was fired from too far away for the injury to have been self-inflicted. He bled to death quickly and was buried without a shroud in a hexagonal-shaped coffin with his feet turned to the east, according to proper Christian tradition. If J.R. was in fact shot by another settler, and I have a feeling he was, then that leads to theories about motive, which can easily be inferred from historical documentation. A stroll through centuries-old writings and a subsequent commingling of words with excavated artifacts and bones could lead to the following possibilities for why J.R. might have been murdered. Perhaps he was involved in political intrigue or domestic difficulties, or didn't work and play well with others, or was a thief, or took more than his share of food. Maybe he engaged in cannibalism, like a later settler who was executed after being caught salting down his dead wife. Or perhaps J.R. squabbled with a natural who somehow got hold of a firearm and figured out how to use it. Or more likely, J.R. got into an altercation with another armed settler who decided the best place to shoot him was in the leg because maybe J.R. was wearing a helmet and upper body armor at the time. Maybe the settler shot him after discovering that J.R. was spying for the Spanish or was a pirate. I suspect J.R. was a spy or a pirate or both. Whatever the truth really is, J.R.'s death was not a pleasant one, because quite likely he was conscious long enough to know he was dying. I envision him lying inside the fort and slipping into shock as he watched himself bleed to death from a severed artery behind his knee. And I can imagine the uproar inside the fort as settlers scurried about with rags and river water and whatever medicinal aids they could muster. Perhaps they were trying to comfort J.R., or perhaps everyone was fighting and shouting and questioning the shooter. Who knows? But if you imagine this tragic drama, my faithful readers, then certainly you must be asking the same glaring question that I am. Why is there no mention of J.R.'s death in John Smith's writings? Why, to date, is there no reference found in any record of a young first settler being shot to death either by accident or on purpose? It just goes to show that history is nothing more than what certain people decide that future generations ought to know. I suppose when John Smith was writing his accounts and telling tales for the benefit of King James and people back home, Smith was savvy and shrewd enough to figure that financial backers and prospective settlers might be a bit turned off to hear that people in Jamestown were mutinous, murderous, mad from drinking bad water, constantly under siege by the naturals, and forced by starvation to eat snakes, turtles, and at least one eagle based on the trash the settlers left behind. The beginning of America wasn't exciting, fun, honorable, or even patriotic, but could certainly serve as a model for a reality television show that would make Survivor seem like Fantasy Island. And sadly, nothing has changed much. Just look at the recent sadistic murder of Trish Thrash. We don't know who killed her either. But I ask you, my community-minded readers, to please email me if you happen to have known Trish or knew anything about her life, including her hobbies, interests, what she read, if she used the internet, and if she might have mentioned anything or anyone new in her life of late. Be careful out there. Chapter 14. Governor Krim had been studying the latest Trooper Truth printout for an entire hour and was fascinated, appalled, and disgusted by it. He repeatedly moved his magnifying glass over every word as Major Trader briefed him on matters of state and offered him a homemade chocolate-covered cherry.
"General Assembly will start up before we know it," Trader was saying, "and we're simply not prepared."
"You always say that," the governor replied as he absently ate the candy. "Who did shoot J.R. anyway? Has anybody pressed the archaeologists about this? And if not, why not? How do you think it makes us look if we can't solve a crime that was committed 400 years ago and was certainly witnessed? I want you to call Jamestown and demand that the J.R. case be solved immediately, and we'll issue a big press release and show the citizens of Virginia that I will not tolerate crime."
"Juvenile crime," Trader added a helpful spin.
Yes, the governor agreed.
"And I think we can safely suggest he was shot by a pirate, or it might be in our best interest to claim as much at any rate," Trader added. "We could say it was a pirate. Doesn't matter, don't you see? All pirates were bad then and are bad now, so it doesn't make any difference whatsoever if we propose that J.R. wandered outside the fort to get a bucket of water from the river, and all of a sudden he spied a Spanish ship flying a Jolly Roger flag, and next thing he was shot."
"I thought we were avoiding drawing attention to our pirate problems."
"Highway pirates are another matter," Trader replied as he gloated over his secret pirate activities that would soon enough make him rich from booty. Krim stopped the magnifying glass on the word cannibal.
"Imagine some settler salting down his dead wife and eating her,"
he said in revulsion, as he envisioned himself dying of starvation, only to discover his voluptuous wife had passed away. He thought of her nude, fleshy body, and wondered how anybody could eat his wife without at least cooking her first. But he supposed if he cooked Maud, the other settlers would see the smoke and smell the odor of roasting human flesh and would hang him from a tree. Oh, what a hideous scenario. And the governor's submarine lurched and banged into something, sending a painful jolt through his hollow organs.
"That was a capital crime back then," Trader observed as if he were reading Krim's mind. "The tour guides at Jamestown will tell you that anyone caught eating his wife or anybody else was immediately dragged off and hanged. Then they'd bury him very quickly and in a secret location so another settler didn't salt and eat him, too."
"I'm wondering if cannibalism is still a capital crime, because if it isn't, it ought to be."
Krim's submarine lurched more violently.
It depends on the circumstances, Trader replied, as he imagined his plump, nagging wife, and wondered if he could ever be famished enough to consider, even for a moment, eating her, assuming she died unexpectedly and nobody else noticed that she had vanished. For example, according to state code, there would have to be another serious crime involved, Trader explained. If the man murdered her first and perhaps included a rape or robbery and then ate her, now that would be a capital offense and he would get lethal injection, unless you blocked the execution or granted clemency. I never block executions or grant clemency, the governor impatiently replied as his lens strayed over the printed essay and another shockwave rolled through him. In fact, I want you to send out a press release and announce that anyone who engages in cannibalism will pay the supreme price, assuming those other crimes are included. I don't believe we've ever addressed cannibalism, and it's high time we did. Indeed, let's draft a bill and put it before this next General Assembly. Trader was making notes with a pencil, which was his habit, because he often found the need to erase whatever he had written. Maybe we should say that J.R. was caught in the act of cannibalism and was executed by a firing squad. How about that? The governor peered up and gave Trader a magnified, rheumy eye that was cloudy and bloodshot and getting glassy. It's not my understanding that shooting someone in the leg was a preferred form of execution, Trader pointed out. I don't think the citizens would buy it. Of course they would. Everybody knows that guns back then were very unreliable. Now, let's talk about something else. Yes, on to other matters, Trader said, flipping a page in his notepad. What do you want to do about this dentist who's being held hostage on Tangier Island? I'm sure you saw the newspaper this morning or heard the news, or did you? Not yet. The governor groaned and clutched his bloated gut. Well, apparently the Reedville police talked to a reporter, and unfortunately the word is out that this dentist's life could be in danger because the Tangerians are upset about Vascar. I recommend we suspend our Vascar initiatives immediately until the matter is peacefully resolved. I can tell you that I, for one, warned Superintendent Hammer about the consequences should the state police start painting speed traps, but of course she didn't listen as usual. It was her idea? The governor was confused and lightheaded. Of course it was her idea, Governor. Don't you remember when you and I discussed it the other day? I told you it was her latest act of poor judgment, and you said, well, good. Then if it causes a stink, make sure she gets the blame and not me. So I said, good enough, that's what will happen. Did she ever find her dog? The governor inquired as he cleaned his magnifying glass with a special cloth and prayed his latest submarine attack would subside. It's theorized that one of her political enemies stole it, Trader gravely replied. What a shame she has so many people who strongly dislike her, Krim said as he sat very still, and the color drained from his face. I had no idea when I appointed her that she would become such a hot potato. Why don't you ring her up, and she and I will have a little chat, but not right now. I strongly recommend against that, Governor. Not now or later, Trader was quick to suggest. You don't want to be tarred with the same brush. She's a political embarrassment, and the more you distance yourself from her, the better. Well, I do feel bad about her little dog. I hope she got my sympathy note. I made sure she did, Trader lied as he thought of that note and numerous other communications to her that he had intercepted or blocked. You know, if something happened to Frisky, the governor wistfully went on with a gasp, I'd never be the same, nor would Maud or the girls. What a dear, loyal friend Frisky is, and thank the good Lord I have EPU to make sure nobody nabs him for ransom money or to get back at me for some decision that is unpopular. Your decisions are never unpopular, Trader said emphatically, at least not the ones that are your fault. Well, I'm sure I'll be blamed for the recent hate crime, Krim supposed as his submarine plunged into foul waters. I strongly advise that we indicate that the Thrash murder is connected to Moses Custer's case, and therefore it's Hammer's fault that neither of the cases has been solved, Trader suggested with confidence and delight. Maybe we can figure out a tie-in with J.R. being murdered by a pirate while we're at it, and plant the notion in the public's mind that Hammer is to blame for that case being unsolved as well.
The governor shot up from his chair and almost fell over as his submarine slammed precariously into submerged objects.
"Leave,"
he ordered Trader, lurching and gasping.
"I can't think about pirates right now."
Possum could, and was. He had been thinking about pirates ever since reading Trooper Truth early this morning. Possum was watching TV and pondering a very obvious failing on the road dog's part that he excitedly believed he could use to manipulate Smoke and hopefully save Popeye. Every self-respecting pirate from centuries past understood the necessity of flying flags from their masts to communicate with those they preyed upon. Raising the skull and crossbones, popularly known as the Jolly Roger, informed the soon-to-be plundered ship that it had better surrender or else. If the ship ignored the fluttering black and white grinning death's head, this was followed by a red flag indicating the or else was imminent. If the ship continued to sail about its business, then cannon fire and other violence followed. Modern pirates seem to have forgotten the courtesy of flags. These days, when a crew of pirates roar up in a speedboat to overtake a ship or yacht, there is no warning whatsoever before mortars and machine guns open fire. Pirates have become a very cruel, bloody, shameful species of seafaring outlaws who don't believe in giving anyone a chance and are mostly interested in canned goods, electronics, carpets, designer clothes, tobacco, and, more to the point, the drugs that hopefully are being smuggled aboard the hijacked vessel. If drugs are part of the booty, the victimized sailors who survive do not report the incident to the authorities. Highway pirates should return to the courtesy of flags, Possum thought as he perched on his bed with the lamp off inside his tiny RV room that would have looked out over scraggly pine trees in back of the vacant lot if he didn't keep the curtains tightly taped shut. He never missed a rerun of Bonanza, and constantly fantasized that he had a father like Ben Cartwright and brothers like Little Joe and Haas. He imagined riding a fine horse through the burning map of the Ponderosa, while that stirring theme of strumming guitars and drums galloped through his head. Dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da. Just yesterday afternoon he had watched his favorite rerun, the one in which Little Joe's girl gets kidnapped by a carnival and is tied up in the fat lady's closet, several dressing rooms down from the beautiful girls of Egypt and the bearded lady. Little Joe convinces Hercules to help him, and they beat up the bad guys, knock the knife out of one bad guy's hand before he stabs the fat lady, and then Little Joe's girl kisses him at the end. Oh, how Possum loved to watch Little Joe swaggering off with his cowboy hat pulled low and that big gun belt with its ivory-handled six-shooter slung from his hips. Oh, what Possum wouldn't give to walk out of this cheap, sour-smelling room and find Ben, Little Joe, and Hoss waiting for him instead of Smoke, the other road dogs, and that bizarre girl Unique when she happened by the RV, which was increasingly less often. Sometimes a tear slid down Possum's face, and he had to glaze himself over when it was time to turn off the TV and emerge from the kinder world he lived in during the day while the other dogs slept off hangovers and late nights of meanness. Possum had never hurt anybody before Smoke stole him away from the ATM machine, and now look at the mess Possum was in. He had shot that poor truck driver who was minding his own business in his truck, waiting to sell a load of pumpkins when the farmer's market opened in the morning. Possum was afraid to sleep ever again, so sure he was that he would have nightmares about what he had done to Moses Custer and all those pumpkins they hauled over to the Deepwater Terminal and dumped into the James River. For days, the news had run stories about thousands of pumpkins floating along and getting hung up on rocks. Of course, it didn't take the Richmond police long to put two and two together and deduce that the floating pumpkins might be connected to the ones that had filled the stolen Peterbilt. Possum sure hoped Mr. Custer didn't die or end up a cripple. Possum also dimly realized that the reason Smoke had made him the trigger man was so that Possum could never leave the road dogs without going to jail or maybe even death row. He wished he could send Trooper Truth an email and beg the trooper to save him and Popeye. But what if Trooper Truth turned him into the police? Popeye might end up in the pound, and Possum for sure would end up in juvenile detention with people just as bad as Smoke. It was dark and quiet as Possum sat on his bed, petting Popeye, and thinking about a way to convince Smoke to fly a flag from the RV and the Land Cruiser. Why wouldn't Smoke go along with it as long as Possum could figure out how to make him think the flag somehow was his own idea and a good one? The Jolly Roger might be too obvious, Possum considered in the dark, and Smoke probably wouldn't know what it was. Possum went over to the computer, intending to check Captain Bonnie's website to see if the pirate had his own colors, and if so, what were they and how did he display them. But Possum was distracted when he clicked on Favorites and accidentally pulled up Trooper Truth instead of Captain Bonnie. Possum was surprised to see that Trooper Truth had posted yet another essay.
Now what do you think of that?
Possum excitedly whispered to Popeye, who was snoring on the bed.
2 in the same morning. Man, that Trooper Truth's up to something.
A Short Digression by Trooper Truth. The people of Tangier Island are a secretive, sensitive people who know little about the facts of their origin because, unsurprisingly, when one begins to spin legends and pass down misinformation, he eventually forgets what really happened and believes his own distortions. Throughout the centuries, the people of Tangier hid the truth of their pirate past, preferring to believe their own legends. One afternoon, while disguised as a reporter, I visited the island and talked to a local woman who had dropped by Spanky's because things were slow at the gift shop. "I guess you get fed up with all these tourists invading your island," I commented to the woman, whose name was, and perhaps still is, Thelma Parks. "I don't suffer them poorly when they leave us be," she replied, eyeing me with suspicion. "And I assume they don't."
"Nah, they don't. The other day they was in my shop with a video camera and they was videoing me and I wanted none of it."
"Did you tell them not to videotape you?" I inquired, taking notes.
"Nah."
Thelma went on to tell me that she now charges $0.25 for all photo opportunities while she works the cash register, and the added income makes it somewhat easier for her to tolerate the host of strangers who seem to find her Tangier gift shop exotic and unlike anything they've ever seen, which is inexplicable, she confided. None of the trinkets, such as the plastic lighthouses, crabs, crab pots, lobsters, fish, skiffs, and so on, are made by hand or in America. In fact, she added, lobsters are not common in the Chesapeake Bay, and most islanders have never seen one, except on TV or in seafood restaurant ads that regularly run in the Virginian Pilot newspaper. From Spanky's, I continued my wanderings and happened by the medical clinic. I stepped inside and found no sign of a dentist, doctor, or nurse, only a lanky young man with blue eyes and a mop of blonde hair. He was sitting in the dentist's chair, staring off, lost in reveries and completely unaware of my presence. I assumed he was a patient and the dentist would return momentarily, not realizing that the dentist was, in truth, being held hostage, since neither his abduction nor the threat of civil war had been made public at that time. "Hello," I politely announced. The boy's eyes were glazed, and he was unresponsive. "Are you there?" I asked. He wasn't. "I'm wondering if I might find any medical staff who have a minute to talk to me," I said. "I'm working on a history of our nation's beginning and present condition and believe Tangier Island is key."
"The key is in my pocket."
He suddenly blinked too and protectively covered his pocket with a hand. When he didn't recognize me, he was startled and jumped up from the chair.
"What for are you doing here? I thought I locked the door."
He ran to the door and threw the bolt across. I heard muffled sounds coming from a back area and the scrape of a chair moving across the floor.
"The dog's back thar,"
the young man indicated the area the sound was coming from. "Why is he making a chair scrape?" I puzzled. "He tied up to it or something?"
"Yes."
The chair scraped some more. "It must be stuffy and lonely being tied up in there," I worried, not at all pleased by the idea of a dog tied to a chair inside a clinic. "Why don't we let him out so he can get a little air and attention?"
"That's it."
The young man blocked the doorway leading to the area in question as the chair scraped again.
"He bites. That's what for he's tied up. He's the dentist's dog."
"Where's the dentist?"
"Tied up too."
"Oh, he's busy. Well, maybe I can talk to him another time," I replied. "And what about your teeth? I see you have braces, and it appears you've had several extractions as well. And I'm noticing that your rubber bands keep flying off when you talk."
That's it."
Fonny Boy covered his mouth with a hand and looked embarrassed.
"The dentist, he better mind his step."
"While we're chatting," I said, edging closer to the table where a dental chart was out in plain view, "would you mind if I flip through this chart and see what all you've had done? I assume this is your chart. Is your name Darren Shores?"
"Everyone on Tangier calls me Fonny Boy."
Fonny Boy and I fell into a conversation, and he was very well versed in the lore of the island because of his fascination with the history of shipping, especially in the bay. As we got to know each other better and a level of vague trust developed, Fonny Boy got more specific and began to talk about pirates, or picaroons as he called them. They used to be everywhere, he told me. At one time there were so many pirate ships off the shores of Maryland, Virginia, and the Carolinas that cities like Charleston were paralyzed. No one dared set sail out of the harbor for fear they would be seized by pirates who thought nothing of killing people in very unpleasant ways. Fonny Boy went into elaborate detail about Blackbeard in particular, whose Christian name was Edward Drummond when he was an honest seaman in his home port of Bristol, England, in the late 17th century. When he decided to become a pirate, he changed his name to Edward Teach, which has frequently been misspelled in records as Thatch, Tosh, and Tatch. After Queen Anne's War, Blackbeard sailed into Jamaica to go after French ships and began to cultivate the most vile, terrifying persona imaginable to entice other vessels to surrender without a second thought, assuming the warning flags weren't enough. He would braid his long beard into little pigtails and set them on fire with slow-burning matches, Fonny Boy said, and strap pistols, daggers, and a huge cutlass to his waist, and wear additional weapons on the bandolier across his chest. Soon enough, Blackbeard and his flotilla began to haunt the North Carolina coast and the Chesapeake Bay. The people of Tangier would hoist the Jolly Roger whenever Blackbeard's ship was spotted nearby, and from time to time the ruthless, evil pirate himself would visit the island and drink Jamaican rum and carouse to his dark heart's content. Nobody wanted him on the island or slept much while he was visiting. Women and children hid inside their homes, and Blackbeard began to suppose that Tangier was an island of men only. This made his visits progressively shorter and less frequent. According to Fonny Boy and almost non-existent historical records, Blackbeard was most curious as to how an all-male island had survived down through the decades and could continue. The answer Blackbeard got was lost forever, until a 300-year-old account book was discovered. This extraordinary find, according to legend, somehow made it from Blackbeard's ship Adventure into the attic of a descendant of Alexander Spotswood, the governor of Virginia during Blackbeard's bloody rampages. The account book focused on the disposition of the loot Blackbeard took and offered details of his sadistic cruelty and lust for chopping people into pieces and shaking his empty rum cup at the heavens and daring God to defy him. Blackbeard's handwritten entries mentioned 140 barrels of cocoa and a cask of sugar he had stolen and buried under hay in a North Carolina barn. There was a cryptic reference to buried treasure that only Blackbeard and the devil knew the location of, and to this day it has not been found. I realized it wasn't possible that Tangier could have remained populated without women, and pressed Fonny Boy for the explanation Blackbeard was given. Fonny Boy repeated what had been passed down through the generations. "Damnation seize your soul if you are lying to me," Blackbeard thundered to a clever but untruthful islander named Job Wheeler, a childless widower who, as the story goes, invited the pirate into his home on an area of the island known today as Job's Cove. "I cannot spare the truth from you," Job told Blackbeard, who was drinking cup after cup of rum and setting his beard on fire. "Although we had our beginnings in England long ago, we landed on this island by way of North Carolina." Job offered this blatant lie because he felt certain it would snag Blackbeard's attention, since it was well known that the pirate was in collusion with Charles Eden, the governor of North Carolina. For much of Blackbeard's nefarious career, he had navigated the shallow sounds and inlets of North Carolina with never a fear. Indeed, any plot hatched from other territories to defeat Blackbeard and his sea dogs was always foiled by a letter from someone in North Carolina, much to the disgust of Virginia's Governor Spotswood, who was neither friendly with Blackbeard nor inclined for the pirate to remain in business or alive.
"How can this be?" Blackbeard bellowed through curls of smoke, squinting one eye in a threatening manner that suggested Job best be telling, "The God's truth, or I will cut ye asunder into many pieces, and send ye back from whence ye came, which is hell, ye villain."
"I am neither villain," Job promised. "From whence I came is North Carolina, not hell, where ye have many friends and relations. Yet it cannot be known that we on this fair island originally came from North Carolina and managed to escape with our very lives because there was a terrible drought that withered our crops and parched our very tongues, and we were short of supplies, so we crowded into bateaux and made our way here, leaving no word except Croatoan carved into a fence post and Crow carved into a tree to give rise to the expectation that we had gone off to live with the Crotons." Blackbeard reminded Job that the name of the Croton Indians was spelled Crotan as opposed to Crotoan, to which Job replied, "Yea, that is God's truth, but it was not I who carved the tree, but another not as well learned as I." "Are you implying," I probed Fonny Boy, "that the islanders descended from the lost colonists who vanished after Sir Walter Raleigh dropped them off on Roanoke Island?" "Well," I was talking to myself now, "it is a fact that when Walter Raleigh set out for the New World on May 8, 1587, his plan was to find a location on the Chesapeake Bay, but he was forced by hurricanes to settle farther south on Roanoke Island. So the lost colonists never wanted to be in North Carolina to begin with. I guess if you're going to relocate, you would certainly consider your original destination, and Tangier was described as a nice island, with the exception of there being no drinkable water. However, I decided, the chronology makes what Job told Blackbeard impossible, because the lost colonists were already lost by the time Smith headed to Virginia and supposedly discovered your island in 1608. So I am forced to dismiss this theory entirely. Furthermore, we can't prove, at least not to my satisfaction, that when Smith landed on Tangier, he wasn't really on Limbo Island, and all of you are therefore not islanders, but Limbonians. Fonny Boy had the vacant look again as he slouched in the dentist's chair, unfocused and twitching a little. The chair scraped again from somewhere in the back of the clinic, and then banged loudly as it crashed to the floor, apparently overturned by the dentist's tethered dog, who may have been dreaming too, or so I assumed at the time. "Well, I've got to run along," I told Fonny Boy. "I'll see what else I can find out about your people and why only Job Wheeler and Blackbeard knew the truth or the lies about Tangier's past. And also why, after Job died and Blackbeard eventually met his much-deserved violent end, those secrets and others remained hidden in the account book in the Spotswoods attic." Fonny Boy's rapid eye movement was picking up speed as he stared off in a trance, gripping the armrests of the dentist's chair as if he were watching an intense adventure movie. It was pointless to communicate with him further, and I left the clinic. I waved down a golf cart taxi and headed back to the airstrip as theories and speculations clashed in my head and made little sense, because I am neither a historian nor a historical novelist, although I do know people who are. As I set off for home in the helicopter, staying below 3,500 feet to avoid restricted area R4006, then heading due south to avoid restricted area R6609, I realized it was only fair and responsible for me to continue my arduous historical investigation on how this country started and what has happened to it since. "Watch out for that bird over there." My co-pilot pointed out a seagull that apparently didn't see us until the last second. "Wow, that was close," I commented as the bird dove under us, clipping its tail on a skid. "I hope he's all right." I nosed the helicopter west a few degrees to get a glimpse of the seagull as it sailed away, appearing to fly backward, because we, of course, were going considerably faster than it. P.S. To whoever is holding Popeye hostage, contact me before it's too late. And many thanks for the tips you, my faithful readers, have been sending me about Trish Thrash. Be careful out there. Chapter 15. The minute windy breeze blew into Hammer's office, Hammer knew there was trouble.
Heavens to Betty, have you seen what Trooper Truth just put up on his website?
Windy declared. Yes, Hammer replied. I saw what was up this morning.
No, he's put up something else, and you won't believe what it says.
Put up something else? Hammer was baffled, yet she was not about to let on that she had prior knowledge about Trooper Truth or his publication schedule. That's interesting, she said. I suppose I just assumed he posted only one essay a day.
Well, not so,
Windy said.
Whoever he is one proliferated writer. I wonder what he looks like and how old he is. He must be old to know so much, all that history and everything.
What makes you think Trooper Truth is a man? Hammer inquired as she logged onto the website.
Well, he's so smart, for one thing.
When Hammer began reading the essay, she ordered Windy to leave her office and shut the door. She got Andy on the phone. That's it, she said in an outraged whisper. A common Tangier expression, Andy remarked. That's it means the person saying it is really saying none of your business. For example, if I ask you if you're mad at me for not telling you about my secret mission, or will you be mad if I tell you that something awful was left at my house last night, and you say, that's it, you mean, meet me at... She interrupted him as she groped for a location. There was really no place in Richmond either one of them could go without being noticed, especially if they were together. Meet me in the U-Crops parking lot in 15 minutes, she decided angrily. Which U-Crops? Andy asked over the line. And I can explain everything. Not over the phone, you're not. The U-Crops at Stony Point. We'll talk in the car. Major Trader had just read the essay too, and he huffed and puffed as he hurried his considerable bulk into Governor Crimm's office. Governor, Trader exclaimed as he burst in without knocking. Trooper Truth has been to Tangier and claims some island boy named Fonny Boy is the one holding the dentist hostage. He's a journalist who wears a disguise. What? The governor inquired weakly as he emerged from his private bathroom and straightened his plaid vest, making sure the railroad watch that had been passed down for generations was safely tucked back into the watch pocket. The island boy's a journalist? What island boy? And what in thunder are you talking about? And you know not to just walk in on me. Fonny Boy's his name, some island boy named Fonny Boy, and we've got a description, Trader excitedly said. And no, Trooper Truth disguised himself as a journalist, not Fonny Boy. He's disguising himself not as Fonny Boy, but as a journalist? Crimm fished his office magnifying glass out of a landfill of papers. You're supposed to be a bloody press secretary, and you butcher the King's English, simply butcher it, constantly and consistently. And for God's sake, don't you ever take your suits to the dry cleaners? Doesn't your wife complain? The governor cast an enlarged eye over Trader's slovenly bulk. You have chili on your shirt, and your tie's too short. You look like Big Daddy after he's been on a goddamn bender, and I'm thinking very seriously about firing you one of these days. Please, Governor, Trader cried out, don't kill the messenger. I'm not the one leaking all this classified and embarrassing information onto the internet. I certainly know that. The governor weakly seated himself behind his desk and motioned for Trader to take a chair and lower his voice. Whoever Trooper Truth is, he's at least a writer. Now, I take that very personally, Trader said. That was naughty to insult me that way. I think you should apologize for wounding my creative sensibilities. The only thing creative about you is your rendition of the truth, the governor retorted. And if I weren't so preoccupied with important matters, including my health, I would catch you in your lies more often and do something about it. How is your health? Trader sweetly asked. Did you bring me this latest essay? Trader unfolded the printout and smoothed it open on the ink blotter. The governor was silent for many long minutes as he moved his magnifying glass over Trooper Truth's words, and grunted now and then, and made other inarticulate sounds of disapproval, surprise, and constitutional discomfort. There's only one thing to do, he decided in his most sovereign tone.
We're going to have to find a special operative who will finger this Troop of Truth scoundrel and bring him to justice."
"Bring him to justice for what, Governor? I don't believe he's committed a crime."
"Why, I believe he might just be guilty of treason, don't you? Isn't he sticking his nose in state business and referring to my policies as being idiotic? Furthermore, I don't appreciate this tireless obsession with pirates when we've been working so hard to play down that problem. Now Blackbeard's even dragged into the fray and is on everybody's mind."
I know. Trader couldn't have agreed with him more as he gleefully thought of his Captain Bonnie website. "We certainly don't want the public thinking that Blackbeard was welcome in Virginia, or was ever even in Virginia, not even once. What we need to do is emphasize that Blackbeard and North Carolina were as thick as thieves, and it was our own Governor Spotswood who—"
"You know how I feel about Spotswood,"
the governor blurted out as his submarine went on alert.
"I don't want him getting any more credit than he already has, do you hear me? I have to live with his alleged descendants, and I'm sick and tired of being invited to their plantation pig roasts and shad roe plankings and hearing endless apocryphal stories about Governor Spotswood, who was probably a blowhard with gout in the clap."
The governor pulled out his railroad watch again.
"It's getting late. Why don't you drop by the mansion for supper, and we'll discuss this further and come up with a plan."
Andy already had a plan, but he feared Hammer was too riled up to listen as he watched her storm out of her car and stride through the U-Crops parking lot in his direction. "Unplug the website immediately," she said as she yanked open the door of his unmarked Caprice. "That's it. You're totally out of control. Am I to believe you've been doing undercover work on Tangier Island and you never bothered to let me know? And what awful thing turned up at your house last night?"
"I'm sorry. I was wrong not to tell you about my secret mission, but I was afraid you'd try to stop me," he replied calmly. "And you can't unplug a website. I could close it down, but you don't want me to do that, trust me. There's too much at stake."
"The only thing at stake right now, it seems to me, is my career and good name and the life of a dentist," she retorted.
"A scoundrel of a dentist. You should see the chart I looked at. And what about Popeye?" Andy asked.
Hammer's grief resurfaced and silenced her. "I believe there was a lot of premeditation involved in her dog napping, and therefore it is most likely the work of someone who has something personal against you," Andy told her. "That could be half the universe," she dismally replied.
"This isn't about money, not directly," he said. "If it was about a ransom, you would have been contacted long before now. I think someone has something pretty nefarious up his sleeve, and I've been getting some clues because of Trooper Truth. Emails that are suspicious. I believe if I continue posting my essays and following every lead I can, we're going to get to the bottom of this and a lot of other things, and I swear to God, if Popeye is alive, I'm going to find her for you."
"I refuse to get my hopes up," she stoically said. "Do you really think she's still alive?"
"It's just an instinct, but yes. For one thing, Boston Terriers are not a hot item for dog thieves. They have bad ears, bulging eyes that look at the walls, and their little nub of a corkscrew tail doesn't cover anything important, if you know what I mean. Not to mention their flat faces, their tendency to get bald in spots, and their intelligence, which far surpasses that of most of their owners, not including you, of course. I would assume the dogs of choice for thieves are labs, miniature collies, cocker spaniels, and maybe dachshunds."
"Then Popeye may have been stolen as part of some bigger scheme that we don't know about yet," Hammer deduced.
"Exactly."
Andy nodded as their conversation steamed up the glass. "That was very risky and probably foolish and reckless for you to pretend to be a journalist and go to Tangier Island," Hammer then said. "Look," he replied, "based on an email tip to Trooper Truth, I knew even before I went there to paint the speed trap that the state police was being set up for a political fall to take attention away from the governor, who is increasingly viewed as a blundering potentate because of that asshole Major Trader. It's just a crime that nasty slob of a press secretary manipulates him so blatantly, but the poor old man can't see it, because he can't see anything, period. You wouldn't believe some of the stories I've heard when I've been poking around this past year." "Such as?" Hammer was getting interested. "It seems, for example, that every time Trader brings Crim cookies or candy, the governor soon after gets a gastrointestinal attack that completely debilitates him. And let me add, the goodies are always chocolate or have chocolate in them. No, you don't think? I most certainly do. And I intend to prove it just as soon as the labs complete testing on the chocolates the governor supposedly sent you and what's left of a fudge cake Trader had sent over to Ruth's Chris. You sent those to the lab? She was shocked. Of course I did. I'd heard the rumors, and the governor never even calls you, so why would he send you chocolates through guess who? I think that bastard no-good Trader is lacing the governor's goodies with X-Lax and has been doing it for years. What better way to confuse and manipulate someone than to have that person doubled over with cramps and embarrassment whenever it's time to make key decisions, which, in the case of the governor, is daily? That's criminal, Hammer said in disgust, as she vaguely recalled being interviewed for the superintendent's position and Trader's offering her a silver bowl of chocolate-covered peanuts, which she refused because she didn't eat sweets or anything else fattening. Oh, there's more, Andy ominously said. I've been doing some pretty thorough checking on Trader. For starters, his mother's maiden name was Bonnie. I don't see the significance. You're about to. Andy met her eyes as the sun began to go down, and shoppers hurried to and from their cars, oblivious to the very important conversation that was taking place in their midst. The Bonnies are originally from Tangier Island. Trader's mother married a waterman named Trader, and Major Trader was born on the island on August the 11th in 1951. He was delivered by a midwife who apparently had a very difficult time with the birth because he came out feet first, which sort of seems appropriate since he inverts the truth and upends everything moral and decent. So you're suggesting that initiating Vaskar on Tangier Island was a deliberate setup on Trader's part, Hammer supposed. Oh, yes. And one thing is certain. Trader knows the islanders all right, and probably still knows people on that island. Yet he's made no effort whatsoever to intervene, for at least one very good reason. Which is? The Bonnie family is descended from pirates, Andy replied. And I'm afraid I have more bad news, he added, and then he told her about the trash bag and envelope left at his house last night. Hammer listened to the entire story without interrupting once, which was most unusual for her. But she was clearly shocked and concerned. According to some of the email tips Trooper Truth's been getting, Andy went on, Trish Thrash went by the initials TT, and of late people had been teasing her about being Trooper Truth, because of the initials, I'm saying. And she was getting a big kick out of it and often commented that she wished she was Trooper Truth, because she wanted to be a journalist, but ended up a data entry clerk for the state. He fell silent, deeply saddened by the thought of the poor woman never realizing her dream, and then wishing she were Trooper Truth, and now she was dead. So do you think she met the killer and talked to him? Hammer supposed. Maybe she told him the same quirky anecdote about people teasing her about Trooper Truth, and that she wished she was Trooper Truth, and then she trusted this stranger enough to go off with him somewhere? That's exactly what I think, but I'm hesitating on the gender issue. Other tips I've gotten indicated TT wasn't likely to go off with a man and certainly wouldn't let one pick her up unless it was at work, where she lived a lie because she feared repercussions from her bigoted boss. So her M.O. was to dress rather tough and hang out in bars on nights and weekends looking for same-sex company. She apparently called a friend the night of her death and said she was going to Tobacco Company, which is a very nice place and not the sort of hangout where you'd expect wacko people. So I'm assuming whoever TT met, it wasn't anyone people would notice or not trust. Not that I'm saying she met anyone in Tobacco Company. We don't know where she met her killer, not yet. I, through Trooper Truth, have been forwarding all this information to Detective Slipper, by the way, so hopefully he's following up on it. But what none of this begins to explain is why the killer left evidence at your house, Andy, Hammer said, her face tense with fear. I'm worried about your safety, for God's sake. This is a vicious psychopath, and now he's stalking you. Frankly, Andy said, I'm not convinced that the killer is a man or is working alone. Let me remind you that Moses Custer was also cut with a razor-like weapon. A woman highway pirate who is committing hate crimes? Hammer asked dubiously. It's such a ridiculous misnomer for people to assume that women aren't violent and capable of the same awful things men do, Andy replied. Hate is hate, and I think it might be a good plan for me to address that in Trooper Truth soon.
Cat was unfolding his own plan while this steamy conversation was going on miles away on the other side of the James River. The road dog had borrowed the Land Cruiser, which this minute was parked at the state police hangar, inconspicuously tucked between two other civilian cars. After hours of waiting, Cat was finally rewarded when Makovich appeared in the sky and landed the 4:30 that he had just flown to Tangier Island to pick up fresh seafood. Makovich had to admit that those Tangerians were the strangest people on earth. Although they had declared war on Virginia and were flying a flag with a crab on it, the instant they realized Makovich had shown up for the single-minded purpose of buying something, they took down the crab flag and hoisted the Virginia flag. Then they doubled the price for the governor's dinner.
I don't guess you know anything about that dentist you got hid somewhere on this island.
Makovich had at least made an attempt to investigate the kidnapping while the lady at the cash register gave him change in pennies.
The dentist? I haven't seen him of lately, the woman replied.
Makovich didn't believe her and couldn't help but notice that she had the worst crowns he had ever seen.
He cap your teeth?
Makovich asked.
Yes.
The Tangier woman, whose name was Mattie Dyes, flashed Makovich a snow-white, chalky smile as he pocketed 92 pennies.
Woo,
Makovich replied, shaking his head.
Glad he ain't my dentist. Now listen here, I think it would be smart if you folks out here calm down and let that dentist go on home to his family. What good is it doing to be hiding him somewhere? The rest of Virginia don't want no trouble with you Tangerians.
Mattie's eyes narrowed, and she sucked in her bottom lip as she smacked the cash drawer shut.
The governor don't want no hassle with you folks either,
Makovich continued, as blue crabs clattered and a trout flopped in the bottom of the white plastic bucket.
I mean, I could just start breaking down doors until I found the dentist and then lock up every last one of you, but I'm being nice about it. And besides, I need to get this seafood on back to the governor before it dies, because the First Lady don't like dead, fresh seafood.
Makovich had at least tried to mediate, he thought, as he shut down the helicopter back at the hangar and noticed a hard-looking youth who was dressed like a member of a NASCAR pit crew and talking on a cell phone.
"He's here,"
Cat was telling Smoke.
"Who is? It better be good you waking me up in the middle of the afternoon."
"That big black mother cop. He just landed in the chopper."
"No shit?"
Smoke was instantly alert.
"Well, just get your ass over there and take that lesson. And why isn't Possum there instead of you?"
"He's working on something in his room,"
Cat said.
"I'm gonna kick his ass,"
Smoke groggily said as he rolled over and went back to sleep. Cat casually strutted toward the helicopter Makovich was refueling with a big hose attached to an Exxon truck with Jet A in large letters on it. Cat buttoned up his NASCAR windbreaker and pulled a NASCAR cap low over his eyes, grateful he had gone to every race at the Richmond International Raceway and had already been well supplied with NASCAR memorabilia, such as clothing, cigarette lighters, posters, mugs, pens, and air fresheners for the rearview mirror, long before he knew these items might be important to his work. Makovich watched the NASCAR man walking toward him and got excited. What he wouldn't give to be part of a NASCAR pit crew. This guy looked like the right stuff. Swaggering, rough, strong but small enough to fit inside a stock car. He was smoking a Winston and wearing dark glasses and probably had a beautiful sexy blonde waiting for him at home.
"I'm here on orders of my driver whose name you still can't know," Cat said, flipping open a colorful lighter with Winston Cup and Jeff Burton's signature on it. "Let's get started."
"Get started doing what?"
Makovich eyed the lighter with envy and wondered if the white driver with dreadlocks he met last night might be Jeff Burton in disguise.
"Teaching me to fly?"
Cat fondled the lighter and took his time firing it up, a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Makovich looked around to see if anyone was watching. Cat slipped a $100 bill out of a zippered pocket on the windbreaker's sleeve. Makovich stared at the bill and tried to remember the last time he had seen one.
"I tell you what," he said to Cat, "let me drop off this fresh seafood first. Meet me back here in an hour or two."
"Wait a fucking minute," Cat said, alarmed. "I ain't taking no lesson in the dark."
"You crazy man?"
Makovich talked rough with him.
"You think a big helicopter like this cares if it's dark? This baby's instrument-rated, got autopilot, a traffic scope, plus a storm scope, and all kinds of landing lights, and even a DVD player in the back so the first family can watch movies while I haul 'em around."
Cat understood the DVD part, but nothing else. He was beginning to think he had taken on far more than he could handle, but he wasn't about to let this big mother cop think that.
"Oh, yeah?" Cat said. "Well, I seen bigger, better helicopters than this one. What you think all them drivers land in at the racetrack?"
"Mostly jet rangers and maybe a 407,
replied Makovich, who knew firsthand what landed at the racetrack because the first family was quite fond of stock cars that thunder around and around in circles all night long.
"Now I gotta deliver this seafood before it's dead," Makovich said. "I'll be right back and let you get by with paying me only $100 for your first lesson as sort of a courtesy, but it's gonna cost you more after that. This is a expensive machine."
"How much is it worth on the street?"
Cat eagerly asked.
"About $6 million,
Makovich said as he locked the helicopter's doors and baggage compartment. End of Side 5. Side 6. Possum wasn't allowed to have a lock on his bedroom door, but he surely could use one, he thought, as he worried that Smoke was going to be pissed off when he found out that Possum had wormed his way out of the helicopter lesson. Possum nervously ate a peanut butter and grape jelly sandwich in his dark bedroom as he continued to sketch out ideas for a pirate flag while he watched Bonanza and petted Popeye.
"Wish I could do that,"
he muttered to Popeye as Hoss, who was out by the barn, bent horseshoes with his bare hands. Little Joe was whipping Hoss in shape to wrestle the infamous bear-cat Samson at the Tweedy Circus that had just come to town. All Hoss had to do was pin the undefeated circus wrestler in 5 minutes, and Hoss and Little Joe would win $100. That was probably a lot of money back then, Possum thought. These days, $100 would barely buy a decent pair of basketball shoes. Possum sketched a bent horseshoe in his theme book and scratched through it. Then he tried drawing Hoss lifting a wagon full of heavy feed sacks. Next, Little Joe was slamming a board into Hoss's big belly, and Hoss couldn't even feel it. None of these themes worked on paper either. So Possum tried his hand at the Ponderosa map burning up, and he felt he was at least on the right track. His door flew open, and Smoke was standing there glaring at him. Possum squinted in the sudden light seeping into his room.
"What the fuck you doing?"
Smoke said angrily, as if he might just snatch Possum and Popeye off the bed and hurt both of them.
"Nothing."
"Why didn't you go to the hangar? I get a call from Cat while your lazy ass is back here watching TV. You were supposed to take the lesson, not Cat."
"Cat be better at flying than me,"
Possum meekly replied.
"You was asleep, Smoke, so we didn't want to bother you about it."
"Well, get your ugly ass up. We're going to Walmart to get some NASCAR clothes. From now on, that's our colors, and don't let me catch you wearing no more Michael Jordan shit. We're going to the race," Smoke went on. "There's one in town Saturday night, the Winston Series."
"But we ain't got tickets,"
Possum exclaimed.
"How we get in this late with no tickets? And there won't be no place to park the car."
"We don't need tickets or a place to park,"
Smoke said, walking out of the bedroom and slamming the door shut. Hoss entered the ring and was sucker-punched a few times before he locked Bearcat in a bear hug and broke the wrestler's ribs.
"Let go of him! Let go of him!"
Possum whispered. Even though he had seen this rerun so many times, he knew that Hoss wouldn't let go of Bearcat before time was up, and Hoss and Little Joe would lose the $100 and end up traveling with the circus until Bearcat healed up enough to wrestle again.
"Let him go, Hoss!"
Ben Cartwright and Little Joe cheered from the stands, and Possum started sketching again. NASCAR had given him an idea. Like pirates, NASCAR used all kinds of flags for different warnings and penalties. Possum drew a checkered flag and turned it into a Jolly Roger, coloring the skull and crossbones red.
"Shit,"
he muttered.
"That don't work neither, Popeye."
He turned a checkered flag into a game of tic-tac-toe and still wasn't satisfied. So he drew a black flag that meant it was time to pull into the pits, and he felt a chill creep up to the roots of his hair. He was getting somewhere. Possum erased areas of the black, forming white eyes and a grinning mouth that gave the morbid impression of a smiley-faced skull. He crossed the skull with 2 possum tails instead of bones and clamped a lit cigarette between the teeth, smoke rising in swirls. A smoking skull, he thought, getting increasingly excited as the Tweedy Circus ran out of money and had to pay Hoss and Little Joe with an elephant that they closed up inside the Ponderosa barn. Ben Cartwright wasn't happy when he opened the barn door and discovered his new livestock. Possum sadly thought of the late Dale Earnhardt's No. 3 black GM Goodwrench Services Chevy and decided to honor the dead racing hero. Jolly Goodwrench, Possum wrote in block letters beneath the smoking skull flag.
Hey, look!
He exclaimed as he ran inside Smoke's bedroom and held up his theme book.
You come in here one more time without asking, and I'll blow your tiny dick off,
Smoke yelled as he sat up in bed and lit a cigarette.
We got us a pirate flag, Smoke,
Possum explained.
I can make one that looked just like this, and we can fly it at the race and make people think it's our NASCAR flag. We can take Popeye, too, and make sure them 2 cops show up, right? They never suspect no pit crew might be carrying pieces and are gonna blow their asses away. Then Cat can show up with a helicopter and fly us out of there, and nobody can catch us. Then maybe we can escape to Tangerine Island, since everybody there's already in trouble, and we could hide out with them till things chill, you know?
Smoke sucked on the cigarette and shook several nearby beer cans. All of them were empty.
Go get me a beer, he said to Possum. Make sure that fucking flag's finished by Saturday. And get Cat on the cell phone and tell him to make sure we got that helicopter for Saturday. Tell him to tell that big black mama that the famous driver and his pit crew are gonna need it to get to the race, and then afterwards to be dropped off at a big party on an island. Once we get there, we shoot that cop too, and the helicopter's ours, and we got it fucking made in the shade.
Chapter 16. Black wrought iron gates crept open, and a stern Capitol police officer looked on through the glass window of his booth as Andy approached the governor's mansion. "Where do I park?" Andy inquired, because the circular cobblestone drive was crammed with the governor's fleet of black Suburbans and limousines. "Just pull it off on the grass," the officer replied. "I can't do that," Andy protested as he gazed out at the recently manicured lawn and sculpted hedges. "No problem," the officer assured him. "The inmates will clean it up tomorrow. It's good for them to keep busy." Pony was watching all this through centuries-old glass. The butler was not in a good mood. In the past hour, the mansion's kitchen help had snapped at him repeatedly because the Crim daughters, Regina mostly, had protested the notion of a light supper, which typically meant trout or blue crabs freshly flown in from Tangier Island. Regina had a nasty habit of stalking the kitchen and peering under pot lids, and when she discovered a trout and several dozen blue crabs in the agonal stages of death in the sink, she pitched a fit. "I hate fish," she declared furiously. "Everybody here knows I hate fish."
"Your mama told us a menu," said Chef Figgy. "We just following her instruction, Miss Virginia."
"My name is not Virginia." Chef Figgy resisted the impulse to tell her that she might be better off if her name were Virginia instead of the other. He stared at the trout in the sink and wished it would hurry up and die. It had a hook in its mouth, and he couldn't understand why it was still flapping around after all this time. The blue crabs kept trying to climb out and were banging around in the huge stainless steel sink, making a racket and training their periscope eyes on him with resentment and fear. Chef Figgy resisted killing anything and was opposed in a religious way to taking the life from things smaller and less intelligent than him before he cooked them. He preferred food already dead and packaged when it was delivered. Most of all, he was violently against hog farming, and Regina had a passion for pork. "What happened to ham?" she asked in that rude, loud voice of hers. "Why are we having ham biscuits? That's a light supper, and you know it, Figgy. You're just doing this because you don't like me. Look at those crabs staring at me. Let's just put them out the back door and they can wander off somewhere."
"The First Lady wouldn't be pleased if we let 'em go,"
he said. "Who gives a shit?" The crabs heard every word and climbed on top of each other so the one on top was close enough to the faucet to grab at it with a claw. They froze and pretended to be dead when Major Trader strutted into the commercially outfitted kitchen on the lower level, where, during the mansion's last restoration, archaeologists had discovered thousands of artifacts, including fish bones and crude hooks, along with numerous arrowheads and musket balls.
"Why are the crabs all stacked up like that?"
Trader stared into the sink.
"Looks to me like they're already dead, and the First Lady despises dead fresh seafood, Fig."
Trader always called Chef Figgy Fig for short.
"She likes them scuffling about and banging the sides of the pots as they boil alive, so they're very fresh when she eats them. Here."
He set down a small tin box.
"The wife made Toll House cookies for the governor. Nobody else gets one."
Chef Figgy felt sick at the notion of boiling anything alive. The crabs held their breath, their eye stalks paralyzed in terror as they stared at Trader. Over the centuries, blue crabs had developed highly refined eyesight in order to spot and evade their natural enemies, which included the watermen of Tangier. The islanders were a horrible people who spent all their time on the bay in little boats stacked with crab pots that they baited with rotten fish and plopped into the water, knowing full well that blue crabs love rotten fish and have nothing else to eat if rotten fish or other dead things are scarce. It happens like this. An innocent crab is scuttling along through the silt, minding his own business, when this big wire cage descends like an elevator and settles on the bottom in a cloud of murk. The crab smells rotten fish and spies chunks of it floating around inside the crab pot. He calls over several of his friends or family members and says,
"Well, I'll swagger. What do you think?" "They's pottin'," one of them offers. "Mind your step."
"God a'mighty, but I sure has a hunger,"
Baby Crab complains.
"Keep quiet. Hadn't I learned you about potting? You'll get hung up in that thar thing."
"Look," Trader said loudly, "these crabs are already dead, and the First Lady won't like it a bit if she finds out when they're on her plate. She'll have you fired, and then all your midgets won't have a daddy anymore."
Trader, loathsome racist that he was, thought this was a great idea and laughed blatantly. 17 more little black children out there with no father figure. They would all grow up to be drug dealers, hanging out in long lines at the methadone clinics, and then ending up in the penitentiary just like their daddy. One day they would work in the mansion's kitchen, trying to figure out if crabs were dead or not, and whether the First Lady would fire them, too. Them being the midgets, not the crabs, Trader qualified silently, as all of this seeped into his mind like sewage. Andy had rung the bell 3 times now as Pony watched through the wavy old glass. It was essential that a butler give the impression he was very busy, and that the mansion was sprawling, requiring many moments to pass through gracious rooms and beneath sweeping archways en route to the entrance hall.
"Coming,"
Pony said through cupped hands to make his voice sound far away. Andy knocked again, crisply rapping the heavy brass pineapple, which was the symbol of hospitality in Virginia. Pony walked briskly in place for a minute, working up a sweat and getting out of breath.
"Coming,"
he said again, this time without cupped hands to make him sound closer. He counted to 10 and opened the door.
"I'm here to see the Crims,"
Andy said as he shook Pony's hand, much to Pony's surprise.
"Oh,"
Pony replied, his mind going blank for an instant. This young man was polite and nice. He was trying to look Pony in the eye, and Pony simply wasn't accustomed to this, and had to somehow get hold of himself and play his role.
"And who may I tell them is here?"
Andy told him, and instantly felt sorry for Pony. The poor man was run ragged by his job and unappreciated.
"I like your jacket," Andy said. "You must iron it all the time. Looks like it could stand up without you in it."
He meant this as a compliment.
"My wife works in the laundry downstairs near the kitchen. She irons it for me and is rather heavy-handed with the can of starch," Pony proudly answered. "We never see each other unless I'm working because the rest of the time they got me in lockup."
"That must be very hard."
"It ain't fair," Pony admitted. "The last 6 governors, including Mr. Crim 3 of those times, always promise to have my sentence commuted, and then they get busy and never give it another thought. That's a problem with term limitation, you ask me. All people do is worry about what's next."
Andy walked into the entrance hallways, and Pony shut the door.
Exactly, Andy agreed. The minute they get elected, they're already thinking about what they're going to do next because they have only 4 years, and half of them must be spent campaigning or going to job interviews.
Pony nodded, feeling encouraged that someone at last understood what it was like to be assigned to the mansion.
You here to see the Crim girls? 'Cause you sure don't look like their type.
Not that I'm aware of,
Andy said, suddenly suspicious of the First Lady's real motive for inviting him to the mansion. Regina, too, was suspicious.
"These crabs are not dead," she yelled. "One of them just looked at me. I just saw its eyes move. How could I possibly eat anything with eyes bugging out of their heads the way they do? It hurts my eyes to watch. You would think stuff would get in them all the time because of the way they stick out and don't have lids."
It's so they can hide in the sand and still see, Trader explained to her. There's a reason for their eyes being periscopic like submarines.
He deliberately alluded to submarines to mock the governor's constitution behind his back. Trader was respectful to his prominent boss only when he had no choice, and it was his habit to abuse mansion staff and say whatever he wanted when Crim wasn't present or was unaware.
"Take them down to the river and let them go," Regina ordered Chef Figgy. "The fish as well. It's looking at me, too. And take that damn hook out of its mouth first. You let it go with that hook in there, it will get caught on stuff and the poor thing will drown. I want ham biscuits with butter and mint jelly, you hear me? What happened to the rest of that pie we didn't finish? The peanut butter pie?"
She ran tap water on the crabs and the fish, waking them up a little, as she loudly ordered people about.
"There's a bucket in the corner," she said. "The one they came in. Put them in it right now. And don't you ever bring another crab or fish into this mansion. I'm sick of deer meat, too. How do you know the Indians don't poison the deer first to pay us back? They drag this carcass up the steps thinking we're so lucky they give us gifts."
You're not supposed to call them Indians, Miss Virginia. They're Native Americans, and it's very thoughtful of them to bring us deer.
Chef Figgy was offended and not the least bit intimidated by her.
"Native Americans, huh?"
Regina's face darkened with rage.
"Oh, really? That's the same thing as calling your people natives."
It most certainly isn't.
Chef Figgy looked directly into Regina's tiny, hard eyes, which reminded him of raisins embedded in rising bread dough.
And if you ever refer to any of the mansion help as natives, I'll report you to the NAACP. I don't care if you are the governor's daughter.
"Get these crabs out of here this minute," Regina screamed, "or they're going to die and smell."
The crabs waved their claws in celebration as Chef Figgy gently lifted them and the trout out of the deep sink and set them in the bucket. He got wire cutters and snipped off the hook, sliding it free of the fish's sore mouth. Pony wasn't so lucky. Nobody had ever let him off the hook for any reason. Oh, how he would love it if Chef Figgy would carry him down to the James River in a bucket and let him go. Pony watched the chef walk through the dining room, heading to a side door, water slopping out of the bucket as the crabs and fish talked to one another, making plans. Regina was close behind and stopped in her tracks when she saw Andy.
"We're not having a light supper after all," she told him.
Whatever, Andy politely replied. I think we need to hook me up with your father as soon as possible.
"Are you making the tasteless pun because of the fish?"
She scowled. He didn't know her well enough to make puns, and Regina had no doubt that this handsome man was not going to be nice to her. None of them were, or ever would be. Andy noticed the fish swimming inside the crowded bucket and realized he had misspoken.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the trout until just this second. Otherwise, I never would have used the word hook in its presence. I meant no disrespect. It's just that I sincerely hope I get a chance to speak to the governor tonight.
"You can call me Regina."
No, he couldn't. Andy couldn't possibly say that name without feeling very uncomfortable and embarrassed.
Do you go by any other names? He asked. What about Reggie?
No one has ever called me Reggie.
She was knocked off balance by his kind interest and had to steady herself against the polished mahogany banister that curved out of sight, leading upstairs to the First Family's private quarters, where this minute Maud Crim was spraying her hair, unhappy with the reflection that was spraying its hair in the mirror. She had been beautiful once. When Maud and Bedford had first spotted each other at the Fabergé ball, she had been voluptuous but petite, with a bowed red mouth and expressive violet eyes. Maud was gazing into a showcase at a jeweled egg that had led to the Bolshevik Revolution and the mystery of Anastasia, when Bedford Crim IV, a freshman state senator, had gallantly appeared at her side and stared through an old magnifying glass at the lovely shapes scarcely covered by her low-cut gown.
"My, can you imagine?" he said. "I've always wondered, why an egg? Why not something else if you're going to make things out of precious metals and priceless jewels?"
"What would you have chosen for a theme?" Maud coyly inquired. She had fallen swiftly for Crim and his inquiring mind, and it occurred to her that she had always taken the Fabergé collection for granted. All these years, and she had never questioned why.
"Most certainly I would not have chosen an egg,"
Crim replied in a rich, important voice that lilted with the rhythm of the Old South.
"A Civil War theme, perhaps."
He considered.
"Maybe cannons of rose gold, or Confederate flags fashioned of platinum, rubies, diamonds, and sapphires, the very stones and metals you should have around your lovely, tapered white neck."
He traced her throat with a stubby finger.
"A long necklace, with a huge diamond at the end that would disappear into your bosom."
He showed her.
"And remain tucked out of sight to tickle you when you least expect it."
"I've always wanted a big diamond," Maud said, looking around rather nervously, hoping nobody in the crowded room was paying them any mind. "You look like you're wearing a big diamond yourself," she said, staring at the front of his tuxedo pants.
"The Hope diamond," he chuckled.
"Because you're always hoping. I get it," she said. "You know, I'm quite a collector too, Senator Crim."
"You don't say."
"Oh, yes. I happen to know a lot about magnifying glasses," she continued to impress him. "Why, they go all the way back to the caves of Crete, and there was once a Chinese emperor who used a topaz to look at the stars. That was thousands of years before the baby Jesus was born. Can you imagine? And I bet you didn't know that Nero himself used to peer through an emerald when he watched the gladiators kill each other. I suppose so the sun didn't hurt his eyes. So I think it's very appropriate that you should have very special optic glasses too, since you're such an important, powerful man."
"Why don't we slip off to the men's room and introduce ourselves to each other?" Crim suggested.
"I could never." Maud's no was a yes, but Crim would find out soon after their marriage that even a yes would be no when she was preoccupied with crown molding and cobwebs.
"The ladies' room, then,"
Crim tried again. Beautiful women had always ignored him before he went into politics. Now it was amazingly easy, and he felt he had been given a second chance. Having been born terribly short and homely with deteriorating eyes no longer mattered. Even the size of his diamond made little difference. It wasn't like the old days at the Commonwealth Club where all the up-and-coming males would sit around the swimming pool naked, making political decisions and discussing unfriendly takeovers.
"Not even half a carat,"
Crim remembered one of them whispering. Of course, voices carry across the water, and Crim, who was sitting on the diving board, heard the tasteless remark.
"It's the quality, not the size," he replied, "and how hard it is."
"All diamonds are hard," said another man, who ran a Fortune 500 company that later relocated to Charlotte. Crim discovered in the ladies' room that all diamonds are not hard. Maud's birthmark had caused a bad result. Her bottom looked like she had sat in a puddle of ink. It was hideously stained, and Crim was afraid to touch it.
"What happened?"
he asked as he recoiled and tucked his diamond back into his trousers. "Nothing happened," Maud said from her position flat against the cold tile wall. "If the lights are out, you can't even see it. Some people find it attractive." Maud flipped off the light and kissed him hungrily. She mined for his diamond until she could find it again. "Talk vulgar to me," she whispered in the dark restroom. "No one ever has, and I've always wanted to hear lurid things about what people, especially men, want to do to me. Be careful. The wall is hard when you bang me up against it like that. No, don't pull me down on the hard, filthy floor instead.
Maybe we shouldn't be doing this in here. I'm gonna have bruises.
We could go into one of the stalls. Crim could scarcely speak. Then if people walk in, they won't see us. If we make noise, we can cover it up by flushing the toilet repeatedly.
Those amorous days had ended after the wedding. Bedford's eyesight had continually disintegrated, and he had not laid a finger on Maud since Regina was conceived, despite the First Lady's relentless efforts to look desirable, which was for the purpose of teasing and frustrating and camouflaging her true intention of no. Maud hadn't fantasized about yes in a very long time, and as she thought about Andy Brazil, it entered her mind that maybe she should try yes again and mean it. After all, her husband was being so unfair about the Trivets, and she spent all of her time these days relocating them throughout the mansion. Maybe she should give the governor something important to worry about and keep that gorgeous Brazil boy for herself, she resentfully thought. The hell with her daughters. Maybe if Maud seduced Andy, she would feel better about herself and become sufficiently distracted to cut back on her shopping. She applied another coat of thick black mascara to enhance her violently violet eyes. She slashed vivid red lipstick around her mouth, patted on more blush, and frowned to see how her Botox was holding up. "Oh, dear," she said to the mirror when she detected a trace of movement in her forehead. Her collagen was wearing thin, too, and she dreaded a return trip to the maxillary facial surgeon. It had gotten to where she simply could not endure another needle stick without a heavy hit of Demerol. And for what? Nobody cared. Nobody appreciated her anymore. Maud unhooked her bra and worked her way out of it without taking off her blouse, a trick she had learned at Sweetbriar College. "Well, that was a wasted effort," she muttered to herself impatiently as her breasts migrated to her waist. Sighing, she put her bra back on and changed into an attractive sheer cashmere sweater that had been several sizes too small even when she was much thinner. "There," she announced to the first dog, Frisky, who was asleep on the bed inside the adjoining master suite. "You have to admit I look pretty damn good for 70, don't I?" Frisky didn't stir. He was a very old chocolate lab and was tired of the First Lady's talking to him endlessly. It had been going on for 9 years, and Frisky believed the First Lady had looked pretty overblown from day one. Now she looked especially bad, with her frozen face and swollen lips, and he didn't intend to open his eyes or interrupt his favorite dream of being a ball boy at Wimbledon. He silently prayed that the First Lady, for once, wouldn't wake him up. "Come, Frisky," the First Lady called her sleeping dog as she tried unsuccessfully to snap her fingers. Mrs. Crim shimmered with body lotion, and her fingers were slippery. "Come!" Her fingers snipped rather than snapped. "Let's go down and greet our company." Chapter 17. The blue crabs and the trout were about to have their luck change yet again. Major Trader had volunteered to dump them in the river because he had his own secret, selfish agenda. He figured he could find someone fishing and sell the fresh seafood easily and for a pretty penny, and he was scouting for a good location for the drop-off of the waterproof suitcase full of cash that he expected to get from the pirates soon. Right this minute, Trader was driving his state car, and the bucket was sloshing around in the trunk. Neither the crabs nor the trout could see a thing in the pitch dark, and they had an ominous feeling about the trip, as Trader sped and jerked the car into curves and made sudden stops at lights.
"Jiminy criminy, he must not got a GPS,"
one crab said as it knocked into another one on the bottom of the bucket.
"He's lost, I can tell."
"Oh," said the trout as he floated above crabs clashing into one another with each hairpin turn and lurching start and stop.
"I think he must have engine problems."
"You ever been in a car afore?"
"Can't say I have," the trout replied, "but I've seen them pull up to the dock from a safe distance when the watermen get out to fish. All their trucks and golf carts jump around and careen like this."
The crabs tumbled to one side and landed in a pile.
"Ouch!" a crab complained. "That hurt! Get your claw out of my eye or you're gonna catch it." "I'm hungry."
"There's neither rotted fish until we foller the water. Hold on!"
Trader drove over a curb and parked on the sidewalk where Caesar Fender was fishing and not catching a thing.
"Hey, you just ran over my tackle box, you motherfucker," Caesar yelled at the state car. "Who you think you are? I ain't doing nothing. I don't even have a car, so you got no right to pull over with your high beams on and run over my tackle box like I was speeding or something."
"I got fresh seafood fit for the governor," Trader announced. "Sell it to you for $50. Bet you got a passel of hungry midgets at home. Bet they never had blue crabs before and fresh trout."
Caesar Fender was shocked by the big fat white man's slurs.
"Just 'cause some black folks is short don't mean they're midgets," he lashed back. "And you owe me $2 for the tackle box and another 75 cents for all the hooks you bent and bobbers you busted. You step 1 foot closer and you're gonna knock my can of worms in the water, and then I'm gonna kick your ass."
"You lay a hand on me and I'll have you arrested and sent to jail," Trader threatened.
"Pay me what you owe for all my fishing tackle you ruined."
"Watch your mouth. You're talking to a very important government official," Trader yelled back.
"I don't give a flying fuck who you are."
While the two men argued and bickered, the crabs quickly put together a plot to save themselves and the trout.
"Play dead," someone said.
Trader popped open the trunk, and Caesar peered inside, angry but curious about the fresh seafood. The trout was belly up with its eyes shut, and all the crabs were motionless, their eyes shut too.
"You cheating motherfucker!" Caesar screamed at Trader. "The seafood's dead as a doornail. How long you had it in your trunk? A month? P.U.!"
He waved his hand in front of his face as he lifted the bucket out.
"You lying white trash. Here's what I think of your fucking fresh seafood."
Suddenly the crabs and trout were sailing out of the bucket as if they were dashing out of fire. They flew through the air and splashed into the James River, where the crabs sank to the bottom and sat looking around, stunned, as the trout swam in lazy circles over them.
"Look, I see the trout swimming down there."
Trader pointed at the shadow of the trout deep below the sparkling surface.
"They're not dead. You threw away my fresh seafood. Hand over $50, he demanded.
"Nope."
Caesar gathered up his ruined fishing gear. Trader's pirate genetic coding was fired up, and he punched Caesar in the eye. Caesar turned his fishing pole into a whip and stung Trader's cheek with 30 test monofilament and several small sinkers that Caesar had attached with his teeth shortly after arriving hours earlier on his bicycle. The two men fought fiercely with each other, rolling on the ground, yelling obscenities and beating on each other. Enraged and bleeding, Trader darted for his car, which Caesar began kicking before he smashed out the front windshield with his damaged metal tackle box. Frenzied and out of breath, Trader dove into the driver's seat and fumbled for the flare gun he always kept hidden under the front seat. He cut his fingers on splinters of glass as he stuffed a 12-gauge flare into the wide barrel of the old flare gun that had been handed down in his pirate family since 1870. He rolled out of the car and pointed the flare gun in Caesar's direction as the deranged fisherman hurled lead sinkers at him, one of which struck Trader on the nose, causing an instant reflex that twitched his trigger finger. The flare exploded through the air like a small, fiery missile, streaking straight toward Caesar and slamming into his chest. The crabs and trout watched in horror as the fisherman burst into flames and ran several steps before collapsing. Trader fled in his banged-up state car, the trunk still open, the windshield a spiderweb of shattered glass. When he limped into the governor's mansion a little later, he was pale and bloody, his suit and tie torn. He was agitated, paranoid, and confused. Regina was confused, too. She had never seen her mother so made up and heavily perfumed. Had Regina run into her mother in a funeral home, she would have assumed Mrs. Crim was full of formaldehyde and overlaid in putty and had gotten her clothes mixed up with some other dead lady who was much smaller and fond of fuchsia.
"What the hell happened to you, Mama?"
Regina asked as she worked on a thick slab of honey-glazed ham that was tucked inside a huge biscuit dripping with butter and globs of mint jelly. Mrs. Crim, running a little late, seated herself at the foot of the table and lifted a fork to signal that everyone could begin eating.
"What do you mean, what happened to me?"
Mrs. Crim shot Regina a threatening glance.
"And you're not supposed to start eating before everyone else, as if I didn't raise you better."
Andy cut off the only morsel of lean ham he could find in the mound on his plate as Trader walked into the dining room. Andy noticed instantly that the press secretary was bloody and in shock and smelled faintly of burned chemicals and gunpowder.
"I'd rather know what happened to you," Andy said to Trader.
Mrs. Crimm inferred from this that her handsome young dinner guest didn't think for a minute that anything at all had happened to her. She always looked alluring and thoughtfully put together. It was irrational and Victorian for women to hide their bodies beneath thick layers of loose, long clothing. Andy's attention would find its way down to the foot of the table any minute and linger to wander all over her. After dinner, the two of them would sneak up to the master suite, and she would lock the door and say yes and mean it. Even if the governor came home, as long as she and Andy were quiet, he wouldn't see them.
"Did you wander into a riot or a hurricane?"
Andy's attention remained on Trader, who went into a lengthy, breathless explanation, talking so fast that his words tangled and ran into each other mid-air.
"What on earth did he say?" First Lady Crimm asked Andy every few seconds. "I wonder if he's had a stroke."
Trader's story could easily be summed up, although he took a long time to tell it and the facts changed like clouds. The gist was this. He arrived at the river at 1900 hours, and an African-American male was fishing out by his bicycle. Trader greeted the man, and they discussed the weather as Trader dumped the crabs and the trout overboard.
"Oh, dear," Mrs. Crimm interrupted. "He didn't toss the crabs into the James, did he? Unless they can find their way back to the bay, they'll die sure as shooting."
Trader rushed ahead with his story.
"He says there was a shooting now that you mention it," Andy translated. "A Lincoln with New York plates roared up, and a Hispanic male in his 20s started firing a 9mm Sig Sauer pistol out the window and yelling obscenities. He shot the fisherman at very close range, probably in the chest, and the fisherman possibly caught fire, possibly from burning gunpowder that was possibly fueled by a Bic lighter that was possibly in the fisherman's shirt pocket."
"How come he doesn't know anything for sure?"
Regina reached for another biscuit.
"Didn't he even check to see if the poor man just might still be alive or if he was really burning up? Why didn't he try to put the fire out or call for help?"
She fastened her eyes on Trader as she ate.
"You just rush off and not try to help or anything? What kind of person are you?"
"He shit at me!"
Trader raised his voice, not realizing that his sudden speech problem was due to post-traumatic stress that had somehow activated a genetic code that caused him to talk like a pirate.
"We don't talk that way at the table," Mrs. Crimm fired back at him.
"He shit at me again and again. I was afeard to get near him."
"I can't stand this." Regina covered her ears. "Someone talk for him. Andy, just tell us what he says. And does he really mean to imply that the Hispanic was doing number 2 at him? Doing it or throwing it?" She scowled. "What does he mean that the gunman shit at him?" "Regina!" her mother scolded her. "We don't talk about bathroom habits at the dinner table."
Trader started to make the point that he was talking about a shooting when Andy cautioned him not to say the words shoot, shot, shooting, or shooter, but to simply simulate by mutely pointing his finger and firing it like a gun. This worked, and the first family settled down and resumed eating as Trader claimed through Andy that he was certain the Hispanic was the one committing the hate crimes and was coming after the first family next, so Trader had raced back to the mansion instantly to make sure all were safe and protected.
"He say he hated Crimm," Trader blurted out, "and he thinks all Crimm should be put to death."
"You sure he didn't mean criminals as opposed to crims?"
Regina considered as she chewed.
"Papa's very much in favor of sending criminals to death row and is known for it." "Honey, that wouldn't make much sense," Mrs. Crimm replied. "The Hispanic is clearly a criminal himself, so why would he be on a spree of hate crimes that target people similar to himself?"
"Damnation seize my soul, the villain meant ye!"
Trader pointed at each Crimm in an ominous, morbid way.
"Crimm, not criminals!"
Faith was frightened.
"We won't be able to leave the mansion ever again, Mama."
"What if he's out there somewhere?"
Constance's eyes were wide, and she kept refilling her wineglass with nervous hands.
"I've never heard of anyone catching on fire when they're shot."
Andy pressed Trader on this point.
Did you really see smoke and flames and his clothes igniting? I realize you're saying you didn't hang around long and were frightened and also concerned for the Crims and may have suffered a small stroke, but I'm having a very hard time with your story." Trader rather condescendingly replied that it was a well-known scientific fact that people do burst into flames and have cremated themselves unannounced since the beginning of time. "It's called spontaneous combusting," he said. "Look it up." Andy didn't need to look it up. He was quite familiar with spontaneous human combustion and the stories of people suddenly bursting into flames for no good reason. "Well," he said to Trader, "we'll see what the medical examiner has to say."
"You don't think that psycho's going to come here and set all of us on fire, do you?" Constance worried aloud.
Why would he hate us?
Grace couldn't make sense of it.
What did we ever do to him or any Hispanic? And we're not a minority except for our practically being a royal family, and there certainly aren't many of those.
"We don't even know any Hispanics," Faith reminded her family as she looked around the table, her horse-shaped face wavering in soft candlelight. "And Papa hasn't a single Hispanic working in his administration and never has, so what do the Hispanics have to be resentful about?" "Probably what you just said," Andy replied.
"Which was what?"
Regina asked between chews. "It's been my observation that the governor's administration could use a little more variety." Andy tried to be diplomatic. "When an entire group of people finds itself excluded, hard feelings arise and can turn to violence."
"But Bedford doesn't speak Spanish," Mrs. Crim explained. "He sees no reason to."
"He really doesn't see reasons for much of anything, First Lady Crim." Andy was candid, and he almost added, "with all due respect," but the specter of Hammer had been hovering over him all day. "I'm convinced if he could do something about his vision, his life would dramatically improve."
"His vision is the same as it's always been," the First Lady replied. "He envisions a commonwealth that is uncommon and committed to the wealth and well-being of one and all, and that from this day forth there shall be the uncommon goal that the people— Oh dear, I'm afraid I can't remember the next line. What does he say?"
She scanned her daughter's bored faces.
"The same thing he says at every inauguration," Regina replied in disgust. "He's used the same speech every time he's elected, and it was stupid the first time, and it's still stupid."
She looked at Andy.
"He thinks Virginia ought to be renamed the Un-Commonwealth of Virginia because he hates North Carolina and is damn tired of all these Fortune 500 companies and banks and movies going there instead of here."
She reached for the butter, and the silver knife leapt from her buttery, thick fingers and fled across the heart of pine floor. Pony appeared out of nowhere and picked it up. He replaced it with a clean one from the silver chest.
"Can I get you anything else, Miss Virginia?"
he politely inquired. "That's not a bad name," Andy said in surprise. "Why don't all of us call you Virginia instead of the other?"
"I don't want to be called something else, and I'm sick and tired of everyone worrying about what I'm called, and I'm even more sick and tired of no one ever calling me to begin with."
Tears jumped out of her eyes.
"Every time the phone rings, it's just somebody trying to find the base unit. I don't have any friends, not even one,"
Regina cried with her mouth full, chewing and miserable.
"I was born in a coal mine."
"No, you weren't," her mother firmly interrupted.
"I was conceived in one."
Regina became indiscreet.
"I know exactly what happened when you and Papa went down into that deep, dark shaft, and you had on that little hard hat with the flashlight. Imagine how I feel knowing his sperm had black dust all over it and swam straight to an egg and decided the result would be me."
She reached for the bottle of wine, and it slipped out of her grasp and rolled across the table and onto the floor. Pony patiently crawled under the table after the bottle of Virginia Chardonnay.
"I'm so fucking sick of everything,"
Regina bellowed.
"You are not to use that word ever again," the First Lady told her severely. "What in the world happened to make your mouth so foul? When you were born, you didn't talk like that. And I think the F word is filthy and unspeakably degrading and unbecoming to a young lady, especially the daughter of a governor." "That's the way they talked in the coal mine,"
Regina smugly said to Andy. And by now no one remembered that Trader was at the table, or even in this world. Then he made the mistake of thinking like a press secretary and speaking like a pirate. Yea, better ye use euphemisms like darn't, doggone it, fudge, rats, for Pate's sake. That's the darntest thing I ever hear. Shit, oh shit. Enough, Andy ordered him. I told you not to say shoot in any tense.
Why are you talking like that? Regina was out with it, uncovering her ears and glaring at Trader.
I was born on the island as was everybody afore me, he said as he dabbed his bleeding face with a linen napkin. I'm afraid the shock of witnessing the murder has done something to me brain.
Well, I don't care if you were born on the island. You can just forget the rubbish that what you're speaking is Old English or Elizabethan English, or that John Smith said shit instead of shot or shoot. Now, he might have said shat, but not shit. Does everybody on the island talk like you, or do you have your own special secret vernacular or something?
Regina was brutal, but honestly curious.
After all these centuries, why don't you talk so people can understand what the hell you're saying? Mama, I insist Papa fire this man. I can't stand him in the mansion another day. I just know I'll hear him in my head all the time, and it will drive me to distraction. And I simply can't afford to be driven to distraction, because there are so many distractions already, and I'm bored to death of being driven everywhere by EPU. I want a car and a license, and to go places without security.
Shh, the First Lady ordered as Pony detected footsteps out front and hurried toward them. Momentarily, the door shut loudly in the entrance hallway, and the tone of murmuring voices suggested that Bedford Crim had not enjoyed the day much. I smell ham, he announced in dismay. I thought we were having seafood tonight. I am most decidedly not in the mood for ham. What happened to the crabs I had flown in? Sir, will that be all? A trooper asked.
No,
Maud Crim called out from the dining room.
Don't let him go, sweetie. We need all of the EPU to stay right here.
This was very much out of character for the First Lady, who was known for getting annoyed with omnipresent security details. At first, she had felt important and admired when squadrons of powerfully built EPU troopers in immaculate suits surrounded her everywhere she went and made certain her every need was fulfilled. Then she grew weary of it. Maud Crim longed to sit in the garden or the tub or watch TV or shop on the internet or get her cosmetic procedures without cameras or others taking all of it in. She was becoming increasingly paranoid about her privacy and nurtured a growing suspicion that the troopers saw everything she did. Everything, including her endeavors to hide her collectibles. What's this all about? The governor asked as he walked into the dining room and squinted in the candlelight to make out what was on everyone's plates. Ham, he muttered disagreeably. I can't stand ham. What happened to the crabs? He fixed his unhappy, dull gaze on Regina.
We let them go.
She was candid with her father. I flew them in on the state helicopter, and you let them go?
And the trout,
she replied, reaching for the mint jelly. Sir, Andy was determined to get to the heart of the First Family's difficulties. There's a situation I think you need to know about. A black male was just murdered while he was fishing in the river, and Major Trader has alleged that you and your wife and daughters could be in danger. Apparently he allegedly witnessed the crime and is alleging the suspect is the same one who assaulted Moses Custer and killed Trish Thrash. Crim reached for his dangling magnifying glass and was visibly startled when his press secretary came into focus. Heavens, the governor exclaimed. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Trader was afraid to speak and shook his head. What happened? The governor demanded. I don't mean to sound unsympathetic, but it's not sanitary to bleed at the dinner table. Trader got up, holding a napkin to his forehead. He mutely stood on the antique oriental rug, his eyes darting about as he tried to sort out his tangled thoughts and come up with a plan. For starters, he decided, his transient speech disorder was a good thing, because under the circumstances, it was smart to talk in a way that made little sense to others. His condition made lying easier, and people were less inclined to question him closely. Not to mention, if he required a second party to speak, then Trader's testimony would be hearsay and not admissible in court. It's awful, Faith was describing what had happened. This monster makes people burst into flames and then speeds off. He's from New York and speaks Spanish and intends to do the same thing to each of us.
As much as I hate it, Mrs. Crimm said, I think we need all of the troopers to surround the mansion until this terrible person is caught. Maybe the National Guard ought to help out too, dear. The governor pulled out a chair and sat down, not sure what to do, and perplexed that no one had briefed him about this emergency before now. Often he found out bad news when he came home for dinner, and certainly this wasn't helping his submarine in the least.
Well, someone fill me in, the governor demanded.
Trader wanted to offer many false details, but he knew how the governor would react to their sudden language barrier. The press secretary indicated through sign language that Andy should relay the day's events to Crimm, which Andy did.
What's your recommendation?
The governor asked Andy after being subjected to the story, which seemed lacking in veracity and rationality.
I agree in taking no chances, Andy replied. Keep security tight, sir, but this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. Frankly, I am concerned that there are important facts we don't know, despite Mr. Trader's alleged eyewitness account. No offense. He directed this at Trader. But what you supposedly saw and what actually happened may not match up. I have 2 questions, for example. What happened to the bucket? And did anyone else happen to see the shooting?
Trader replied through hand signals that the bucket was at large, and the only other witnesses may have been the crabs and the trout. Trader felt certain this would settle the matter.
If the bucket is at large, Andy pointed out, then this might suggest that you let the crabs and trout go before the altercation occurred, because you certainly wouldn't witness someone burning up and then think to toss the crabs and the trout in the river, now would you?
Trader shook his head no, as he recalled the crabs and trout sailing through the air in a cascade of tap water. They splashed into the river, and then he and the fisherman began to fight and say ugly things to each other. Trader must have set the bucket back on the ground, or perhaps the fisherman did. By now the police would have found the bucket and taken it in as evidence. He wasn't sure why, but he had a bad feeling that the bucket was going to cause him a problem. The governor lit up a Cuban cigar.
Tell me, he said to Andy, if we could locate the crabs and trout, would that help us?
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard, Regina retorted. What good would they do, and how would you know they're the same ones we let go?
DNA, Andy replied. If they left any cellular material in the bucket, even just a trace, it could be matched back to them. For example, people don't realize how many cells their eyes shed. You rub your eyes and have eye cells all over your fingers, and then you touch something and deposit those cells. Every living creature has unique DNA, except identical twins. So maybe the crab's eyes shed cells in the bucket?
The governor was fascinated.
How do you know all this? I've always been interested in forensic science and criminal investigations, Governor. My father was a police officer in Charlotte. What is he now? He got killed in the line of duty, sir.
This touched the governor deeply. He had always wanted a son, and was not at all impressed with his daughters and rarely enjoyed their company. In truth, Bedford Crimm was starved for someone sensible and non-female to talk to, and he had forgotten that he was concerned that Andy and his wife might have an affair.
Let's pour a little brandy and smoke, he said as he turned a magnified watery eye on Andy. Do you play pool? Not very often, sir, Andy replied.
But what about this awful man on the loose? Mrs. Crimm worried.
Tell one of the other troopers the story, the governor ordered Andy to tell Trader. Tell him to get the rest of the EPU on the case, and let's have the National Guard fly around, checking for that car with New York plates, and perhaps have a presence downtown, too. You may want to consider having us set up checkpoints at the toll booths, too, Andy suggested, in case this alleged Hispanic serial killer tries to leave the city, he added with a hint of disdain as he stared Trader right in the eye.
The press secretary glanced away.
Excellent idea, the governor agreed,
increasingly impressed with this young man.
We need to locate the crabs and the trout. Tell Trader to start looking, since he's the one who saw them last.
Sir, you can tell him yourself, Andy politely said.
He can hear, he just can't talk, or at least wants us to think he can't, and I might suggest we have a more objective person look for any witnesses.
Andy had no doubt that should Trader find the crabs and trout, he would make sure they were never seen again. The fat, mendacious pirate press secretary would probably boil them alive and eat them, Andy thought with disgust, as he anticipated the governor's reaction when he read the essay he intended to post as soon as he could find a computer. He gave Trader a harsh, threatening look. "Stay away from the crabs and trout," Andy warned him. He waited until Trader limped off before taking the First Lady aside for a private word with her. "Listen," Andy said, "I hate to impose on you or intrude upon your privacy in any way, First Lady Crim, but it looks like it may be a long night, and I'm wondering if I could borrow a computer for just a minute so I can check something."
"Why, certainly,"
she replied, and she couldn't wait to lead him upstairs to her private parlor, where she spent many secret, delicious hours sitting at her antique Chinese desk, shopping the Internet. She felt a tingle of salacious excitement as she led Andy up the stairs and sat him down in her chair.
"Do you need me to show you how anything works?"
she asked, leaning over him and brushing her big, trussed-up bosom against the back of his head. "No, thank you," Andy said, as her perfume excited an allergic reaction, and he began to sneeze. "If you can just leave me for a moment, I'm afraid this is classified police work and for my eyes only, ma'am." He sneezed 3 more times. "What are they doing up there?" the governor jealously asked, looking in the direction of upstairs. "What in thunder are they up to? Who's sneezing?" he demanded as his wife smeared her lipstick a bit and mussed up her stiff hair as she made her way back downstairs. Andy posted his next essay, which he had finished early that morning. The timing could not be better, and he got up from the desk just as Regina lumbered into the parlor and demanded to know what he was doing.
"Mama's all messed up like you two are making out," she delicately offered. "And it's just a good thing Papa can't see what she looks like."
"She wasn't messed up a minute ago," Andy replied. "She just showed me to the computer and left, and she looked exactly as she did when we were all at the dinner table."
"What are you doing in here?"
Regina's tiny eyes were bright with suspicion.
"I bet you're Trooper Truth, aren't you?"
"What a thing to think," Andy said.
"Prove you're not."
"It's rather difficult to prove a negative," Andy replied, as Regina squeezed her way past him and sat before the keyboard. She logged on to the Trooper Truth website and made a startled sound when she noticed there was a brand new essay. She clicked on it immediately.
"See?" Andy said. "You tell me. Is it possible Trooper Truth could be off writing a new essay and yet be here with the First Family for a light supper at the same time?"
"Well, I guess you're right,"
Regina said as she eagerly began to read. A word about Anne Bonny, the most notorious female pirate who ever lived. Note: many authorities on pirates differ in their accounts of Anne Bonny. By Trooper Truth. Her story begins with her birth in County Cork, Ireland, on March 8, 1700, the illegitimate daughter of a successful Irish lawyer named William Cormac and his wife's maid, whose name never made it into the records. When the scandalous tryst was revealed, William had no choice but to flee from Ireland with his new family and settle in Charleston, South Carolina, where he no doubt befriended Blackbeard and corrupt politicians. Soon enough, William became a very wealthy merchant and lived on a plantation just outside the city. Not much is known about Anne as a child, except that she was a beautiful redhead with a ferocious temper that prompted her to kill one of the servant women with a carving knife after the two of them squabbled. By the time Anne was old enough to pick out her own clothes, she began to dress like a man, and many male admirers began to call on her. Uninvited sexual advances were met with such violence that one suitor ended up bedridden for weeks. Note: I pause here to emphasize to you, the reader, that Anne's behavior almost from the start would indicate that she was a sociopath with bad genetic wiring that unfortunately she would pass down through the generations to present-day Virginia, where one of her direct descendants is currently employed in a position of great influence and power. When Anne was 16, she continued on her blighted path by getting tangled up with a poor, worthless sailor named James "Jim" Bonny, who was determined to have her family's plantation for himself. He decided the easiest way to do this was to marry Anne, whose attire he either didn't notice or didn't seem to mind. Anne's father did not approve of Jim Bonny, and the newlywed couple did not get the plantation or even a decent room should they have wished to stay with Anne's family. The young couple left Charleston in a huff, and sailed off to New Providence in the Bahamas, where Anne soon became fond of a local establishment called the Pirate's Lair, which was exactly what the name implied. Jim was a weak, pitiful example of manhood and courage, and he began to rat on various sailors he didn't like, accusing them of being pirates, even if they weren't, while his dissatisfied, psychopathic wife spent increasingly long hours at the lair. Many of the rough seamen who became her drinking buddies were ex-pirates and bored. One day Anne, who the ex-pirates thought was a man, was slugging down rum and complaining about the nasty, mean-spirited sister-in-law of Jamaican Governor Laws, who had told Anne she wasn't worth knowing. What isn't clear from the records is whether the woman made this rude comment when Anne was disguised as a man or dressed normally. But it is well documented that Anne's response was to knock out 2 of her teeth, which was much more serious in the 18th century than now, since there were no dentists or prosthodontists to speak of, and a gap-toothed smile was irreversible. "I should have knocked out all her teeth," Anne boasted to the ex-pirates as they drank in the lair, then tied her to a tree and gave her neither bread nor water, and let a myriad of fiery, stinging ants swarm over her naked body. "Yea, ye should have," Pirate Captain Calico Jack nodded in agreement. "Would ye have her all naked, including her privities?" "All naked," Anne replied. "'Tis better not to cover her privities, making the stings of the ants more fiercely painful." "Yea, 'tis better." Anne and Calico got very friendly with each other, and she finally made certain he knew she was a woman by unbuttoning her man's shirt one day. He offered to buy her from her spineless husband Jim, who instantly snitched on both of them to South Carolina Governor Rogers. Anne was ordered to show up for a flogging and then return to her rightful husband. So she and Calico decided they would slip into the harbor, both of them dressed like men, and steal a sloop and begin their lives together as a pirate couple. Over the next few months, Anne and Calico Jack raided many ships and shore installations. Her gender remained a secret to all but him, until they captured a Dutch merchant ship and recruited a number of its sailors from the crew, including a strikingly handsome, blue-eyed, blonde young man. Anne took a liking to him and unbuttoned her shirt to reveal her true identity. The man then unbuttoned his shirt and showed that he was Mary Read. It is not known if both women were disappointed to discover that neither of them was a man, but they became a pirate duo, skilled with rapiers and pistols, and fought bravely whenever their boarding crew stormed onto unsuspecting merchant ships. Anne and Mary loved being pirates and became well-respected, bloodthirsty buccaneers who swung their blades and boarded ships with more daring than any man. They became pregnant at the same time, and in 1720 suffered a stunning defeat when a pirate-turned-pirate hunter raided them while the crew was drunk and hiding below deck, leaving only Mary and Anne to fight furiously in thick cannon fire. "If there's a man among ye will come out and fight like the men ye're thought to be," Anne shouted as she furiously swung her cutlass and fired her pistols. The men below did not answer back, and all were captured and hanged, except for the 2 pregnant pirates, who went to jail. Mary died of a fever inside her tiny damp cell, and Anne is believed to have been granted a pardon. She disappeared from the seas and historical records. My theory of what became of Anne Bonny is based on reviewing written accounts of her life, and then reaching a conclusion that is within the realm of possibility. We can be certain that Anne would not have been welcome back in the West Indies, nor was she likely to return to her husband or to the life of an active pirate. I suspect she had her child and decided on a compromise of breaking the law while avoiding the traditional life of a woman, and doing so in a place that was a safe harbor and agreeable to her need for adventure. She would have known that Blackbeard and other pirates frequented Tangier Island and regularly traded with the islanders, and that if she continued dressing like a man, she could be a waterman and at least get out in a bateau and teach her child the ways of weather, the bay, and fishing. This child, I suspect, was a son, and I believe it is from this cutthroat lineage that one certain governmental official descended. And if the governor is reading this essay, I ask him to think back on all of the times a certain disloyal, despicable individual has given him a sweet that is soon followed by an explosive gastric attack. It is just a shame that this scoundrel, who for now will remain nameless, offered no warnings when he applied for a high-level state position and was subjected to the usual background checks. But background checks are largely ineffective these days. They do not reveal motivation, which in this person's case, like that of his ancestor Anne Bonny, is to have control, adventure, and access to military and police power, and to know the rules well enough to break them whenever he pleases. Be careful out there. Chapter 18. Paramedics did not try to resuscitate Caesar Fender, who remained unidentified as he smoldered and smoked near his smashed tackle box. The body was charred in a very odd pattern. Only the chest had burned, and there was no evidence of a fire in the local vicinity that might account for his appalling death.
It's like his heart caught on fire, Detective Slipper said. Or maybe his lungs. Could smoking do that?
You mean if you was smoking and somehow your lungs caught on fire?
Said Trita Bibb, who had been driving an ambulance for 15 years and had never seen anything like this. No. Bibb then answered her own question upon reflection.
Not hardly. I don't think smoking's got a thing to do with what killed this unlucky guy.
She squatted to get a closer look.
It's like he's got a crater burned in him all the way through from front to back. Look, you can see the pavement through this big hole. See here?
She touched charred flesh with a gloved finger.
Even the bones in the middle of his chest burned up, but the rest of him is fine.
She was amazed and disturbed, wondering who had done this, and how and why. Cars were pulling off the road, and people lined the street as if waiting for a parade. Police were having a difficult time controlling the gathering crowd of sightseers and reporters, as word spread that a fisherman had exploded into a ball of fire just off Canal Street, very near where Trish Thrash's mutilated body had been found on Belle Island.
What's going on?
A housewife named Barbie Fogg asked through the open window of her minivan.
You'll have to read about it in the paper.
An officer motioned with his flashlight for her to move on.
I don't get the paper.
She shielded her eyes from his waving flashlight and wondered why on earth all these big helicopters were flying around with searchlights probing the city and neighboring counties.
There must be some violent serial killer that broke out of jail or something,
she decided with horror as a chill tickled up to the roots of her frosted hair.
Maybe the same one who murdered that poor woman the other day. And now I won't know enough to protect myself and my family because I don't get the paper, and you won't tell me the smallest detail, and you wonder why people don't like police.
She sped off, and another car stopped, this one occupied by an old woman whose night vision wasn't what it used to be.
Excuse me, I'm trying to find the downtown expressway,
the old woman, whose name was Lamonia, said to the officer with the flashlight.
I'm late for choir practice. What's all that racket up there?
Lamonia peered up at Black Hawk helicopters she couldn't see, but there was nothing wrong with her hearing.
Sounds like a war going on.
Just a little situation, but we're handling it, ma'am, the officer said. The downtown expressway's over there. He pointed the flashlight. Turn left on 8th and it will run you right into it.
I've run into it before,
Lamonia said with a pained, humiliated catch in her voice.
Last year, I hit the guardrail. To tell you the truth, officer, I probably shouldn't be driving at night. I can't see at night, but if I keep missing choir practice, they'll kick me out, and it's really all I have left in my life. You know, my husband passed on 2 years ago, and then my cat died when I accidentally backed the car over him.
Maybe you'd better pull over.
Lamonia stared blindly to her left and right, and thought she detected a speck of light that reminded her of those eye tests that required her to center her face in a machine and push a clicker every time she saw a little light in her peripheral vision. Last week, she had hit the clicker randomly and often in hopes she could fool the eye doctor again.
I know exactly what you're doing,
the eye doctor had said as he put drops in Lamonia's pupils.
Don't think you're the first one who's tried, he added.
What about laser surgery again?
According to the eye doctor, there was no hope for Lamonia's bad night vision. She had been managing all alone only because she had a pretty good memory and knew how many steps led up to the porch and exactly where the furniture was. She could tell by feel which skirt or dress she was putting on in the dark, but driving at night was another matter. The city streets had not changed, but memory could not help Lamonia when cars switched lanes or stopped in front of her, or pedestrians decided to cross to the other side. She was explaining all this to the police officer, who was no longer there.
So if you can just point your flashlight, I'll follow it and pull over,
Lamonia said, as another helicopter thundered into a low hover, and its searchlight blazed on the crime scene. She detected an illumination and headed toward it, bumping over a curb and then something that crunched under a tire.
Now what was that?
She muttered as she hit a stretcher and sent it sailing into the river right before she rear-ended the ambulance. "Stop! Stop!" Voices all around her Dodge Dart screamed. Lamonia slammed on the brakes, even though she was already stopped. Confused and frightened, she shoved the car into reverse and backed up through a perimeter of crime scene tape and felt another bump under her right rear tire. "Stop!" The shouting voices were more urgent. "Stop!" End of Side 6.